Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Zora. I ease my rental SUV onto a dusty gravel path that stretches into the endless expanse of Montana sky. The map on my phone died 10 minutes ago. No signal out here in Iron Valley, apparently. But I'm following an earlier set of directions that said, keep driving until you see the large iron gate. You'll know it when you get there. They weren't joking about that gate. It rises in the distance like a fortress barrier, imposing iron filigree shaped into a stylized horse rearing back on its hind legs, flanked by a massive wrought iron arch that reads, "The Iron Horsemen Club," in bold, no-nonsense letters. My eyes narrow. I've done site assessments for countless ranches, industrial properties, and high-end retreats, but nothing has ever looked so intentionally secretive. I pull up to a small guard station. Two men in ranch-attire jeans, boots, crisp white shirts, and suspicious glares walk out. One man has a cowboy hat tipped low, shading his face from the afternoon sun. The other rests a palm casually on the butt of what looks suspiciously like a firearm holstered at his hip. I swallow the flicker of unease. I roll down my window and offer a polite smile. "Hi, Zora Jackson. I have an appointment with the Iron Horsemen Club regarding an environmental and sustainability evaluation." They exchange a look. The one with the hat holds out a scanning device. "ID, please." I hand over my driver's license, keeping my posture relaxed. Still, the tension in the air sets me on edge. As the man scans my ID, I mentally run through my obligations here. I'm supposed to evaluate water sources, land usage, and overall sustainability of this sprawling 50,000-acre property for a billionaire investor who's thinking of placing a major stake in some new ranching venture. It's my job to find out if the land can handle expansions without harming the environment, or if corners are being cut. "Let her through," the other guard says after a moment, handing back my license. "You'll be greeted inside." "No, thank you. No, have a nice day." Just a curt gesture as the gate rumbles open, revealing a narrow, winding road disappearing into pine-covered hills. I put the SUV back into gear, my pulse flickering with a mix of curiosity and caution. As I drive, the scenery takes my breath away. Rolling pastures dotted with wildflowers open to reveal panoramic vistas of mountains in the distance. Horses graze near a fence line that stretches as far as I can see. If I weren't here on business, and if I weren't already bracing for a fight, I might let myself appreciate the raw majesty of Montana's horizon. Eventually, I spot what must be the bunkhouse, the club's main lodge. Calling it a bunkhouse is an insult to architecture. This place is huge, all log walls and stone columns with the grandeur of a high-end resort. Tall windows reflect the sun, and the front doors are carved with intricate horse motifs. There's a flurry of activity out front, men dressed in various forms of ranch attire, some holding clipboards, others leading horses. I park near a line of immaculate trucks, some easily pushing six figures with all the upgrades. The sense of wealth here is unmistakable. Land is power. That's what my father always said, and nowhere does that ring truer than in places like this. Climbing out, I straighten my posture, smoothing my blazer. I'm dressed practically jeans, sturdy boots, a blouse, and a well-fitted jacket. I don't do the frilly stuff. I've got my thick braids pulled back into a low ponytail to keep them out of my face, and I'm ready to present the calm, collected professional I am. Except I catch the first set of stares. A few cowboys are lingering by the entryway, and their gazes are anything but friendly. Some look curious, others overtly suspicious, and maybe one or two look borderline hostile. I'm used to it. A black woman in a predominantly white, male-dominated ranching world is not exactly an everyday sight, but it doesn't mean it stings any less. I hold my head high and keep walking. Before I reach the doors, movement off to my left catches my eye. 3 nearly identical men, tall, lean, dressed in denim and boots, come bounding around the side of the lodge. They're in a heated argument about something, though they're grinning like boys who just set off fireworks. "Wyatt, hush up," the first one mutters. Or was it Walker? I don't hear their words properly. They look so similar, it's impossible to tell. The second responds with a laugh. "Don't you hush me, that was pure genius. Bet you $300 Beck'll blow a gasket." The third snickers. "I got 500, says he'll blow 2 gaskets. They skid to a stop upon noticing me, exchanging mischievous glances. One doffs his hat in a near-comical gesture. "Well, well, well, who have we here?" I tilt my chin up, meet their smiles with a polite but guarded expression. "Zora Jackson. I'm here for a consulting appointment." "Consulting, huh?" The one in the middle winks. "You're sure about that?" The second brother elbows him. "That's enough, Wyatt. No need to scare the lady. Walker Sinclair, at your service." He points to himself, then gestures. "This troublemaker is Wyatt, and that fella's Weston, Sinclair triplets. Pleasure to meet you." I almost laugh. They're so over the top. "Nice to meet you all." "We'd shake your hand, but we're on the run," Weston says, eyes dancing with mischief. "Looks like Beck'll find us soon enough. Keep an eye out." My eyebrows lift. "Beck?" That's all I manage before they dash past me, half laughing, half bickering about a prank they apparently set in motion. I watch them go, with a bemused smile. Whatever those triplets are up to, it definitely spells trouble. Taking a steadying breath, I approach the imposing wooden doors. A tall man in a black suit, an actual butler, or security detail, opens one side with stiff courtesy. "Miss Jackson, welcome. If you'll please follow me. Mr. Calloway is expecting you." I step inside, instantly assaulted by the rich scent of polished wood, leather, and something smoky, like a blend of fine whiskey and fireplace embers. A grand foyer stretches out with vaulted ceilings. A chandelier fashioned out of what look like old wagon wheels hangs overhead, casting warm light across the stone floor. On the walls, photographs and paintings of men on horseback, ranching scenes, and old Western landscapes give me a sense of the place's storied history. As I'm led deeper, I pass a wide corridor where a few men in cowboy hats whisper in hushed tones. They stop talking altogether when I walk by. A tension creeps under my skin. It's not just the standard wariness I get in new places. This is more, like they see me as an interloper. Finally, the butler leads me into what must be a large sitting area. Dark leather couches, an enormous stone fireplace, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the stables. A single figure stands at one of those windows, broad-shouldered, tall, wearing a well-worn leather jacket over a button-down, faded jeans that fit entirely too well, and boots coated in dust. His stance is rigid, hands clasped behind his back, jaw set in a grim line. The butler clears his throat. "Mr. Calloway, your guest." He turns, and I feel the impact like a physical jolt. Beckett Calloway. He's, well, let's just say if you looked up rugged cowboy with too much attitude in the dictionary, you'd find this man's photograph. Dirty blonde hair that's mussed, like he's been tugging at it in frustration. Piercing blue-gray eyes that lock onto me like a target. A faint scar slashes across his left hand, visible when his arm swings down to his side. He regards me with a look that's part curiosity and part challenge. No smile, no softness, just a cool, unflinching assessment. "So you're Dr. Jackson." His voice is deep, that classic cowboy drawl underscoring every word. I force a polite nod. "Zora is fine. We'll be working together, I presume." He inclines his head, stepping forward. 1, 2, 3 slow strides, boots thumping against the wood floor. He moves like a predator who's more comfortable on horseback than indoors. "The club president asked me to, oversee your assessment." I see. My posture stiffens. "And what exactly does oversee entail, Mr. Calloway?" A tiny twitch at the corner of his mouth, though it's not quite a smile. "It means I'll make sure you don't go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." Heat flares in my cheeks. Equal parts outrage and something unsettlingly close to adrenaline-fueled attraction. "I'm here under formal contract," I say, carefully maintaining my composure. I have every right to do my job, if that means investigating water contamination, land usage, or questionable ranching practices. He cuts me off with a raised hand. "You might be used to pushing fancy execs around, Dr. Jackson, but around here we don't appreciate outsiders digging into private affairs." Every nerve in my body bristles. The audacity is staggering. "Outsider, huh?" He shrugs. "That's what you are." His eyes sweep me from head to toe, lingering a half-second too long on my boots. I wonder if he's judging whether I can actually handle the terrain. "We run things a certain way in Iron Valley. You want to learn about it, fine, but do it with respect." Respect goes both ways, Mr. Calloway. This land is impressive, but it's not above scrutiny. My job is to see whether your environmental stewardship is as strong as your swagger. His jaw tightens. For a beat, I wonder if he's going to toss me out on my rear. But then, to my surprise, he steps back and nods. "You're a guest here, like it or not." The Iron Horseman Club doesn't take kindly to uninvited visitors, but seeing as you were invited, his gaze flicks pointedly. "I'll do my part, for now." Before I can snap back, a sudden commotion breaks out behind us. From the hallway, I see a man stomping in, clearly furious. He's drenched in something. I can't tell if it's water or something else. The clothes plastered to his body, cowboy hat crumpled in his hand. His face is beet red with rage. "The damn Sinclair boys," he bellows. "They rigged the water trough to tip the second I walked by. Who's responsible for—" He stops when he sees Beckett and me in the room. Then he scowls even harder. "That you're doing?" Beckett's expression remains impassive, though I catch a flicker of irritation. "Last I checked, I'm not one of the triplets. Go find them yourself, Conrad." Conrad grunts, eyes darting to me in open confusion. I just arch a brow, feeling like I've stepped into some bizarre Western soap opera. Conrad grumbles under his breath and storms off, leaving a trail of water droplets in his wake. I exhale a short laugh. "I assume that's normal around here." Beckett runs his fingers through his hair, his expression borderline exasperated. "The Sinclair triplets live for chaos. Don't let them rope you into any of their pranks." My mind flashes to their grinning faces outside. Too late, I think, but I keep it to myself. He gestures toward a set of French doors opening onto the back lawn. "Let's get you settled. Jim Houghton, club president, wants to meet you later. Until then, I'm saddled with making sure you're comfortable. Might as well start with a tour of the grounds." I blink, surprised. "I just arrived. You really want to drag me around the ranch right now?" His eyes narrow, a hint of challenge. "I figure it's best to show you the territory. so you know exactly what you're dealing with. Fine. My heartbeat quickens. This is good. I want to see the property as soon as possible. Gathering my resolve, I follow him out the doors, stepping into the late afternoon sun. A wide expanse of rolling pasture greets us. Men and women on horseback move in the distance, herding cattle or tending to chores I can't quite make out. A wooden barn stands to the west, with the sound of whinnying horses drifting on the breeze. There's a subtle hush to the place, as though the land itself demands reverence. He leads me down a flagstone path. We don't say much. Every so often, I glance at him from the corner of my eye. He's easily a head taller than me, with shoulders that fill out his jacket in a way that makes me hyper-aware of every breath I'm taking. Why is my pulse racing? I've dealt with arrogant men before, some of them extremely handsome, but something about Beckett Calloway sets my nerves on fire. We reach a corral where a black stallion paces, tossing its mane. Beckett unlatches the gate, steps inside, and reaches out with deliberate calm. The horse nickers softly, pressing its muzzle into Beckett's open palm. Watching them, my eyes snag on a flash of tenderness in him, just a flicker, but enough to remind me that people are rarely as one-dimensional as they first seem. It's the horses that keep me sane, he says, almost like he can sense my scrutiny. Everything else around here. He trails off, giving the stallion a reassuring pat. I inch closer, but maintain a respectful distance from the animal. They're magnificent. His gaze meets mine over the horse's sleek neck. Ranching's in my blood. Father taught me early on that we own the land, but we also answer to it. Sounds almost sustainable, I say, half teasing. Maybe you're not as set against my work as you pretend. A wry smile tugs at his mouth. Don't read too much into it. I'm just telling you how it is. This land is everything to me, my family. The Iron Horseman protects it at all costs. I wrap my arms around myself, thoughtful. Protecting the land is what I do too, Mr. Calloway. He bristles a bit. It's Beckett. Or Beck, if you must. Mr. Calloway makes me sound like my father. Right, I say quietly. Beckett. For a moment, the air between us thickens. His eyes flick to my face, then drop to my mouth, then snap away. My heart thrums uncomfortably. This man is not what I expected, and I can't let myself be affected by him. I'm here for a reason. He clears his throat and steps away, letting the horse wander off. I'll show you the stables, then I'll point out where the water sources run through the western edge of the property. You'll probably want to see the secondary creek tomorrow. I nod, adjusting my jacket. Yes, I'd like water samples as soon as possible. He eyes me up and down again as though gauging my commitment. You sure you're ready for the backcountry? It's rough terrain, Miss Jackson. Not just a stroll in the city park. A spark of anger flares in my chest. He's testing me. I lift my chin. I can handle your rough terrain, Beckett. I've done site surveys in the Amazon. I've ridden through the Australian outback. Montana won't break me. His lips press into a firm line, but I swear I see admiration flicker in his storm gray eyes. Good, he says softly, because once you start this assessment, there's no going back. I can't tell if it's a warning or a promise, but it sends a shiver down my spine all the same. With that, he spins with clipped purpose, leading me toward the stables like we're going into battle. And in a way, maybe we are, because with every step I feel the weight of this place, its traditions, its raw power, and the unspoken challenge in Beckett Calloway's stare. I'm here to do a job, yes, but there's no denying the spark between us is already crackling. I just hope I can survive whatever war is brewing between me and him. Between progress and an age-old brotherhood. Between my heart and this fiercely guarded land. Because something tells me that once the Iron Horsemen close ranks, getting out unscathed might not be so simple.
Chapter 2. Beckett. I lead Zora across the back lawn, my boots sinking into the soft earth with every step. She's behind me, close enough that I catch the faint scent of her perfume, a subtle note, maybe citrus and something warmer underneath. It bothers me more than it should. I clear my throat, trying to focus on the task at hand, giving her a brief tour before I hand her off to the club president, Jameson Houghton, who'll handle the formalities. We pass a group of ranch hands loading hay bales onto a flatbed truck. They tip their hats at me, eyes narrowing on Zora with open curiosity. I can sense the weight of tension swirling in the air. An outsider in Iron Valley is rare enough, let alone one that's bold, brilliant, and absolutely fearless. That's a recipe for trouble. "You keep a tight ship," she comments, walking a little to my left so I can see her in my peripheral vision. "Those men look like they're operating on a schedule down to the minute." I grunt in acknowledgement. "We run the ranch with precision, always have. Wasted time is wasted profit." "Sounds like a rule around here," she murmurs, her tone slightly sardonic. She's not wrong. The Iron Horsemen have more rules than any simple handshake club should need. Some are old as the hills, passed down from our founding fathers, and some were introduced by men like Jim who want to ensure we stay exclusive. I fight the urge to defend it. It's how we've lasted over a century. She doesn't push, just purses her lips like she's filing the information away. I sense her reticence, as though she's collecting data on every aspect of our operations. She's the kind of woman who'll piece it all together into a neat puzzle. I'm not sure I like that, but I have no choice. It's my job to supervise. At the crest of a small slope, the main stable complex comes into view. We've got two large barn structures here. One is the royal stables, reserved for prized stallions and broodmares. The other is a standard stable for everyday ranch horses. Both are built from heavy timber, red and brown, with wide double doors and a roof that could weather any storm. A breeze kicks up and rustles the tall grass. I throw a look behind me. "You said you grew up in Atlanta?" "Born and raised," she answers, stepping forward to stand at my side. "Family's full of academics and activists. I was the only one who fell in love with environmental science. Still ended up with a PhD, though." Her lips twitch, a hint of pride. "So your folks taught you to fight for what you believe in," I say, mind drifting to the subtle challenge in her posture. "That's one way to put it. And you?" I hesitate. I don't love sharing my business with outsiders, but there's something about the way she looks at me, like she's genuinely interested, not just digging for dirt. "Father passed away when I was in my 20s. He was a legend among the horsemen. Mother's from old money southern stock." I shrug, scuffing the ground with my boot. "I've been running our family's ranch and this particular ranch ever since." "That's a big responsibility," she says, her voice a shade softer. I nod, not trusting myself to say more. Instead, I push open the stable door, letting her step inside first. The scent of fresh hay, leather, and horseflesh greets us. It's my favorite smell in the world. Reminds me of simpler times before politics and power struggles. A few ranch workers bustle around, grooming horses or shoveling out stalls. One of them, a lean man with sunburned cheeks, lifts a hand in greeting. "Afternoon, Beck." I tip my hat. "How are things, Dylan?" "Can't complain. We got a new stallion from Texas might be worth showing your guest." Zora's eyes spark with interest. "I'd love to see it." Dylan nods, disappearing into the next aisle. Zora and I walk past a row of occupied stalls. She stops every now and then to run her hand along the wooden railing or peer at a curious horse extending its muzzle. I notice how gentle she is, how her shoulders relax as she murmurs under her breath to each animal. Surprising. Most city folks keep their distance. "Not your first time around horses, I take it," I say, leaning a hip against a stall door. She glances up, meets my gaze. "I used to take riding lessons when I was a teenager. Went trail riding in the Blue Ridge Mountains a few times. It's not the same as ranch life, but I can stay in the saddle." There's a quiet confidence in her voice. I filed that away, recalling the way she moved earlier by the corral. She didn't flinch or shy away from the animals. Good. You'll need that skill if you're going to trek through Iron Valley. A truck won't get you everywhere. She nods, that polished professionalism slipping back into place. Part of my job is hands-on field work. I don't plan to do it from a desk. I grunt my approval. The worst thing in the world is some consultant trying to call the shots from a fancy boardroom. At least she seems willing to get her hands dirty. Before we go further, footsteps echo behind us, heavy, purposeful. My gut clenches when I spot the broad-shouldered man stepping into the stable. Tall, older, hair gone silver at the temples. Jim Houghton, the Iron Horsemen's sitting president. He's wearing a charcoal suit jacket, though his boots are as dusty as mine. Always a strange contrast, how polished he is from the waist up, but still very much a rancher at heart. "Beck," he greets me with a curt nod, then his sharp gaze slides to Zora. "Dr. Jackson, I presume?" She straightens. "Yes, sir." Jim's expression is unreadable. He was a father figure to me after mine passed, but he can be as cold as a glacier when he wants. "I hope Beckett's making you feel welcome?" "He's giving me a thorough tour," she replies, her tone courteous but not deferential. Jim's eyes narrow slightly, though he keeps a polite smile in place. "We appreciate your cooperation, Dr. Jackson. The horsemen pride ourselves on preserving the land. I trust your report will reflect our dedication." I catch the veiled warning in his words. Zora must catch it too, because her posture goes even straighter. If your practices are as impeccable as you claim, my report will certainly reflect that. An uneasy beat passes. Then Jim extends a hand in a gesture that's more formal than friendly. She takes it, and they exchange a brisk shake. "I'll leave you two to it," Jim says, stepping back. "But Beck, I expect an update on her progress soon. Let's not waste time." He twists away and strides out, leaving behind a tension that clings to the walls like dust in a sunbeam. "That was friendly," Zora says, exhaling once Jim's footsteps fade. She glances at me. "Is he always that intense?" My jaw flexes. He's got a lot riding on this place. Not just a ranch, but an entire legacy. Don't mind him. She arches a brow. He told me I better deliver a favorable report or else. Seems like I should mind him a little. I exhale, dragging air through clenched teeth. It's not personal. He's suspicious of anything or anyone that might threaten the club. You just happen to be in the crosshairs. Her lips tighten. I'm not here to threaten anything. My data will speak for itself. Whether that's beneficial to your club or not depends on how you're actually running this ranch. Something about her calm, no-nonsense tone sets my nerves on edge, but I can't help respecting it. Then we won't have an issue, I say quietly, though I'm not entirely sure it's true. The Iron Horsemen aren't known for rolling out the red carpet when confronted with change. We move on to the next aisle, passing a row of sleek thoroughbreds and quarter horses. Dylan reappears leading a tall, copper-colored stallion, hooves ringing on the concrete floor. The animal is high-strung, nostrils flaring, ears half-pinned. Zora's eyebrows rise in admiration. He's gorgeous. Took him off a ranch in West Texas that couldn't handle him, Dylan explains. They said he was too temperamental. He offers the reins to me. Thought you might show Dr. Jackson how we break in new arrivals. I hesitate. Normally, I don't do demonstrations for outsiders, but the hint of challenge in Zora's dark eyes sparks something in me. Makes me want to see if she can handle this world. I hand Dylan my hat, then run a palm over the horse's neck. The stallion tosses his head, dancing sideways. Steady, I murmur. Easy, boy. I grab the saddle horn, test the stirrup. The horse shifts, almost sidestepping into my shin. With quick reflexes, I swing my leg over, settling into the saddle. Every muscle in my body tenses, waiting for the inevitable protest. The stallion tries a half-hearted buck, but I clamp my thighs and guide him in a small circle. He snorts, shaking his mane. After a minute of coaxing, he settles into a restless walk. I steer him around the stable yard, occasionally glancing at Zora. She's leaning against a fence rail, eyes glued to the stallion's every move. There's no fear in her stance, only fascination. When I guide the horse back to her, she stands on the corner of the ring, her expression thoughtful. I dismount smoothly, feeling that surge of satisfaction I always get from taming a difficult ride, even if it's just for a few minutes. He'll make a fine ranch horse if we can harness that energy, I say, stroking the stallion's neck. Might even be good for boundary patrol. Zora steps forward and extends a tentative hand for the horse to sniff. He snorts at first, but after a moment he allows her to touch his muzzle. She offers a slow smile, and I catch myself staring at the way her lips tilt upward, how her cheekbones catch the light. "You ride him like you've been doing it forever," she murmurs. I shrug, forcing nonchalance. Grew up in the saddle. It's second nature. She moves to look me in the eye. Seems like you've got a knack for reading creatures with wild temperaments. There's a thrum in the air between us. I hold her gaze a moment too long before Dylan coughs politely. I clear my throat, stepping away. "Let me show you something else," I say, handing the reins over. Dylan leads the stallion back inside. We head around the building, the sun low enough now to throw long shadows across the yard. My voice comes out gruffer than I intend. "As part of your survey, you'll want to see the water sources. There's a lake about 5 miles out Sapphire Lake. It's deep in the valley. Hardly anyone goes there." Her brow furrows. "Why is it so private?" "Club rules. Some areas are restricted to full members or those we trust. We keep certain resources like the lake off limits to outsiders. It's how we protect the land from prying eyes." She squares her shoulders. "And I assume I'll need special permission to do my job out there." I let out a low chuckle, the sound edged with frustration. "You got that in writing, or you wouldn't have been allowed through the gates. Still, you won't be going alone." Her eyes flash annoyance, so I add, "I'm not fond of the arrangement either, but I'm assigned to make sure you get what you need, and don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." She crosses her arms, and for a split second, I'm distracted by the way her blazer hugs her form. "I'm not here to dig up your secrets, Beckett. I'm here to do an environmental assessment. If something questionable turns up, that's on the club, not me." "Noted," I say, my jaw clenched. This woman's straightforwardness ruffles me in all the wrong and right ways. We circle back toward the bunkhouse, where men mill around the entrance preparing for the evening shift. Some carry ledgers or thick binders, handwritten contracts, no doubt, because the Iron Horsemen don't trust technology. A handful of older members lounge on the porch, sipping whiskey while discussing land deals or cattle futures. Their conversation dies off when they notice Zora. I sense their stares drilling into my back, and my pride bristles. She catches my expression. "Is it always this friendly around here?" I snort. "If by friendly you mean suspicious, yeah, more or less. Most folks in Iron Valley are used to living by the club's code. No outsiders, no illusions. You stepping onto our turf rattles them." She narrows her eyes, scanning the men who pointedly look away once she meets their gaze. That's their problem, not mine. Despite myself, a flicker of admiration stirs in my chest. She doesn't shrink or wilt under pressure. It's refreshing. "We'll get you a room. Then tomorrow we'll head out at dawn to see the Western Creek. That should be a decent start to your assessment." "Dawn?" Her lips twist into a wry smile. "You do know I'm not a ranch hand, right?" "Your job, your hours, though. If you want to see the land properly, you meet me at sunrise. We'll cover more ground before the heat sets in." I pause, noticing her mild discomfort. "Look, if you can't handle early starts..." She shoots me a sharp look. "Don't challenge me, Beckett. I'll be up before you are." The corner of my mouth quirks. "We'll see." We walk into the lodge foyer. The golden light of evening casts warm shadows across the walls, highlighting the old photographs and antique firearms on display. reminders of the club's storied past. Zora's gaze flickers, taking it all in. I wonder what she thinks about these relics, if she sees them as history or just more evidence of a boys' club hoarding power. One of the staff members, an older woman in a crisp uniform, greets us with a polite nod. Mr. Calloway, Miss Jackson. I have your room key, Miss Jackson. We've prepared the suite overlooking the south pasture. That's the guest wing, right? I ask. The woman nods. Good. Keep her away from the war room and other private areas for now, I add, my voice low. The woman's lips tighten in a knowing grimace. Of course. Zora crosses her arms, shooting me a withering glance. I assume I'll need special clearance for those, too. I don't bother confirming. She already knows the answer. Instead, I gesture for her to follow the housekeeper. Zora sets her shoulders and heads upstairs, ignoring the not-so-subtle stares from a couple of men leaning against the banister. Once she's out of earshot, they exchange murmurs, no doubt speculating about who she is and why she's here. My chest tightens. I'm used to being in control, used to having the final say on my land. Now, I'm stuck babysitting a consultant who could shake the foundation of everything we do. The rational part of me knows it's not her fault. The club invited her through some big-shot investor, but my gut is screaming that she's a threat, a disruption, a complication I never asked for. Yet, there's a traitorous part of me that sparks whenever she looks me in the eye, challenging every assumption I've ever made about what kind of person belongs here. That part needs to stay buried if I want to keep my head straight. I move into the adjoining lounge and sink into a worn leather armchair, steepling my fingers under my chin. My gaze drifts to the wide windows facing the stables, where the orange glow of sunset is lighting up the sky. The day's nearly gone, and come morning, I'll be up at dawn with Dr. Zora Jackson. A small smile graces my lips, despite my best effort. A throat clears behind me, my eyes dart back, catching Grayson Houghton, Jim's son, leaning against the doorframe. He looks poised, arms crossed over his crisp shirt, and his dark eyes flick from me to the staircase. So you're on assignment, he says quietly. Gonna watch the good doctor's every move? I bristle at the disdain in his voice. That's the job I've been given. Grayson nods slowly. Dad's watching you too. He doesn't want any trouble. I'm not looking for it, I snap, then temper my tone. But we can't keep her from doing what she's been hired to do. He lifts a shoulder in a half shrug. If she stirs up the wrong issues, well, that's on you. Keep your head clear, Beck. Don't let her beauty blind you. My pulse spikes, a quick surge of anger. He's referencing the obvious. Zora is damn striking. But I don't appreciate his insinuation. I know how to do my job. Sure hope so. He gives me a final piercing look before disappearing around the corner. I stay in that chair a long moment, clenching and unclenching my fists. Part of me wants to grab my horse, ride out into the open fields, and forget for a night that my entire world is being tested. But I can't. I have responsibilities to this ranch, to the legacy my father left behind, and to the club that's guided me since I was a kid. Standing, I adjust my jacket, ignoring the twist of tension in my gut. I never asked for a clash of wills with a woman who seems more than willing to meet me blow for blow. Yet here we are. A few hours into her stay, and the lines between us are already drawn like fault lines, ready to fracture under the slightest pressure. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll see exactly how far she's willing to push. And I'll find out if I can push back without losing control of everything I hold dear. Because if there's one thing I know for certain, it's that Dr. Zora Jackson is no ordinary outsider. She might just be the biggest challenge I've faced in a long, long time.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand,
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 3. Zora. I wake up to the faint glow of pre-dawn light filtering through the heavy curtains in my guest suite. For a disoriented second, I forget I'm in Montana, at the Iron Horseman Club's massive ranch. Then reality sets in. I'm expected to meet Beckett in less than an hour. I swing my legs over the rim of the bed, stretching my arms overhead. There's a faint stiffness in my shoulders from all the tension yesterday. Yawning, I reach for my phone. No bars, of course. This place might as well be the middle of nowhere. I brush my teeth, splash water on my face, and pull on jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, and sturdy boots. A glance in the mirror makes me pause. My hair is braided, but a few strands have escaped. I smooth them back, then decide I'm good enough for an early morning survey. Grabbing my notebook, a small test kit for water sampling, and a lightweight jacket, I head out. The corridor is eerily quiet. The thick wooden walls muffle most sounds, and only a distant clatter in the kitchen suggests life stirring. I pass a couple of older men sitting in plush chairs near the wide windows. They look me up and down as I walk by, and one even tips his hat without a word. The other just gives me a cool nod. Outside, the world is bathed in soft gray light. The horizon faintly glows pink, promising a brilliant sunrise any minute now. I inhale the crisp air, noting how it smells cleaner than any city I've been in. Grass, earth, and the faint tang of horse. I head toward the main stable. Beckett told me to meet him there if I wanted to get an early start, and I'm determined to be the first one. My breath puffs in the chill morning as I draw close, but my plan for a triumphant arrival fizzles. He's already there, leaning against a fence post, arms crossed over his chest. "Didn't think you'd show," he drawls, that cowboy lilt pulling me in more than I care to admit. I roll my eyes and come to a stop a few paces away. "Because I'm a city girl, right? Must have slept through half the morning." "Just about," he says, glancing at the sky. "I've been here for 20 minutes. Of course he has. He's wearing dark jeans, worn boots, and a long-sleeved shirt, half unbuttoned at the throat. The brim of his hat casts a shadow across his face, but I can see enough to catch a flicker of amusement in those intense blue-gray eyes. "All right, cowboy," I say, lifting my chin. "Where's my horse?" His lips twitch. "We'll see if you can handle my horse first." Before I can argue, he gestures toward the stable. He leads me inside to a separate stall where a sleek sorrel mare stands waiting. A stable hand is adjusting the saddle straps. "Her name's Willow," Beckett says, patting the horse's flank. "She's steady, good with new riders." My mouth curves in a slow smile. "New riders?" I step up, slipping my hand beneath Willow's mane. The horse nickers softly, nudging my palm. "Seems she likes me." Beckett's gaze flicks from the mare to me. "She's easygoing. Don't get too cocky." "Don't worry, I won't." There's an edge of sarcasm in my tone, but I rein it in. He throws me a quick once-over, as if double-checking my boots or stance. "Ever saddle up by yourself?" "I have," I answer, making sure he hears the note of confidence. "But if you insist on playing instructor, feel free." I expect some cutting remark, but he merely nods and tightens the final strap. "Mount up then." I grab the saddle horn, place my foot in the stirrup, and swing my leg over in a smooth motion. Beckett's brow lifts as if he's begrudgingly impressed, but he doesn't comment. Instead, he heads over to his own stallion, a muscular bay with a fiery gleam in its eyes. The stable hand steps aside when Beckett approaches. He murmurs something to the horse I can't catch. Then in a single fluid motion, he's on its back. There's a moment where I can't help but watch the way his thighs flex around the saddle, how his shoulders settle with the horse's movements. "Let's get moving," he says, snapping me out of my thoughts. He nudges his bay forward and I follow suit. We exit the stable into the early dawn light, hooves clopping on the packed dirt. The sky is shifting from gray to a gentle lavender. Off in the distance, the sun teases the horizon with a strip of gold. We started a slow walk across the open pasture. Already I can see pockets of cows grazing farther out, lumps of dark against the green. The cold air nips at my cheeks, but I find it refreshing. I take a calming breath, scanning the wide expanse. He steers his horse closer. We'll ride to the western creek. It's about 1.5 miles out. Then another half mile if we want to check the water flow near the rocky outcrop. That's where some runoff collects. "That's exactly what I want to see," I reply. "If there's any sign of contamination, it'll be in those runoffs." "You expecting contamination?" His voice is slightly defensive. I shrug, trying to keep it neutral. "Hope not. But I've seen bigger names than the Iron Horsemen neglect environmental guidelines." His jaw tightens. "We don't neglect anything. We just don't appreciate strangers snooping." "Then maybe you should make sure everything's squeaky clean," I shoot back. He lets out a low, humorless chuckle and flicks the reins. His horse speeds up, and I urge Willow into a gentle trot to match his pace. We're side by side now, riding across a gentle slope. My heart rate picks up at the faster rhythm, but not from fear. There's a thrill in the wind whipping against my face. An undercurrent of excitement courses through me. A reminder I actually enjoy this. I forgot how alive I feel in the saddle. Beckett notices. You look comfortable? Is that so shocking? He doesn't answer, just gives me a look laced with something resembling respect. You ride better than most consultants I've met. I've had city execs nearly break their necks on these hills. I angle my gaze at him. I'm not a city exec, Beckett. I actually care about the land I'm studying. He exhales roughly, and his voice dips. We'll see. We crest a small ridge and descend into a shallow valley. A silver line of water cuts through the grasses. Beckett points to it. That's the Western Creek. It's fed by an underground spring. Flows through most of our property. I guide Willow down the slope. I want to collect a sample. He nods. We dismount near a rocky bank, tying the horses to a slender tree. The creek is barely 2 feet across in this section, water trickling over pebbles. Squatting, I pull out a small container from my bag. As I lean forward to dip it, my boot slips on a mossy rock, and I let out a tiny gasp. Before I can topple, a firm hand grips my elbow. I peer over my shoulder to find Beckett's face inches from mine, his other hand anchoring him against a boulder. Careful, he mutters, voice low. My pulse thrums, but I force a steady nod. Thanks. His eyes linger on me just long enough to make my stomach flip. Then he releases me like he's been burned. You sure you know what you're doing? I scoff, ignoring the flutter in my chest. Yes, Cowboy, I do. With deliberate care, I fill the container and seal it. Beckett folds his arms, watching closely. I half expect another remark, but he remains silent. Instead, I can feel the weight of his scrutiny, like he's trying to read my intentions in every move. Why'd you take this contract? He finally asks, something almost genuine in his tone. I tuck the sample away. Money's good. I keep my voice light, but his brow furrows. That's not the only reason, I add. I go wherever I'm needed. This land is massive, and it affects the local ecosystem. I want to make sure it's sustainable, so future generations can enjoy it. A strange emotion flickers in his eyes. Approval, maybe, or cautious admiration. So you're not just some corporate mouthpiece. I straighten. I'm a scientist, Beckett, not a spin doctor. He looks as though he wants to say more, but hoofbeats behind us interrupt the moment. We turn and spot a lone rider approaching, a man with a lean frame, dark hair peeking from under his hat, and a quiet sort of presence that makes me tense in unexpected caution. Beckett murmurs, "That's Cole Lancaster." I recall hearing the name. The Lancaster family, rumored to have once been powerful here, only to vanish. Cole was the last of them, apparently. Something about his lineage made him an enigma. Cole slows his horse, a dusty brown Mustang, and stops a few yards away. He doffs his hat in a silent greeting. His gaze shifts from Beckett to me, his eyes curious but not unkind. "Morning," he says, voice low. "Didn't expect to see you both out here so early." Beckett's posture remains guarded. "Taking Dr. Jackson on a tour?" Cole's attention slides to me, and I sense a flicker of sympathy in his expression. "You must be Zora." I nod, adjusting my bag. "That's me." He offers a faint, almost shy smile. "You getting what you need?" "As much as I can, yes." I watch him carefully. Something in his stance suggests he's not entirely comfortable around the rest of the club. I appreciate the chance to see the creek first. Next, I'd like to scope out the runoff near those rocks. I gesture to a cluster of boulders in the distance. Cole nods, then glances at Beckett. "If you want, I can show her. I'm headed that way anyway." An undercurrent of tension passes between them. I'm not sure if it's rivalry or something deeper. Beckett's jaw sets. "I'm assigned to supervise." Cole holds up a placating hand. Sure, didn't mean to step on your toes, brother. Beckett huffs. You're not my brother. Ouch. I notice how Cole's face shudders, the warmth draining, but he recovers quickly, tipping his hat in my direction again. All right then. See you around, Dr. Jackson. He turns his horse and rides off, shoulders stiff, leaving a charged silence behind. I look at Beckett, arching a brow. You two have history. He grimaces. It's complicated. That's one word for it, I murmur, curiosity piqued. He doesn't elaborate, so I drop it. Instead, I mount Willow again, determined to move on. Ready to show me the rest of the creek? He nods, but I catch a momentary flicker of something. Regret, maybe, plastered across his face as he watches Cole vanish into the distance. Then Beckett turns back to me, mouth set in a firm line. Let's go. We ride downstream, the horses picking their way along the uneven ground. I keep my eyes peeled for any signs of erosion or contamination, scanning the banks where cattle might have trampled. The crisp morning air has shifted into a pleasant warmth, and the sun is fully up, casting long rays across the valley. Beckett occasionally points out a landmark, a grove of aspens, a jagged rock formation, the fence line separating Iron Valley from neighboring property. Despite our tension, I find myself grateful for his knowledge. He explains how the club rotates grazing areas to avoid overtaxing any one pasture, how they maintain breeding lines for prime cattle. For all his bluntness, he does seem to care about the land. We reach a set of flat rocks near a shallow pool. The creek widens here, shimmering in the sunlight. I see sediment collected at the edges, which could indicate runoff from higher ground. Perfect spot for another sample. After tying our horses, I kneel by the water. Beckett crouches beside me, arms on his knees. This section's deeper than it looks, he warns quietly. Watch your step. I will, I say, more gently than before. The moment feels precarious, like stepping onto fresh ice. I remove a second container, glancing at him. So tell me about the club's ownership of these grounds. It's massive property. How does that work with environmental regulations? He rolls a shoulder. We keep an eye on state and federal guidelines, but a lot of this is private land. The Iron Horsemen formed in the 1890s, land barons who wanted control. Their descendants, like me, hold on to it with a death grip. Meaning you can do what you want without outside scrutiny? More or less, he admits, unflinching. Though times are changing. Investors, expansions. That's why you're here. I dip my container in, swirling gently. Yes, to make sure no corners are cut while you modernize. He frowns. We don't rely on modern technology much. Handshake deals, minimal digital footprint. We keep it old school. I shoot him a curious glance. You talk about the club like it's a relic. He exhales. In some ways, it is. But that doesn't mean it can't adapt. We're not all stuck in the past. I test the pH strip, noting the color change. Adaptation is necessary, especially if you want to preserve your ranching legacy. A degraded environment helps no one. His gaze slides to me, searching my face. Didn't expect you to care about legacy. I cap the container. I care that this land remains viable for future ranchers, don't you? He looks away, focusing on the water. Yeah, I do. A quiet moment stretches between us, the rush of the creek filling the space. I find myself studying the line of his jaw, the subtle tension in his shoulders. There's something about him, a conviction that runs deeper than the tough exterior. But the second he glances back at me, my guard snaps up. I stand, handing off the container to slip into my bag. My pulse flutters at how close he is, but I mask it with brisk efficiency. All right, I say, my voice tight. I have what I need here. He stands too, towering over me, his presence solid and warm. We should head back soon. The club's likely got a dozen reasons to track our every move. I arch a brow. You make it sound like we're fugitives. He smirks, a flash of that dry humor. Might as well be. Folks here see you as a threat. And me? He shrugs, forcing a lightness he doesn't seem to feel. I'm supposed to make sure you don't cause trouble. Is that all I am? Trouble? I challenge, stepping around him to retrieve Willow's reins. His voice dips lower, following me. You tell me. My heart thuds, but I refuse to look at him. Instead, I mount Willow in one smooth motion, controlling the swirl of heat in my stomach. If trouble means questioning outdated systems, then yes, I'm trouble. He laughs softly, though there's no malice in it. Then let's get you back before you set the whole place on fire. We ride back, the tension morphing into an odd camaraderie, a current that crackles whenever we brush too close. By the time we reach the stable, the sun is high, and ranch hands are out in full force. Some watch us dismount, side-eyeing my presence. I straighten my jacket, ignoring them. Beckett hands Willow off to a stable hand, then turns to me. I'll let you get on with testing your samples. Tomorrow, we'll check the other side of the valley. Fine. I pause, feeling a pang of reluctance to end this ride. Thanks for the help. His gaze lingers. You handled yourself better than I expected. That's not a compliment, I say, crossing my arms. Could be, he counters, a hint of a smile ghosting his lips. Then he tips his head and steps away, letting the stable bustle swallow him. I watch him go, unsettled by the way my pulse leaps at his departure. I tell myself I'm just glad I survived day one without caving under pressure. But there's a spark in my veins that has nothing to do with the water samples in my bag. As I turn to head back to the lodge, I can't shake the feeling that riding the land with Beckett Calloway just might be the easiest part of my job. Handling the people and the undeniable tension between us might prove far more dangerous than any rough terrain.
Chapter 4. Beckett. Dawn is barely a suggestion on the horizon when I yank my boots on, still haunted by the restlessness that kept me half awake through the night. I'm used to early mornings, but something about having Zora Jackson around has me sleeping fitful and edgy, like an animal that senses a coming storm. I head outside, inhaling the crisp Montana air that always settles me, and pause at the top of the bunkhouse steps. Pale light edges the distant mountains, revealing the sprawling valley. Horses graze along the fence line, low shapes against silver-green grass. All around me, the Iron Horseman Club's property stirs with cautious life. Workers loading trucks, ranch hands walking the grounds, and that faint hum of tension I've known since I was a boy. Inside my jacket pocket, my phone vibrates. Reception is patchy out here, but apparently I've got just enough signal to pick up a text from Jameson Houghton. I'm not surprised. He's been on my back ever since the club decided to bring Zora in for an environmental assessment. Keep her in line, Beckett. Make sure we don't end up with a PR crisis. That's the gist of every warning Jim's been handing down lately, and it turns my stomach. I punch out a quick reply. I've got it under control, before slipping the phone away. The truth is, I'm not entirely sure I do, but I'm damn well going to try. I stride toward the stables, stepping around a group of men hauling feed. They greet me with nods, some friendlier than others. The tension in their gazes is obvious. An outsider messing around in our affairs unsettles them. A black woman from the city, no less, brimming with intelligence and zero tolerance for nonsense. And if I'm honest, that's the part that has me on edge. I reach the stable entrance, my boots echoing on the worn planks. A few stalls down, Zora stands beside a sleek brown mare, talking softly to one of the stable hands while she adjusts the bridle. She's dressed in dark jeans, a fitted flannel shirt, and sturdy boots, her hair braided back. The angle of her shoulders screams quiet confidence. She spots me and straightens, arms folding across her chest. You're late. I'd say I'm right on time, I counter, taking off my hat to rake my fingers through my hair. Sun's barely up. She cocks a brow. I've been here since first light, checking on the route I want to take today. The stable hand, a young guy named Ethan, looks between us with a slight smile. Miss Jackson was asking about the North Ridge, he explains. She wants to see the runoff patterns in the upper pastures. My jaw tenses. We've covered the Western Creek. The North Ridge is rugged, isolated, and dotted with old fences that haven't been replaced in years. It's not a comfortable trail for novices, especially if you don't know the land. I glance at her, suspicion creeping into my voice. That area's tricky. There's boulders, some steep drops. You sure you need to go there? She lifts her chin. If your ranch extends that far, I need to assess it. Fine, I say tightly, but don't blame me if the ride's rough. She doesn't even blink. Rough isn't a problem. Let's go. Grabbing my saddle from the rack, I pick out a bay gelding named Whiskey who handles rocky terrain well. While I'm settling the tack, I notice Zora adjusting the mare's stirrup with practiced efficiency. I swallow the grudging admiration that tries to surface. It's been a while since I've dealt with someone so thorough. Once we're mounted, we guide our horses out of the stable yard. I nod at the stable hand, who calls after us, "Watch for loose rocks near the upper spring. We had rain last week." Zora directs her mare with steady hands, her posture upright. "We'll be careful," she says, shooting me a sidelong look that practically dares me to comment. I just grunt, pressing my knees into Whiskey's sides. We cross the ranch's open field at an easy trot before hitting a narrower trail that snakes toward the North Ridge. The morning sun lights the path in gold, picking out the dew on each blade of grass. After a while, the trail steepens, winding around clusters of pine trees and rocky outcroppings. Zora keeps pace behind me, every so often calling out a question about the land or the club's practices. I respond tersely, half my attention on the uneven ground. "Why are these fences in such bad shape?" she asks, ducking beneath a low-hanging branch. "They're old. Harder to maintain up here, and we don't usually graze cattle on the ridge," I answer. She moves her mare around a fallen log. "So you're not worried about livestock wandering off?" "Not too much. The land beyond that fence is all Iron Horseman territory anyway. Doesn't matter if a stray gets over." She nods, but I can tell she's filing the information away. Her gaze sweeps from the fence to the slope beyond. This vantage point could tell us a lot about the water flow patterns. If there's erosion happening, I want to see it. I bristle at the implied critique, though logically I know she's just doing her job. "The land's stable," I say. "We've had experts out before." "I'm sure." She doesn't argue the point, which oddly puts me on edge more than if she did. We continue in tense silence, the only sounds our horses' hooves and the faint rustle of wind through pine needles. Eventually, we come to a plateau of sorts. A flat stretch of earth overlooking a deep ravine. Low scrub brush edges the drop-off, and a trickle of water flows from a nearby spring, feeding the ravine floor. Zora dismounts, hitching her mare to a sturdy pine. Then she walks toward the spring, scanning the area like a detective. I follow suit, tying Whiskey off and stepping closer. The wind picks up, stirring dust and pine scent around us. She crouches by the tiny spring, placing a gloved hand on the damp ground. "The water here could seep down to your main creek eventually," she murmurs. "If it's carrying contaminants, you'd never know until it's too late." I fold my arms. We don't keep chemicals or waste up here. Nothing to contaminate. She glances up. "Erosion can carry natural minerals or run off from certain ranching practices. Ever check the mineral composition? If your water's too high in certain elements, it can affect soil pH." "Sure, we do periodic checks." Her eyes sharpen. "I'd like to see those records. The Iron Horsemen do keep them, right?" I shift my weight. Of course we keep them, though they're probably locked away in some ledger, not a neat digital file. I sense a surge of annoyance at the possibility of rummaging through old documents on her behalf. "We have ledgers. They're in the war room archives, or maybe in the vault." She rises to her feet, brushing dirt off her jeans. The vault. Sounds dramatic. It's the club's secure storage for old deeds, contracts, that kind of thing. Most of us don't go in there unless we have to. She tilts her head, curiosity sparking. Are outsiders allowed? I snort. You can guess that answer. Good luck convincing Jim Houghton you need to set foot in there. She arches a brow. Then maybe you can convince him for me. I let out a short laugh. We'll see. He's not exactly flexible. Before she can respond, our horses snort nervously, ears flicking back. The wind kicks up again, and I sense movement behind us. Heart-jacking, I pivot, half expecting a cougar or something spooked. Instead, I spot a figure cresting the ridge on horseback. It's Grayson Houghton, Jim's son. He's wearing a charcoal jacket and dark jeans, like he rolled out of a business meeting and onto a horse. His stare sweeps over me and Zora, a tight smile on his face. "Beck," he says by way of greeting, reining in his mount. Then his attention swivels to Zora. "Dr. Jackson." Zora nods politely. "Morning." He dismounts, steps forward, posture all crisp lines and quiet authority. "Didn't realize you'd be up here this early. You know how precarious these trails can be." I bristle. "We're managing fine." Grayson's cool gaze lingers on the sample kit slung over Zora's shoulder. "Gathering evidence, I see." Zora doesn't flinch. "Just data, Mr. Houghton, same as any environmental consultant would." He hums, non-committal. Then he looks at me, voice dropping. "Dad sent me to remind you of our next war room meeting. Wants an update on how..." His eyes flick to Zora. "Things are progressing." Ooh. I know exactly what he's not saying aloud. Jim wants to make sure Dr. Jackson isn't stirring up trouble that'll land us in hot water. Zora seems to catch the tension. She crosses her arms, chin lifting. Progress is what I'm here for. Grayson's smile doesn't reach his eyes. "I'm sure." Then he addresses me again, tone clipped. "I'll let you two continue, but do be mindful of time. Dad doesn't like waiting." With that, he remounts, turning his horse in a neat pivot. As he heads back down the trail, dust swirls around us. Zora sighs. "He's intense!" I scoff. "He's Jim's son. They're both intense. Part of being Houghton men, I guess." She steps away from the spring, scanning the rocky ledge. "So, Jim is the one running the show while you do the groundwork?" I stiffen. "We all have roles, and Jim's the club president. Don't read too much into it." She studies me, her gaze unwavering. I sense she wants to press, but I'm relieved when she simply resumes her inspection. The growing knot in my chest loosens a fraction. We walk along the rim of the ravine, occasionally pausing so she can jot notes about the soil composition or the slope's angle. The forced proximity is inescapable, just me, her, and the hush of pines. I can't decide if the tension thrumming between us is purely adversarial or something else entirely. At one point, she edges too close to the drop. I lunge forward, catching her elbow. "Careful," I mutter, voice tight. She steadies herself, cheeks flushing. "I'm fine." A spark of heat flares through me at the feel of her skin under my fingers. I release her elbow like it's on fire, stepping back. Her eyes flick to mine, and something passes between us that makes me want to swear. I push past it, clearing my throat. "We should head around that bend. There's another vantage point with a good view of the hillside." She nods stiffly, and we walk back to where our horses wait. She mounts quickly, that fluid grace overshadowing the earlier stumble. I follow her lead, guiding Whiskey along a narrow track that winds higher. The path is single file, forcing her to go first and me to follow. This vantage offers a breathtaking panorama of the valley below, the bunkhouse barely visible. Zora halts to take in the view. I can't see her face, but I sense her awe. The land does that to people. It's a place that can either humble you or make you feel unstoppable. "Beautiful," she murmurs. "Yeah," I say quietly. Been looking at it all my life, but it still gets me. She glances over her shoulder, a faint smile on her lips. You're lucky. I swallow. Maybe. Luck isn't the word I'd use. Privilege, inheritance, burden, it's all tangled up. But I don't say that aloud. We ride on, eventually looping back down the ridge. The sun is climbing, warming the rocky ground, and the air feels clearer. I'm still wrapped in a swirl of conflicting feelings. A grudging respect for Zora's competence, a simmering annoyance at her unflinching attitude, and a pull I don't want to name. We reach a spot where the trail dips, revealing a small pine grove. Zora motions for a stop. She dismounts, rummaging in her kit. I'd like a soil sample here. Elevation changes can impact erosion patterns. I help her hold the horses, letting Whiskey's reins drape over my arm while she scoops soil into a container. For a moment, her quiet focus draws me in, the way her brow furrows slightly, how her lips purse. She's meticulously thorough, and I wonder if there's any part of her that leaves room for spontaneity. Then her phone chimes. A rare event out here. She almost drops her container, juggling it before setting it down. I stifle a chuckle at her flustered look. She checks the screen, grimaces. Spotty signal, but apparently I've got a voicemail. I wait as she listens, noticing her expression darken. When she finishes, she pockets the phone, jaw set. Just the investor's office wanting an update. They're eager. I can guess the subtext. Pressure from the big city side to deliver results. We stand in silence for a moment, and I think of Jim's text. We're caught between two forces. Her client pushing for a thorough analysis, my club wanting to keep everything hush-hush. Finally, I clear my throat. We should head back. I don't want to piss off Jim by missing that war room briefing. She rises, dusting off her jeans. Sure, I have enough data for today. We mount up again, starting the descent in a steady, controlled pace. My mind churns with everything that just happened. Grayson's not-so-subtle warning, Zora's unwavering focus, Jim's directive to keep her in line. The problem is Zora Jackson doesn't feel like she's in line at all. She's forging her own path, and maybe part of me admires that. It also stokes a sense of dread because I know what happens to people who clash with the Iron Horseman's rules. They either bend or break. We reach flatter ground and pick up a trot. Zora keeps perfect rhythm with her mare, never missing a beat. Once again, I can't help being impressed by how naturally she rides, despite being labeled a city outsider. At last, the bunkhouse comes into view. A few men linger outside, and I spot a flash of red hair. Wyatt Sinclair, one of the notorious triplets, leaning on the fence while his brothers talk animatedly behind him. They catch sight of us, grinning. One calls out, "Looking cozy, Beck!" I shoot them a warning glare. "Shut it!" Zora rolls her eyes but doesn't respond. We dismount and hand over our horses to a stable hand. The triplets wander closer, curious, as always. Walker, wearing a sly grin, tips his hat at Zora. "How was the ride?" She spares him a polite nod. "Educational." Wyatt waggles his brows. "Bet it was." I bristle. "Don't you three have something better to do?" Weston shrugs, adopting an innocent tone. "We're just doing our daily inventory of chaos, Beck. Gotta see if you two stirred any up out there." Zora cuts in with a slight smirk. "We found a few spots in need of attention, but no major chaos. Yet." Her pointed glare at the triplets makes them snicker. Before they can press further, I steer Zora away, ignoring their chuckles trailing behind us. We enter the bunkhouse, the sudden shift from daylight to indoor dimness making me blink. She halts in the foyer, turning to me. "Thank you for taking me up to the North Ridge." I rub my nape, suddenly aware of how close we're standing. "Not sure I had much choice. You were determined to see it." Her gaze flickers with something unreadable. "I always follow through on my work, Beckett. So if Jim or anyone else thinks they can slow me down, they're mistaken." Heat coils in my gut at the resolute set of her jaw. She's all fire and precision, and I'm stuck trying to keep that blaze from consuming the club's secrets. Understood, I say evenly. She gives a curt nod and turns toward the main corridor, presumably heading off to analyze her samples or prepare her next attack on the environment. My environment, that is. I watch her retreating figure, arms folded tight across my chest. Jim's words echo in my mind. Keep her in line. But Zora Jackson isn't a woman who falls in line. She's a force of nature, unstoppable and unyielding. And if I'm not careful, she might just rip open every hidden fault line in the Iron Horseman's dominion. The thought leaves me unsteady, though I clamp down on the feeling. I gather myself and stride deeper into the lodge, reminding myself this is my land, my legacy, and my responsibility to uphold the club's code. Even if that code is starting to feel like a noose.
Chapter 5. Zora. I'm reviewing my field notes in the small sitting area attached to my guest room, trying not to focus on the subdued hum of voices floating through the hallway. My brain still buzzing from the ride to the North Ridge this morning with Beckett. The tension in his eyes, the controlled frustration in his voice when I questioned the club's fences. Even now, I can practically feel that heat winding through me, making it hard to concentrate on the data in front of me. A polite knock disrupts my scattered thoughts. Placing my notebook aside, I open the door to find an older woman in a crisp uniform, one I've seen around the lodge before. She offers a prim smile and a small package wrapped in brown paper. Evening, Miss Jackson. I'm Harriet. Mr. Houghton requested I bring this for you. I blink in surprise, taking the package. Mr. Houghton, Jameson Houghton rarely bothers to speak to me directly. No, he sends his son or Beckett to do it for him. She nods. He suggested you join tonight's dinner in the main hall. Formal attire is required. Her polite tone barely masks a hint of caution, like she's not entirely sure how I'll respond. Dinner starts in half an hour. All right. I thank her and she leaves, footsteps echoing down the hall. Cradling the package, I close the door and set it on the small coffee table. The note attached is brief. Miss Jackson, you are cordially invited to tonight's dinner. Attire enclosed. J. Houghton. My eyebrows lift. Attire enclosed. Gently tearing away the paper, I uncover a long black garment bag. Inside is a sleek, dark green dress, the type that hugs curves and flows elegantly at the hem. It looks expensive. The material smooth as silk under my fingertips. Interesting, I murmur. Part of me chafes at the idea of wearing something provided by Jameson Houghton, but I know better than to arrive underdressed when I've been specifically directed to formal attire. My own packed wardrobe is mostly practical. Blazers, jeans, sturdy shirts. I didn't bring a single cocktail dress, much less a floor-length gown. Sighing, I decide to swallow my pride and accept the gesture. Fine, if they want me in this, I'll wear it. After a quick shower, I slip into the dress. It's tailored surprisingly well, hugging my waist comfortably, flaring slightly at the hips. The color sets off my dark complexion nicely, though I roll my eyes at how perfectly it fits. They must have had my measurements on file. Creepy or thorough? Possibly both. I twist my braids up into a loose chignon, leaving a few strands to frame my face. My reflection stares back at me with a spark of determination. If they want me at their dinner, I'm going to own every second. The main hall is just past the massive dining area known as the Gilded Spur, a space typically reserved for members and their families, or so I've been told. Tonight, the doors to the Spur are wide open, revealing a grand dining room with polished wood floors and glittering chandeliers that offset the rugged timbers overhead. A few mounted animal heads, elk, a buffalo, even a longhorn line the walls, a testament to old Western sensibilities. Entering, I'm greeted by low conversations and the clink of glasses. The place is teeming with men in formal suits, with a hint of Western flair. Bolo ties, embroidered jackets, custom boots. A scattering of women stand in elegant dresses, sipping champagne or whiskey. Everything about it screams money, from the expensive whiskey decanters to the discreet staff weaving through with silver trays. I take a breath, stepping into the throng. Instantly, a few heads turn my way. Whispers stir. I've already gotten used to the weight of curiosity in their stares, but it doesn't make it any less unsettling. Holding my head high, I move farther in, my gaze darting around as I search for a friendly face. The Sinclair triplets, Wyatt, Walker, and Weston, spot me first. They're congregated near the makeshift bar, each holding a whiskey glass, wearing almost matching black suits with flashy boots. Wyatt nudges Walker, who raises his brows at me in playful approval. "Damn," Wyatt murmurs, loud enough for me to hear. "You clean up real nice, Dr. Jackson." Walker snickers, and Weston tips his hat with exaggerated gallantry. "Watch out, folks. She might steal the show tonight." I smirk, pausing briefly. "Don't you three have a horse trough to rig or something?" Wyatt winks. "Now, that's an idea. Don't tempt us, ma'am." Rolling my eyes, I move on. Despite their mischief, at least the triplets' teasing is lighthearted. I weave through the crowd, snagging a glass of sparkling water from a passing waiter. Before I can take a sip, an unfamiliar voice murmurs behind me, smooth and confident. "Dr. Jackson, I don't believe we've had the pleasure." Turning, I see a tall man with striking features, dark hair combed back, a neatly trimmed beard, and a tailored charcoal suit that shouts custom. He extends his hand with a disarming smile. "Asher Remington. Most folks call me Ash." I accept the handshake, noting the subtle pressure he applies, firm but not overbearing. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Remington. You're the oil baron, the wild gambler, the black sheep of big energy. I've heard it all," he says with a laugh. "Most call me the wild card of the Iron Horsemen. I can't say they're wrong." I study him for a moment. His eyes gleam with a hint of mischief and something else, an effortless charm that seems designed to put people at ease. "So you're one of the elusive members I've been hearing about." He offers a rueful smile. "Guilty as charged. I was out of town when you arrived. Otherwise, I'd have introduced myself sooner. Word travels fast in these parts. Everyone's buzzing about the outsider consultant who's giving Beckett a run for his money." My lips tighten. They do love their gossip. His gaze flicks to my dress, lingering just a second longer than polite. "And from what I can see, their gossip doesn't do you justice." Heat prickles at the base of my neck. His compliment is so smooth, it feels suspiciously like a line. "I appreciate the sentiment, Mr. Remington." "Ash," he reminds me gently. "And I do mean it. So how are you finding our little slice of heaven?" I glance around, noticing how several people are watching us, probably because I'm speaking with Ash Remington, rumored to have enough money to buy half of Texas if he wanted. "It's a fascinating place," he chuckles. "Fascinating. That's one word for it." Then he lowers his voice conspiratorially. "You know, if you ever need a second opinion on the land, or a break from tradition, you should let me know. I'm not as old school as some of these men. I'm eager to see modern ideas brought into the club's dealings." I narrow my eyes, sensing an angle. "You offering your help?" "Help or partnership, whichever you prefer." He lifts his glass to his lips, but his gaze never leaves me. "You seem like the type who's not afraid to ruffle feathers. I respect that." Before I can respond, a disturbance ripples through the crowd, and I catch sight of Beckett entering the room. He's in a dark suit minus the tie, and his hair is slightly tousled. Despite the formal setting, he still projects that rugged cowboy edge, like he'd rather be on horseback than schmoozing with elites. Beckett's eyes lock onto me almost immediately, narrowing as he registers my conversation partner. I feel a sudden spike of tension vibrate across the room. He crosses to us with measured steps, ignoring the greetings from others who try to catch his attention. Ash smirks knowingly. Looks like we've caught someone's eye. I arch a brow. I'm guessing you two know each other? He lifts a shoulder in a casual shrug. We've played poker once or twice. He hates that I always win. Beckett arrives before I can reply, his gaze flitting between me and Ash. Remington. Calloway, Ash returns in a mocking tone of warmth. It's been too long. You're looking tense. Beckett's jaw flexes, and he addresses me pointedly. Zora, I see you found the welcoming committee. Ash chuckles, swirling his whiskey. I was just telling Dr. Jackson about my forward-thinking approach to land management. You know, in case she needs a break from your more traditional stance. I watch Beckett's eyes darken a fraction. I'm sure she's capable of making her own judgments. Ash inclines his head. Of course she is. But let's not pretend folks here are giving her a fair shake. She's an outsider, and I can't imagine that's easy. He's clearly baiting Beckett, enjoying the way the tension crackles. I shift my weight, clearing my throat. I appreciate the concern, but I can handle myself. Besides, the work speaks for itself, right? Ash nods. Absolutely. I'd love to discuss the details sometime, maybe over dinner, just us. No prying eyes. I'm about to respond, but Beckett steps in closer, effectively blocking my view of Ash. His voice is a low rumble. She's here for the club's evaluation, not your private proposals. Ash raises his hands in mock surrender. Easy, Calloway. I'm just being hospitable. My stomach twists at the charged energy between them. What I absolutely don't have room for is a testosterone-fueled standoff. I touch Beckett's arm lightly, surprising myself with the instinct. It's fine, I say, my voice clipped. I can speak for myself. He glances down at my hand, then up at me, expression shuttered. I remove my fingers, ignoring the odd tingle in my palm. Then I turn to Ash, forging a polite smile. Thank you for the invitation. Let's see how my schedule goes. Ash winks, raising his glass in a silent toast. I'll hold you to that. With a final nod to Beckett, he strides away, confident and unruffled. I exhale slowly, forcing my shoulders to relax. Beckett looks after Ash for a second, jaw tight, before turning to me. He's trouble. I lift a brow. And you know all about that? His gaze flickers with that same stubborn heat I've seen countless times now. He doesn't do anything without an angle. Just watch your back, that's all. I sip my sparkling water, ignoring the subtle surge of my pulse. Noted. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to find a seat before all the chairs are taken. An odd tension plays at the corners of his mouth. He steps aside, letting me pass, and as I move through the crowd, I feel the heat of his stare lingering on my back. I can't deny there's a tiny part of me that savors it, even if it's tangled up in confusion. A series of long tables in the dining area have been arranged for the evening, each decorated with pristine linens and flower arrangements that hint at old Western glamour. Silverware gleams under the warm glow of the chandeliers. Everyone seems to know where they belong except me. Guests move fluidly, greeting each other like extended family, hugging or shaking hands. I spot an empty seat near the end of a table, but before I reach it, one of the staff members discreetly intercepts me. Miss Jackson, I'm sorry, but this area is reserved for club members and their spouses. My spine straightens. I see. She gestures toward a smaller table near the far corner, separated from the main stretch of seating. You're welcome to sit here with the other visiting guests. The other visiting guests? turn out to be a few wives or girlfriends of some members, plus 2 men who look like they might be junior business partners. They glance at me curiously as I approach. None of them look thrilled to be at the kids' table, so to speak. Great, I murmur under my breath. Tolerated, not accepted. Same old story, just with more money involved. But I paste on a polite smile and settle in. The woman to my left is in a glittering red dress and fiddles with her napkin, offering me a tight smile before returning to her own thoughts. Dinner begins with a flourish. Plates of seared beef, fresh vegetables, artisanal breads that probably cost more than my monthly grocery bill. Conversation swells around the main tables, while our corner remains mostly subdued. I listen half-heartedly to the hum of deals being made and old stories recounted. Occasionally, I catch glimpses of Beckett, seated further up with Jim Houghton and a circle of older men. His gaze flicks my way once or twice, but he's clearly stuck in some hushed conversation that has him looking grim. Halfway through the meal, Ash meanders over. Whiskey glass in hand, he leans down to speak near my ear, ignoring the startled looks from the others at my table. Any chance you'd like a real seat with actual conversation? I arch a brow. You offering me yours? He grins. I can make space. Not everyone at my end of the table is so traditional. My gut warns that it might be a risky move, but a rebellious streak flares. Why not? The private kids' table arrangement is insulting, and if I'm going to be iced out anyway, maybe I should stand my ground. All right, lead the way. A murmur of surprise ripples as I slip out of my seat to follow Ash. We head toward a table where a few people sit. A striking older woman in a sleek navy dress, 2 men in tailored suits, and an empty chair near Ash's. Perfect vantage to see the entire room. As soon as I settle, I catch Beckett's eyes narrowing from across the hall. He's midway through a conversation with Jim, but it's clear he's aware of my every move. I can practically feel the weight of his disapproval bearing down on me. Ash introduces me to the table, a tech investor from Silicon Valley, a ranch heiress from Colorado, and the older woman who's apparently a European dignitary's wife. They greet me politely, intrigued by my role as an environmental consultant. Within minutes, we're discussing everything from land use law to the potential of solar energy on large ranches. Ash peppers me with questions, some genuine, some playful. You ever consider that ranching could be more sustainable if we embraced advanced tech? He says with a sharp glint in his eye. Drones, AI for grazing patterns, things that make old-school cowboys roll in their graves. I nod, intrigued despite myself. It's possible. There's a lot of potential in precision agriculture if done correctly, but changing mindsets might be the biggest hurdle. He tilts his head, eyes flicking toward Jim Houghton's table. This club's full of men who think the old ways are the only ways. If you can break that wall, you'll have done something monumental. I sense an undercurrent of challenge, and I'm about to respond when a shadow falls over the table. Looking up, I find Beckett standing there, suit jacket unbuttoned, tie nowhere in sight. He's probably stuffed it in a pocket the minute he could. His expression is impassive, but I catch a muscle ticking in his jaw. Zora, he says curtly. I need a word, in private. Ash opens his mouth, probably to toss more bait, but I rise with a calm smile. Sure. Excuse me, I say to the others. They nod politely, none of them oblivious to the tension simmering in Beckett's stance. He leads me away from the tables, past the buffet and out into the hallway. Once we're clear of the crowd, he spins to face me, arms folded. What are you doing with Remington? He demands, voice low but taut. I give him a sharp look. Talking. It's a dinner, Beckett, not a covert operation. His brows slam together. He's using you to stir trouble with the club. He's always looking for an opening. I swallow a bitter laugh. And what if I actually enjoy speaking to someone who doesn't treat me like an unwanted trespasser. His nostrils flare, color creeping up his neck. Look, I know it's frustrating to be stuck at the guest table, but trust me, Ash is the last man you want to rely on. My temper spikes. And you're the first? Please. I take a breath, steadying myself. Lowering my voice, I lean closer. Do you realize how humiliating it is to be singled out and shoved into the corner like some potted plant? A muscle in his jaw jumps. I can't change club policy overnight. Then don't lecture me about who I can talk to, I snap. Either fix the rules or let me be. We stand there, breath mingling in the silence of the corridor. His gaze flicks down to my dress, and for a moment, something softer edges his features. You look, he trails off, swallowing hard. This color suits you. My heart stutters, not expecting the sudden shift. Thanks, I manage. It was a gift from Jim, apparently, another reminder that I'm only here at his whim. He grimaces. I didn't know he did that. Of course not, I murmur, wondering how much control Beckett actually has in this club. The realization that maybe he's just as trapped by tradition as I am stirs sympathy I don't want to feel. A faint bustle of activity passes by. A few dinner guests heading to the restrooms, giving us curious glances. We step aside, tension hovering like a storm cloud ready to break. Beckett exhales, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm not telling you to ignore everyone, he says gruffly. Just be cautious around Ash. He's got a knack for exploiting situations. I lift my chin. I'm not naive. He nods slowly, meeting my eyes with a reluctant respect. I know you're not. We fall into a silence, thick enough to choke on. My pulse thrums at the crackling energy between us, and I'm painfully aware of how close we're standing, how the smell of leather and faint cologne clings to him. Then the sound of clinking glasses from the main hall breaks the spell. Are we done? I ask quietly. He hesitates, shoulders taut. Yeah. I pivot to return to the dinner, but I feel his hand lightly brush my arm. When I glance back, he looks torn. If you need... He stops, pressing his lips into a hard line. I know, I say, voice soft. I can't articulate exactly what I think he's offering. An apology, a promise of help. The words die on my tongue, and I step away, returning to the din of the dining room. As I weave back to the table, the conversation resumes around me, but I can't seem to rejoin it fully. My gaze keeps drifting to where Beckett has reclaimed his seat, face dark with unreadable thoughts. My skin tingles with an awareness that wasn't there before. Ash murmurs something in my ear. Another invitation to talk modernization strategies, but my responses feel half-hearted. Part of me is still in that hallway with Beckett, caught between anger and something hotter, something I'm not ready to name. Dinner eventually winds down, guests dispersing into clusters for whiskey or cigars, heading to private rooms I'm not allowed to enter. I linger near the bar, finishing my glass of water, absorbing the swirling undercurrents of a club built on rules I barely comprehend. The Iron Horsemen remain an enigma, powerful, traditional, and fiercely protective of their domain. One thing's clear. I'm not a casual guest. I'm a threat to some, a curiosity to others, and a potential ally for men like Ash. As for Beckett, he's a complicated knot of duty, loyalty, and a simmering attraction that keeps short-circuiting my anger every time we collide. I glance one last time toward the main table, where Jim and Grayson are locked in conversation, ignoring me entirely. So be it, I think, pushing aside the sting of exclusion. I'll finish my work, gather my data, and ensure my report is honest, no matter how many old guard traditions it challenges. But as I slip out of the dining room, the echo of Beckett's low, rumbling voice stays with me, reminding me that sometimes the fiercest battles are fought in the space between what we want and what we're allowed to have.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Beckett. A dusty orange glow filters through my cabin window as the sun slips behind the Montana mountains, painting the sky in a blaze of copper and purple. The evening hush settles over Iron Valley, cattle tucked away for the night, ranch hands heading off shift, and the sweet calm before we all venture into the Gilded Spur for poker. My muscles ache from a full day of riding fence lines with Zora, but the ache goes deeper than physical exertion. For a week now, she and I have been combing through the ranch, verifying the water supply in one corner, checking grazing rotation in another, and making sure our land management practices aren't failing anywhere. Every time she shows up in the yard at dawn, that quiet focus in her eyes sets me on edge. Not because I doubt her. Honestly, the more time I spend watching her work, the more I realize how thorough and fair she is. But because every moment next to her pulls me in ways I can't afford, I can't deny she's good at her job. She probes the land with a careful hand, testing soil, asking me about historical grazing records, cross-referencing everything with her data. If we keep our practices up to standard, and we damn well do, she won't have a single negative thing to report. Not that I'm naive enough to assume it'll all be sunshine. She's the type who'll point out improvements, even if we're running a tight ship. Oddly, I don't mind. The more I observe her sincerity, the more I respect it. At first, I was certain she wanted to dig up scandal, wave it around, and bury the horsemen. But I can see in the set of her jaw, the quiet determination in her posture, that she's committed to truth. If we're solid, she'll say so. If we're not, she'll make sure we shape up. That realization unnerves me, because the tension between us grows with every passing day. A tension that has little to do with land surveys and everything to do with how she glances my way when I'm not looking, or how my pulse kicks up each time she leans over a creek to fill a sample jar, that slender neck of hers tempting me to stare longer than I should. I scold myself for thinking about it too much. Focus on the job, Beck. That's what Jim would say if he were in my head. Then again, Jim's the one who demanded I keep Zora in line, so maybe he'd just remind me of the stakes. I shrug on a clean shirt, dark gray, sleeves rolled. I can't be bothered with ties. If the old men in the Gilded Spur don't like it, tough. Pulling on my boots, I grab my hat and step outside into the twilight. The bunkhouse is only a short walk away, but I pass by Zora's guest suite entrance, windows glowing softly. We gave her one of the nicer rooms, and I wonder if she's inside, working on her laptop or scribbling in that battered notebook of hers. She never stops analyzing. A flicker of movement behind the drawn curtains catches my eye, but I force my feet forward. If she wants to join the rest of us for poker night, she knows where to find us. Problem is, she's not an official member, so half the men would rather she never set foot in the Gilded Spur. The lounge in the spur is already buzzing when I slip in. Smoke from expensive cigars mingles with the scent of old leather and whiskey. A circular bar sits off to the side, manned by a bartender who knows every label we stock. There's no lack of top-shelf liquor around here. Golden light from wrought iron chandeliers illuminates clusters of men at round tables, half of them wearing hats indoors because old habits die hard. I scan the crowd. The usual suspects are here, plus a few I didn't expect. The Sinclair triplets Wyatt, Walker, and Weston are at a center table, whiskey glasses in hand, casting glances around like they're plotting a heist. Cole Lancaster leans against a wall, quietly observing. Grayson Houghton's nowhere in sight. Fine by me. Ash Remington is perched in a corner, chatting with a couple of ranchers from out of state. I slip onto a stool at the bar. The bartender tips his head in greeting. "What'll it be tonight, Mr. Calloway?" "Just a whiskey. Neat." He pours and slides the glass over. I toss back a sip, letting the burn ground me. Poker nights are meant to be social, a break from the daily grind. Tonight I can't shake the tension in my body or the swirl of thoughts about Zora. I sense movement at my side and turn to find Wyatt, the self-professed charmer of the triplets, grinning ear to ear. "Heard you spent the day riding fence with Dr. Jackson," he says in a teasing drawl. I let out a non-committal grunt. "So?" He exchanges a look with his brothers, who sidle up. Weston pulls a stool around and straddles it backward, that perpetual smirk on his lips. Walker stands behind them, arms crossed. It's like dealing with a three-headed hydra of mischief. Frankly, I don't really know who is who. I just don't care who is who in the triplets. They're all the same anyway. Wyatt snickers. "We got a bet going." Weston holds up a hand, interrupting. "A friendly bet," he corrects, "on how long it'll be before you make a move on that lovely consultant." I stiffen. "You're barking up the wrong tree." Walker wags a finger in mock admonition. "Oh no, we see the tension, the glances, the fact that you're practically glued to her side from sun up to sundown." I shoot them a glare. "She's doing a job. I'm assigned to help. That's it." Wyatt arches a brow. "No one's buying that, Beck." He leans in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "We bet you'll kiss her by next Tuesday. So, do us a favor and either do it or don't, but if you do..." He winks. "Then we get a nice chunk of change," Weston finishes. My jaw tightens. "I don't appreciate you gambling on my personal life." "We wouldn't if it wasn't so obvious you have a personal life with her," Wyatt retorts, grinning. I shove off the stool, leaving my whiskey behind. "Believe what you want." I march over to the nearest poker table, wishing I could toss the triplets out on their rears. The idea of me kissing Zora makes my mind race, conjuring an image that's far too appealing for comfort. Damn them! I sink into a seat, ignoring the curious glances from a few older ranchers, and shuffle the deck. A couple of men join the table, including Cole Lancaster. He gives me a polite nod, then sets his gaze on the cards. The game starts, chips clinking, tension easing, but between hands I spot the front doors swing open, letting in a gust of cool night air, and there she is. Zora steps inside, scanning the room as if deciding whether she should be here at all. Her expression is composed, but I've spent enough time with her to see the flicker of hesitation. She's wearing fitted jeans and a simple black blouse, boots that show she means business. Nothing fancy, but she carries herself with a quiet confidence that draws eyes. The hum of conversation slows a notch, men taking stock of the newcomer. I glance at the triplets. Wyatt crosses his arms, smirking like the cat that got the canary. Walker and Weston elbow him, all three looking like they've just won a prize. Zora catches my eye from across the room. For a moment, the rest of the noise fades. She lifts her chin in acknowledgement, but doesn't move toward me. Instead, she heads to the bar. A surge of relief and frustration churns inside me. I turn back to the table, tossing in a bet I barely register. The next round of poker passes in a blur, me winning a small pot without much effort. My attention keeps drifting to Zora, who's chatting with the bartender. I see Ash Remington approach her, leaning in too close for my liking. She listens politely, nodding once or twice, arms folded as if she's keeping him at bay. Eventually, I can't take it. I fold my hand early and push back from the table, ignoring Cole's curious glance. Heading over, I slip in behind Ash, close enough to overhear him praising her impressive field work. She spots me, her expression flickering. Ash steps aside with a smug grin. "Beckett," he drawls, tipping his whiskey glass. "Fancy running into you again." I grunt a greeting, then ask Zora quietly, "You good?" She arches a brow. "I'm fine, we were just talking about sustainable ranching practices." Ash's eyes gleam. Yes, apparently my suggestions for a more modern approach interest her. Might interest the entire club if only they'd listen. I give him a tight nod. "We'll see about that." He shrugs, tapping his glass. "Zora, feel free to find me later if you want to continue our conversation." With a lingering glance at her, he strolls away. I want to roll my eyes. Instead, I clear my throat. "Glad you decided to join us tonight." She gives a small shrug. "I felt cooped up in my room. Thought I'd see how y'all blow off steam." My gaze drops to her hands, noticing slight ink smudges. She must have been writing or drawing up charts again. I drag my eyes back to her face, ignoring the sudden urge to wipe that smudge away with my thumb. Poker, whiskey, music, it's how we unwind. Her lips curve, a bit of wry amusement there. "Sounds civilized enough?" Across the room, I catch Wyatt's loud voice exclaiming about the next round of poker. The bar's crowd shifts, a new wave of men stepping in for a seat. Zora glances around as if deciding whether to stick or slip out. I nudge my chin toward a cluster of plush chairs in a quieter corner. "Want to sit for a minute?" She hesitates, then nods. We cross the floor, passing men who politely move aside, but watch her every step. In that corner, away from the main crowd, we settle into two leather armchairs angled toward each other. A tall lamp casts a warm glow, illuminating the intricate pattern on the wooden side table between us. She rests her elbows on her knees, leaning forward. "I'm not sure how many more water samples I need. Everything seems consistent with your records. You maintain good grazing rotation, and there's no sign of chemical abuse." I feel a flicker of pride. "We do what we can. My father was hard on me about that, even if his style was strict." She tilts her head. "Strict how?" Memories tighten my chest. I exhale slowly. He believed in controlling everything, land, livestock, even people. But he was a damn good rancher. Taught me to respect the earth or lose it all. Her eyes soften. "Your father must have been a strong figure. You're following in his footsteps?" I shrug. "Something like that. The Iron Horsemen have certain expectations." She lapses into thought, fiddling with the napkin on the side table. "I can see that. Everyone here seems very locked in their ways." My voice dips. "We're old-fashioned, for better or worse." Our conversation hushes for a second, replaced by the ambient noise of laughter and clinking glasses. I sense we're teetering on a precarious line of intimacy, one we haven't really crossed before. The weight in my chest loosens just a fraction, letting me breathe around her in a way that feels comfortable. Suddenly, the Sinclair triplets approach, Wyatt leading with a grin that makes me tense. "Hey, Doc," he says to Zora. "Heard you're good at reading people. You want in on the next poker round? Could be fun to see if you can beat Beck." Weston chimes in. "We'd love some fresh competition." Zora glances at me, then at the triplets. "I'm not exactly a card shark, but I can hold my own." Walker laughs. "That's all we need to hear." I scowl at them. "Pretty sure she didn't come here to be your meal ticket." Zora rises from her chair, a slow smile curving her mouth. "Actually, I'm game for a few hands. Let me see if my strategic mind can handle your cowboy bravado." Her words spark that playful challenge in me, but the triplets nudge each other, snickering. I know exactly what they're hoping, a scenario where tension boils over, and I do something that'd prove their bet right. I stand too, ignoring the flicker of heat in my gut. Fine, let's play. An hour later, I'm down a handful of chips, and Zora's wearing the triumphant smirk of someone who's learned the angles. Quick. The table is loud, a swirl of laughter and curses as the Sinclair triplets bicker over who made the worst move. Zora remains collected, calmly evaluating the cards. She's not perfect, but she's caught on fast, and it's messing with all of us. Wyatt deals another round, and I can't help stealing glances at Zora between the flop and the turn. She meets my gaze once, raising an eyebrow in challenge. My chest tightens, memories of that bet swirling. Kiss her within a week, they're insane. When the hand ends, Zora rakes in a modest pile of chips, teasing Weston about his terrible poker face. I push back from the table, more amused than angry. I need air. She glances up. You folding for the night? I shrug. Might be. The triplets protest, but I wave them off, leaving my chips for them to squabble over. She leaves too. The lounge is too crowded, the smoke too thick, my nerves too wired. I slip outside into the cooler night, inhaling a deep breath. The club's courtyard is lit by soft lanterns, casting a gentle glow on the flagstone path. Distant music drifts from inside. Someone turned on an old country track on the Spurs jukebox. I wander the path, passing the closed-up stables. Crickets chirp, their chorus echoing across the valley. I catch sight of the bunkhouse windows again, including the balcony that belongs to Zora's suite. A flicker of movement draws my eyes upward. She stands at the balcony's railing, silhouetted by the lamplight behind her. It's not a still silhouette, though. Her arms lift in a slow, graceful motion, hips swaying to music I can't quite hear. She's dancing light, fluid steps in her private space, like she's letting go of some hidden tension. My heart stammers. Part of me feels I should look away. This is her personal moment. But I'm rooted, captivated by the subtle elegance of her movements. She's not doing anything overt, just letting the music guide her. The soft roll of her shoulders, the tilt of her head. I've seen her sharp intellect, her fierce determination. But this side, gentle, carefree, is a revelation. I edge closer, keeping to the shadows so she won't see me. The glow of the lanterns illuminates her face enough to reveal a private smile, one unguarded and warm. It's a powerful sight, making my chest ache. I shouldn't be watching this. Yet I stay, pulse thrumming in my ears. I can't help but think of the triplets' bet, to Ash's flirtations, to Jim's warning. Everything about her is off limits, but I can't deny the magnetic pull. She's all I see. After another moment, she pauses, hand resting on the railing as if she senses something. I step back, pressing into the deeper shadows by a pillar, not ready to be caught. She peers out into the night, scanning the darkness. I hold my breath, forcing myself still. Eventually, she sighs and retreats into her room, the glow shifting as she turns out the lamp. Slowly, I let out a breath, returning to the courtyard's path with my heart pounding. I feel like a thief who caught a glimpse of something precious. I shake my head at my own foolishness and make my way back to the bunkhouse. The night air feels charged, every nerve in my body strung tight. If the club realized how badly I want to press her against that balcony door, I'm fighting the urge to do exactly what the triplets predicted. They'd have a field day. But for once, I can't bring myself to care what the horsemen think. Right now, all I can see is Zora, that private dance, and the flicker of longing I felt deep in my bones, one that might wreck everything if I let it breathe. With each step toward my cabin, a war rages in my mind. You're the ranch boss, you have responsibilities, you have to keep her in line. But no matter how many times I remind myself, the image of her dancing in the moonlight lingers, refusing to let me go.
Chapter 7. Zora. I'm staring at the swirling gray sky, watching storm clouds churn above the Montana hills. The air feels heavy, charged with the scent of ozone, as if the land itself knows trouble is brewing. Beckett standing beside me, one hand wrapped around Whiskey's reins, the other shielding his eyes from the sudden gust of wind, whipping dust into the air. We're a solid hour's ride from the main lodge, checking on a distant section of the ranch that I insisted on seeing before finalizing my next report. The day started beautifully. Clear skies, mild temperature. Then the weather turned ominous, faster than either of us anticipated. His voice rumbles over the wind. Those clouds are moving in fast. I bristle at the unspoken, "I told you so." He warned me that Montana weather can shift with no warning, but I refused to leave before finishing my soil analysis near the old boundary fence. Now I notice how the horizon darkens, lightning flickering in the distance. My mind races with how to get back to safety in time. My mare, Willow, stomps nervously. I give her a soothing pat and glance toward the north trail, the route we came by. Sheets of rain already mask the ridge. Going that way would land us in the thick of the downpour before we can reach the bunkhouse. He nods toward the west. There's a line cabin about 15 minutes that way. I recall the mention of small cabins scattered across the ranch, originally used by ranch hands during calving season or winter storms. It's either that or risk riding through a flash-flooded creek right in the thick of a thunderstorm. "Lead the way," I say, raising my voice over the gusting wind. We swing onto our horses. Beckett urges Whiskey into a quick trot, and I guide Willow to follow. My heart pounds as thunder booms overhead, sending an electric chill through the air. Lightning flashes again, illuminating the darkening sky in a fierce blaze. A jagged line of pine trees separates us from the open plain. We duck beneath branches, weaving around fallen logs as the first drops of cold rain pelt down. The storm descends with a roar of wind that stings my cheeks and makes Willow snort in alarm. Beckett twists in the saddle, calling out, "Stay close." I press Willow forward, battling the sideways rain that lashes my face. My jacket soaks within minutes, water dripping down my neck. The ground grows slick, each step a careful negotiation to avoid a misstep that could send horse and rider tumbling. At last, I spot a small wooden structure perched on a slight rise, barely visible through the downpour. Beckett jumps off Whiskey, wrestling the cabin door open. With water dripping from my hat, I dismount and hurry inside, Willow's reins in my grip. Beckett ushers our horses under an overhang on the side, tying them securely before joining me. Slamming the door shut behind him, he breathes hard. Rain pounds the roof, drowning out all else. My clothes cling to my body, cold and uncomfortable. The dim interior reveals a simple one-room space. A rickety table, a pair of wooden chairs, a small cast-iron stove, and a bunk with a threadbare mattress. Lightning flashes outside, lighting the cabin for an instant. I shiver, fighting off the chill. We're soaked to the bone, stranded until the storm blows over. Maybe all night, if it doesn't ease. Beckett pulls off his hat, water streaming onto the wooden floor. Hell of a storm? I peel off my wet jacket, droplets splattering. "You weren't kidding about Montana weather." He grunts, dragging a hand through his damp hair. In the faint lantern light, I see tension etched in the line of his jaw. "There's some firewood. Let's see if the stove still works." We move in tandem, too cold for banter. There's a small stack of dry kindling under a tarp, and Beckett kneels to coax a flame in the stove's belly. Soon the soft crackle of fire replaces the storm's roar. I pull off my soggy boots, grimacing as water sloshes out. "Here," he mutters, tossing me a warm blanket from a trunk against the wall. It's thin, but better than nothing. I wrap it around my shoulders, heart drumming from more than just the cold. We're alone, forced to ride out the storm together in a cramped space. Lightning strobes outside, rattling the windows. Beckett feeds the fire, then stands, removing his soaked shirt. My breath catches at the unintentional display of bare torso, muscled, dusted with the golden hair that trails down his abdomen. He's all lean lines and powerful arms, a testament to hard ranch work. I tear my gaze away, cheeks heating. Won't that give you a chill? He tosses the wet shirt over a chair, voice low. Better to dry what I can. Then, noticing my discomfort, he grabs a battered flannel from the trunk and shrugs it on. I want to roll my eyes at my own reaction. We're two adults seeking shelter, no reason to get flustered. But the tension that's been thick between us all week simmers in the air. I sense it in the tightness of his shoulders, the way he avoids meeting my eyes. We settle near the stove, trying to absorb its warmth. Rain hammers relentlessly, the wind howling. After a few minutes, I ask quietly, "You think it'll let up soon?" He exhales. Hard to say. Could blow over, or it could rage all night. I study his profile. The flickering fire casts shadows over the ridges of his cheekbones, the furrow in his brow. We've clashed so many times, and yet something in me wants to soothe that tension. "Thank you," I say softly. His gaze snaps to mine. "For what?" "Not leaving me out there alone. My voice falters. I hate admitting vulnerability, but if he hadn't known about this cabin, I'd be battling a storm in the open or lost along some washed-out trail. He shifts on the wooden floor, his jaw working. "I'd never leave you out there." I stare at the small flame licking at the stove's metal interior. "I know." Silence swallows us for a moment. The cabin glows, a single oasis in the raging darkness outside. My pulse pounds in my ears, a reminder that everything about him gets under my skin. The raw edge in his voice, the way he handles every challenge with a stoic, stubborn determination. Lightning flashes, thunder cracking right after. I jolt at the deafening sound, my heart leaping. Instinctively, I brace a hand on Beckett's arm. He tenses, then slowly relaxes. "You're jumpy," he says, voice gentler than usual. I force a small laugh. "That was close." He gives a curt nod. "Yeah." The next flash illuminates the cabin again, but the thunder's slightly farther off. My breathing evens out, though my nerves remain frayed. I can't ignore how close we are, knees almost brushing. I notice the faint trickle of water, still trailing down his neck, following a path to his collarbone. It sets off a strange flutter in my stomach. "Here," he says, taking the blanket from my shoulders. "Let's get that outer shirt off. You're soaked." I hesitate. "I'm fine." "You're shivering." I hadn't noticed until now, but he's right. My fingertips tremble, my pulse hammered by adrenaline. Tentatively, I peel my wet button-up from my body, left in a simple tank that clings to me like a second skin, damp but not drenched. He drapes the blanket around me again, careful not to brush my bare arms. The kindness in that gesture warms me more than the blanket itself. "Thanks." He just nods, gaze fixed on the stove. The hush between us grows charged, thick with unsaid words. After a while, I whisper, "Do you ever think about how weird this situation is?" He frowns. "What do you mean?" I struggle to articulate the swirling feelings in my chest. "I came here to judge the club well, the land, and you're the one stuck with me, day in, day out. We spend so much time riding together, bickering. But I don't hate it." He blows out a breath. "I don't hate it either," he admits quietly. Those words settle between us. Electric. My skin tingles as if the storm inside is just as fierce as the one outside. I swallow hard, meeting his eyes. "So why do we always butt heads?" His voice is low, almost pained. "Because everything about this place says we shouldn't be doing this. And yet," he cuts off. My heart stutters. "Yet what?" He lifts his gaze, finally letting me see the battle in those storm gray eyes. You drive me crazy. I exhale a shaky laugh. You're not exactly the easiest man to handle yourself. A corner of his mouth twitches. I know. Another crash of thunder jolts through the air, and I realize my hand has drifted to rest on his knee. The contact sends a bolt of heat through me. My breath catches, and time stalls as we both just stop moving. He shifts closer, voice barely above the wind's roar. Zora, my name on his lips unravels something. Maybe it's the isolation, the swirling storm, the unrelenting tension that's been building for days. I don't think, I just act. Leaning in, I press my mouth to his, tasting the electricity of our unspoken war. For a heartbeat, he's still. Then his hand slides up my back, tugging me closer, and the kiss explodes into desperate hunger. It's not gentle. It's all fierce, pent-up frustration that bursts out in frantic gasps. I lose myself in the sensation of his rough palm gripping my waist, our breaths mingling. We break apart briefly, panting. His gaze scorches. This is a mistake, he rasps, though his fingers tighten on my arm. I shake my head. Don't care. I dive back in, capturing his mouth. The tattered blanket slips off my shoulders as I climb into his lap, pressing closer to that solid chest. His groan vibrates against my lips. My pulse thunders louder than the storm. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. But the next instant he stiffens. Reality seeps in. He eases away with careful slowness, gaze shuttered, leaving me stunned at how abruptly the intimacy shatters. The chill of separation hits me harder than the cold air. He sits on the bunk, back to me, shoulders rigid. My breath hitches. Something raw twisting in my chest. Why is he pulling away? I shift upright, wanting to soothe the tension in him. Beckett. He clenches his hands into fists, voice low and harsh. I shouldn't have done this. My heart feels like it's in my throat. Because I'm an outsider? Or is it the club? Or maybe it's me you regret. He flinches, raking a hand through his hair. I don't regret you. But damn it, Zora, this can't happen. Something inside me cracks, though I keep my voice steady. It already did. He exhales shakily, then stands, rifling for his clothes. Thunder cracks, accentuating the tension. We're from different worlds. And the club, if they knew? He shakes his head as if he can't find the words. I wrap my arms around myself, humiliation crawling up my spine. Of course. A man like him, deeply rooted in old-school loyalty, can't handle crossing lines. The sting cuts deep, but I force myself not to show it. Don't worry, I bite out. I won't go announcing this to the Iron Horsemen. He pauses, face stricken. That's not what I hold up a hand, breath shaking. It's fine. My voice is clipped, my heart pounding with the aftershock of what just happened. We'll pretend it never occurred, right? He looks torn but finally mutters, We have to. I swallow the knot of hurt. My body still pulses from the shared heat, and now I feel colder than I did when we were soaked by the storm. Sure? He opens his mouth to say something else, maybe to apologize. But lightning flares, thunder rattling the walls. The storm surges, a fitting backdrop for the tension that's turned suffocating. I gather my scattered clothing, keeping my chin high even though a flush burns my cheeks. Turning my back to him, I dress quickly, ignoring the ache in every limb that remembers his touch too vividly. Once we're clothed, we stand there 2 feet apart, feeling like a gulf has opened between us. He stares at the stove. I stare at the floorboards. Neither one of us moves. The storm rages on, but my thoughts are louder. What the hell was I thinking? Finally, I push past the knot in my throat. I'll sit by the fire. He clears his throat, nodding. I'll check on the horses. I can't bring myself to look at him. Instead, I settle near the stove, pretending to adjust the flame. My hands tremble. This is not how I expected the day to end. My feelings churn anger, longing, shame, heartbreak. The door opens and slams shut, the wind gusting in a spray of rain. He's gone, leaving me alone to face the consequences of our impulsive act. I exhale, biting the inside of my cheek until I taste copper. Hold it together, Zora. The humiliation sits like a rock in my gut, but I won't give in to tears. I have to protect myself. If Beckett thinks he can just walk away from this without a conversation, that's on him. The storm roars outside as I focus on the small flicker of the fire in the stove, hoping the heat will steady me. My body hums with the aftermath of an encounter that was everything hot, explosive, raw. But the sting of his retreat is too fresh. I fold my arms, hearing the wind whistle through the cracks in the cabin walls. The night will be long, and we're trapped here until dawn, forced into a proximity that feels both claustrophobic and heartbreakingly lonely. I close my eyes, trying to regulate my breathing. The swirl of the storm outside can't compare to the storm inside my chest, the one Beckett ignited only to yank away the moment we crossed the line. Thunder rumbles again, and I steady my spine. Fine, I think, determination hardening my resolve. If he wants distance, I'll give it to him. I've survived bigger challenges than a stubborn cowboy, with more fear than he'll admit. But the ache lingers, a raw reminder of how close I let myself get and how painful it feels to be cast aside.
Chapter 8. Beckett. The first morning back after that storm in the line cabin, I wake before dawn, the sky still laced with lingering clouds. I saddle whiskey in silence. My hands move on autopilot, tightening the cinch, adjusting the stirrups, while my mind replays every charged second from that night with Zora. The rain hammering the roof, the heat of her skin against mine, the moment I pulled away, consumed by guilt. I'm determined not to think about it too hard. If I do, I might lose my grip on the rules that have guided me since childhood. Loyalty to the Iron Horsemen, respect for our traditions, no entanglements that could threaten our code. Right now, it feels like those rules are unraveling, leaving me on shaky ground. Hoofbeats echo against the stable floor as I lead whiskey outside. Pale light washes over the ranch yard. A few ranch hands are already stirring, eyes flicking my way, curiosity plain on their faces. News spreads fast around here, though nobody has said anything directly about me and Zora yet. But I sense the rumors. 2 days off the grid in a sudden storm, returning drenched and silent. People notice. I mount up, guiding whiskey toward the western pasture without a word to anyone. Normally, Zora would be by my side, pestering me with questions about water usage or fence boundaries. But not today. I took off before she even stirred. If she's as unsettled as I am, she's probably in her room, trying to figure out how to handle the fact that we crossed a line neither of us can undo. It's better this way. Keep it professional. Pretend it never happened. The early ride is still chilly, dew clinging to tall grass. I trot whiskey along the perimeter, scanning fence posts for any sign of damage, but my head isn't in it, My thoughts keep veering to that moment in the cabin when she looked at me with a mix of shock and hurt, and I yank myself away, stumbling to find an excuse. I still feel that pang of regret in my chest. By the time I finish inspecting the field, the sun's up, painting the sky a hazy gold. I spot a cluster of workers moving cattle in the distance. Deciding I should check in, I ride that way, focusing on the dust clouds rising around the slow-moving herd. Anything to keep my mind off her. When I approach, Weston Sinclair waves me over. He's astride a sleek roan, grin curving under that black Stetson. "Morning, Beck," he calls, reining in. "Heard you had a wild time in that storm." I keep my face blank. "Got caught out. We made it back." He snorts. "Sure you did." I grit my teeth. The triplets feed on mischief. They likely suspect something happened, but don't have proof. "Shouldn't you be focusing on those steers?" He lifts both hands in mock surrender. All right. Just letting you know the rumor mill's spinning. Folks saw you come in late with Dr. Jackson. You both looked well, drenched." "Storm was fierce," I say flatly, urging Whiskey forward to end the conversation. Weston chuckles behind me, but doesn't push. For now. I spend the next hour helping direct the herd across a section of fresh pasture, ignoring the sidelong glances from ranch hands. By the time I'm done, my shirt sticks to my back with sweat, the sun climbing high. Usually Zora would be here with her notebook, studying land rotation or verifying we're doing everything by the book. The absence of her voice stings more than I'd like to admit. Grumbling under my breath, I decide to ride back to the bunkhouse for lunch, see if I can slip in without running into her. Cowardly, maybe, but I can't face her questions, or worse, her silence. Yet as soon as I reach the stable yard, I find Grayson Houghton standing by the corral, posture stiff. He spots me and beckons me over with 2 fingers. Great. Another confrontation I don't want. I dismount, patting Whiskey's flank, and approach Grayson. His expression is carved from stone, dark eyes scanning my face like he's searching for a confession. "Heard about that storm?" he starts, voice low. "Heard you and Dr. Jackson were missing for a while." I shrug, feigning casual. "We found a line cabin. Weather was rough." His gaze flicks to the stable hands meandering nearby. "Let's talk somewhere else." Every instinct screams to refuse, but Grayson outranks me in the club's hierarchy. I tie Whiskey to a post and follow him behind the barn, out of earshot. The second we're alone, he crosses his arms. "What happened out there?" he demands. I meet his stare, jaw tight. "We survived a storm, that's all." "And nothing else?" The memory of Zora's lips on mine flashes in my mind. My gut twists. "Nothing that concerns you." His expression darkens. "It does if it threatens the club. You think I'm blind? I see the way you look at her. And I've heard the gossip that maybe things got interesting." Anger flares in me. Gossip is all it is. He steps closer, voice cold. "Control your urges or the club will, you understand me?" My hands ball into fists. "Don't threaten me, Grayson." He shakes his head, contempt lacing his tone. "It's not a threat. It's a reminder. We have rules. Dr. Jackson is an outsider, an investigator, basically. If you can't keep your distance, you risk bringing trouble down on all of us. That includes your precious ranch." I grit my teeth, refusing to let him see the turmoil in my chest. I know my duty. "Then act like it," he snaps, stepping away with a sneer. "Jim's already watching. Don't give him a reason to clamp down." With that, he turns on his heel, strides off. I stand there, heart pounding. Frustration roils in my gut, mixing with shame. If the club finds out what happened, it won't end well. I take a moment to steady my breathing before returning to the stable yard, forcing my face into a neutral mask for the benefit of whoever's watching. After stabling Whiskey, I make my way to the bunkhouse. The big logs and stone exterior usually feel like a fortress, but today, the place weighs on me like a cage. I slip inside, ignoring a few men in the foyer, and head for the back hallway. Usually, I might check on Zora's progress, see if she needs help with her data. Not today. Instead, I head to my office, a modest room near the war room. I close the door and stand there in the dim light, pressing my palms against the sturdy desk. My reflection glances back at me from a framed photograph on the wall, me and my father next to a champion bull we raised years ago. My father was harsh, but he was right about one thing. Being a horseman requires sacrifice. I've known that all my life. So why does this choice feel like it's tearing me apart inside? A knock startles me. Clearing my throat, I answer gruffly, "Yeah?" The door cracks open. Cole Lancaster peeks inside. "Got a minute?" I wave him in, exhaling slowly. "What's up?" Cole steps in, shutting the door. His hat remains perched on his dark hair, but he slides it off a moment later, fiddling with the brim. "I've been hearing whispers, Beck. Some folks wonder if you and Dr. Jackson, you know?" I stare at him, my temper rising. If they can't confirm anything, maybe they should keep their mouths shut. He nods, not backing down. "I'm not here to judge. Just wanted to warn you that the old guard's stirring. They sense tension. Think you're too friendly with her. And we both know how the club reacts to outsiders." My chest tightens. "So you came in here to deliver the same message Grayson did?" Cole shakes his head. "No, I'm letting you know that I've got your back, up to a point. If they try to strong-arm you, I'll speak up. But the moment the club decides you're a liability, there's not much I can do." I swallow a bitter laugh. "Appreciate the heads up." He lingers, gaze flicking to the photograph of my father. "This place can crush people who don't follow the script. You sure you're up for that fight?" I rub the back of my neck. I never asked for a fight. He almost smiles, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. "Neither did I years ago, but it found me anyway. Just be careful, Beck." Then he slips out, leaving me in the deafening quiet. I slump into the office chair, massaging my temples. Everyone's got an opinion on what I should do. Meanwhile, the only person I want to talk to is the one I'm avoiding. Because one glance at her, 1 second of remembering how her body felt pressed against mine, and I'm liable to say to hell with the club's rules. By midday, I realize if I stay cooped up, I'll drive myself insane. I check the ranch schedule and see that Zora's due to inspect a small creek near the southern boundary with a couple of ranch hands. Perfect. I'll just steer clear of that area. Problem solved. Except it's not, because the entire afternoon, everyone I pass looks at me with a question in their eyes. Where's Zora? Why aren't you with her? Usually, we travel as a unit. My forced absence only draws more attention. The irony isn't lost on me. Late afternoon, I hide in the war room, flipping through old ledgers for a reason to keep my hands busy. The thick books smell like leather and age, detailing land acquisitions from decades past. I can't concentrate. My mind replays each moment in that cabin. Her warm body under my hands, the curve of her mouth as we lost ourselves in the storm's fury, the devastation in her eyes when I recoiled. I deserve her anger. I deserve every bit of confusion and hurt she must be feeling. Yet I can't face it, not with the club breathing down my neck, not with my loyalty in question. Damn it all. Evening drags in. I slip out of the war room, making a beeline for my cabin to avoid dinner in the main lodge. The idea of small talk or prying eyes repels me, but as I reach the courtyard, a voice stops me in my tracks. Beckett! I turn to find Zora standing by a lamppost, arms folded, posture rigid. The sinking sun casts a hazy glow around her, catching on the faint silver chain at her neck. My heart kicks, but I force indifference into my voice. You need something? She steps forward, expression controlled. I was checking the records for grazing patterns in 2019. Usually, you'd be the one to help me navigate the ledgers. Where were you? My throat tightens. Busy. She narrows her eyes. You've avoided me all day. Don't pretend otherwise. The tension thrums between us. I keep my voice flat. We don't need to do everything together. Her lips purse, hurt, flickering before she masks it. Fine. Then tell me how you want to handle this, because I'm not going to chase you around the ranch just to do my job. I glance around, noticing ranch staff in the distance. This isn't the place for a blow-up. We'll figure it out. For now, keep doing what you're doing. Her posture goes rigid. That's your answer? My pulse hammers. I don't have a better one right now. She stares at me, disappointment etched in her face. I hate myself for it. Then she steps back, voice quiet. I see. Well, let me know when you decide to remember we're supposed to be working together. I clench my jaw as she turns on her heel and walks away, shoulders tense. Watching her retreat feels like a punch to the gut. Is this what it takes to protect the club? Pushing her away? When I finally reach my cabin, the sun's dipped below the horizon. I fling the door open, letting it slam behind me, my chest tight. The silence inside is suffocating. I yank off my hat, toss it onto a table, and brace my hands on the back of a chair. My reflection in the small mirror near the bed stares back, haunted. Grayson's warning echoes in my head. Control your urges, or the club will. I know how Iron Horsemen handle disobedience, blacklisting, exiling. If I keep tangling myself up in Zora, the fallout won't just land on me. It'll crash down on her too. Exhaling a trembling breath, I vow to maintain distance, keep things strictly professional until she finishes her evaluation. Then she'll leave, or the club's business with her will be done, and I can gather my fractured self. The plan stings like a fresh wound, but I see no other way. I sink onto the mattress, rubbing my temples. My entire life has been about safeguarding the ranch, upholding the legacy my father left behind. Now, for the first time, I question if it's worth the cost, because in the space of a single stormy night, everything changed, and I'm not sure how to bury that memory or the ache it ignited. But bury it I must, or risk losing everything I've ever known. Outside, the wind picks up, whispering through the pines. I shut my eyes, recalling how Zora's voice sounded in the dark, breathless with passion. The guilt slams into me again. Stripping that connection away feels like ripping out a piece of my soul. But I see no other choice. Not if I want to keep the Iron Horsemen from tearing her apart for the sin of being an outsider. Or me for forgetting where my allegiance lies. In the silence of my cabin, I fold my arms tight against my ribs and wait for dawn, hoping the next day brings a sliver of clarity. But deep down, I know all I'm going to find is more regret and the painful knowledge that I can't let myself chase what I truly want. Not if I intend to stay loyal to the only family I've ever had.
Chapter 9. Zora. Morning sunlight streams through my window, bright enough to penetrate the heaviness in my chest. A week ago, I would have relished a view like this, clear skies across endless Montana land. But now all I feel is the stale ache left by Beckett's cold avoidance. If the club is a fortress, he's locked me out, and I'm done banging on the walls. I talked to him last time, but it seems it didn't reach the way I intended it to. He's still avoiding me. I tug on my riding boots, tying the laces with more force than necessary. Enough with letting him dominate my thoughts. We're both grown adults, and there's work waiting. If he wants to pretend nothing happened between us, to keep me shoved in a corner, fine. But I refuse to be his dirty secret. No more turning the other cheek. This morning, I'm reclaiming my power. I sling my saddlebag over my shoulder and head out. The corridor is busier than usual. Staff members and a couple of ranch hands hustle with crates, exchanging quick greetings. Word around the bunkhouse is that some shipments arrived last night, plus the typical chaos that comes before another big meeting in the war room. I keep my gaze forward, ignoring the curious glances. Whispers have circulated ever since we returned from that storm. Being stranded together in a cabin is enough to fuel gossip, but the real tension is Beckett's abrupt distance. It's like we jumped from one extreme to the other. Intensity in a battered bunk, now casual indifference. People can sense something's off. Outside, the early breeze tastes of hay and earth. I spot the stable and march toward it. With Beckett ducking me, I made arrangements with Eli Hayes to train a few horses this morning, partly for my environmental assessment, partly to prove I'm not reliant on a single brooding cowboy to function. Eli stands by a large chestnut stallion in the corral, speaking quietly to a stable hand. He's tall and lean, carrying that calm presence I've noticed before. If Beckett is the silent storm, Eli is the quiet plain solid, enduring. Approachable in a soft-spoken way. "Hey," I call, approaching the fence. He gives me a small nod. "Morning, Dr. Jackson." "Just Zora," I say, forcing a smile. "Are we still on for that training session?" He gestures to the stallion, who's flicking his ears, tense but curious. "We've got Storm Chaser saddled and ready. He's young, skittish with new riders. Figured you could see how we break him in, maybe pick up insight on how the ranch cycles and fresh mounts." "Perfect." I drop my saddlebag outside the corral and hop the fence, landing in the dirt. "I appreciate your help." Eli just nods, handing me the reins. "He'll test your patience, see if you're confident." I run a hand gently along Storm Chaser's flank, murmuring a greeting. The horse shuffles sideways but doesn't bolt, so I guide him in a slow circle, letting him get used to my presence. Eli observes, arms folded, occasionally giving a quiet word of advice. The small group of stable hands watch from a distance. Eventually, I set my boot in the stirrup and swing up. Storm Chaser huffs, stepping sideways. I keep my posture relaxed, reins light but firm. "Easy, boy," I whisper. "We're not going anywhere too fast." For a moment, the stallion tosses his head, challenging my hold, but I maintain composure. We do a few circles of the corral, lots of starts and stops, just enough to gauge the horse's temperament without pushing too far. Eli watches, expression approving. "You ride well?" he comments, low enough that only I hear. I manage a grateful smile. "Thanks. Grew up riding, though not at this scale." He offers a subtle nod of respect. "Storm Chaser's tricky, but you're keeping him calm. That says something." I sense the compliment behind his stoic words. It's a relief, having someone around here who isn't measuring me against unwritten rules or glaring at me for stepping on traditions. "Appreciate that." Eli waves a hand. "Let's walk him out of the corral, see if he handles open space." I guide the stallion to the gate, pass into the wider yard. The horse's ears swivel, picking up every sound. He snorts, testing me again, but I set my heels lightly, guiding him forward. We move at a careful pace. As we near the far side of the stables, I catch a glimpse of Beckett striding across the yard, broad shoulders tense, hat pulled low. The moment I see him, my pulse spikes. Storm Chaser picks up on the sudden change in my posture, tossing his head restlessly. "Whoa, easy," I murmur, but my gaze drifts back to Beckett. He's conversing with Wyatt Sinclair, who's leaning against a post with that trademark smirk. Weston and Walker flank them, apparently in on the conversation. Wyatt gestures in my direction, and Beckett's eyes flick over, land on me. My entire body tenses with the memory of that night we spent tangled together, how quickly he shut it down afterward. He stiffens too, expression unreadable, then mutters something to the triplets. They glance at me, 1, 2, 3, and I hate the prickle of awareness in their eyes. It's painfully obvious they're noticing something. Crap. The last thing I need is more speculation about me and Beckett. Eli senses my distraction, stepping closer. "Focus on the horse," he says gently. He's right. I tear my gaze away, patting Storm Chaser's neck, encouraging a smooth walk. For a few minutes, I managed to keep all my attention on the animal, guiding him around the yard. The heavy weight in my shoulders starts to ease, until I hear the triplets' raucous laughter and Beckett's gruff tone responding. I can't make out the words, but I feel that coil in my gut twisting tighter. This is ridiculous. I'm not some secret project or someone to be gossiped about behind my back. We're adults. We can address it or not, but I won't slink around like a phantom. Storm Chaser snorts, picking up on my frustration. Eli steps in, placing a hand on the stallion's halter to steady him. "You good?" he asks me quietly. I nod, exhaling. "Yeah, just dealing with a few personal issues." He doesn't pry, just holds Storm Chaser until the horse settles. I dismount, smoothing my palm along the stallion's shoulder. My heart's pounding from more than the ride, the sting of Beckett's presence still fresh. Eli studies me, then hands off Storm Chaser to a stable hand. "Thanks for helping. If you want to continue tomorrow, we can." I force a smile. "I'd like that." He inclines his head, turning to leave. Before he goes, he hesitates. "For what it's worth, don't let this place change who you are." Then he walks away, calm as ever. His words hit me like a gentle slap of reality. Maybe that's exactly what I need to remember. I am Zora Jackson, not just some woman stranded in the shadow of a club's old rules. Time to act like it. I slip my foot onto the fence rail, hoisting myself up to sit on the top bar, scanning the yard. People bustle about carrying feed, polishing saddles, chatting. The triplets are still talking to Beckett near the barn. I watch as Wyatt says something that makes Beckett's jaw clench. Weston and Walker snicker. They shoot quick glances my way, not even pretending to hide their curiosity. Anger flares hot in my chest. This has gone on long enough. I hop down from the fence, brush the dust from my jeans, and stride straight over. All four men pause their conversation when I arrive. The triplets smile, that mischievous glint in their eyes growing. Beckett stands stiffly, arms folded, expression taut. "Afternoon, Dr. Jackson," Wyatt drawls, tipping his hat. "You look heated." I ignore the triplets, locking my gaze on Beckett. "We need to talk." He hesitates, flicking a look at the men around him, then gives a curt nod. "Somewhere else." Wyatt smirks. "Don't let us stop you." My jaw clenches, but I swallow a retort. Beckett stalks off toward the side of the barn, and I follow. My skin prickles as I feel the triplets' eyes drilling into our backs. Once we're out of earshot, I whirl on him. "I'm done," I say, voice low but fierce. His brow creases. "With what?" "This half-baked secrecy. This nonsense where you ignore me like I'm some plague to keep quiet." My hand trembles at my side, though I fight to steady it. "I won't be your shameful secret. Either we do our jobs, talk to each other like rational human beings, or you tell me to leave." He glances around, making sure nobody's nearby. "Lower your voice," he mutters, face darkening. I grit my teeth. "You can't shush me, Beckett. Not anymore." He exhales harshly. "I'm not trying to, but there are ears everywhere. The club." "Stop using the club as an excuse," I snap. "I get it. You're loyal. You have traditions to uphold. Fine. But you're treating me like something you have to hide under the rug. It's humiliating." His mouth twists, tension radiating off him. "It's not that simple, Zora." I square my shoulders, refusing to back down. "I know. Yet you made it even more complicated when I catch a stumbling breath. "You say you care about the land, about honesty, but you can't even be honest about what happened between us." He shifts, stares at the ground. "I never wanted to hurt you." "Then why do you keep doing it?" My voice wavers. I tighten my control. "If it's about your father's legacy or the Iron Horseman's rules, say so." If it's about me not belonging here, say that too. But don't walk around like I'm some fling you regret. His gaze snaps up, raw emotion flickering. I don't regret you. Then act like it. My pulse thunders. Because everyone's noticing something's off. The triplets aren't stupid. They see how you avoid me, how I'm left trailing behind, and I won't let them treat me like a punchline. He runs a hand over his face. Damn it, Zora. This is exactly why you think pushing me away will fix it. I swallow. You're dead wrong. It only makes me look weak, like you're rejecting me, and it makes you look guilty. People love to gossip when they smell blood. He mutters a curse, tension knotting his shoulders. I don't have a solution for this. The club's breathing down my neck. Grayson all but threatened me. If word gets out. I step closer, voice dropping to a challenging whisper. You'd rather I hide? Keep my head down to protect you from a bunch of old men stuck in their ways? His expression flickers with shame. That's not what I want. Then what do you want? He clenches his jaw so tight, I think he might crack a tooth. I want to do my job without risking my entire life. I want you safe. I don't want the club turning on either of us. The vulnerability in his voice startles me. I open my mouth to speak, but footfalls crunch behind us, making us both freeze. Instantly, Beckett steps back, crossing his arms as if we're having a casual chat. I pivot around to see Wyatt, Walker, and Weston strolling by, unconvincingly heading nowhere. They glance our way, smirking like they've caught on to something juicy. Don't mind us, Weston calls, winking. Just doing a perimeter check. I glare at them. Shouldn't you be roping cattle or something? Wyatt shrugs. We'll leave you two to whatever it is you're discussing. Walker tips his hat. Nice day for a heart-to-heart. Beckett's grip tightens around his biceps, a murderous glare aimed at the triplets. Move along? They laugh, drifting out of sight, but I hear their hushed snickers echo around the corner. My stomach twists with annoyance. It's obvious they suspect more than just professional tension. Beckett's silent for a long moment, staring after them. You see? I finally say, bitterness coating my words. This is how rumors start. He nods curtly, as if he has no fight left to protest. We can't let them run wild. I cross my arms, then stop fueling them by acting like you can't stand to be near me. He exhales. All right. We keep it professional in public, handle business as usual. No weird tension. If anyone asks, we're cooperating for the sake of your evaluation. I study him, searching for sincerity. His gaze is hooded, conflicted. And privately? He rakes his fingers between his strands, looking pained. Privately, we keep our distance too. For now, I can't risk letting the club blow this up. Anger and hurt swirl in my chest, but I stifle it. Fine, I clip out. But I'm not your secret. If you can't look me in the eye, I'm walking. Understood? He nods slowly. I understand. I swallow the ache that threatens to rise. Good. Then let's go handle our day like grown-ups. Without waiting for a response, I march away, heading back toward the stable's open field. A part of me trembles with pent-up fury, but I refuse to show weakness. This ranch is his life. These rules etched into his bones, and I'm caught in the crossfire. But I will not be diminished. I linger near the corral, hoping to find a shred of calm. Eli stands by a fence post, arms draped over the top, watching a group of younger horses. I join him, leaning my elbows on the weathered rail. You okay? He asks quietly. I force a nod. Just settling the dust. He keeps his eyes on the horses. You carry yourself like a woman who knows her worth. Don't let them take that. The gentle affirmation nearly cracks my composure. Thanks, I murmur. I'm trying. He jerks his chin toward a young mare trotting in a circle. Some horses spook easily, but if you show them consistent respect, they learn to trust. People not so different. I absorb the analogy, appreciating the kindness in his calm presence. I'll keep that in mind. We watch the horses a while, letting the distant clang of metal gates and low murmur of ranch chatter fill the quiet. The morning sun warms my shoulders, chasing away some of the chill left by the confrontation with Beckett. I can't quite forget how he looked, guilt shadowing his features. Maybe part of him does care, but not enough to stand against the club. Not yet. At least I've made my stance clear. I won't be shoved into secrecy or let the rumor mill chew me up. If Beckett wants to salvage anything between us professionally or otherwise, he'll need to meet me halfway. Right now, that possibility feels faint. Eli eventually pushes off the fence. Take care, Zora. If you need more training sessions or just want some quiet company, I'm around. I offer him a genuine smile. Thank you, Eli. That means a lot. He nods once, then heads off, leaving me in the open, the Montana sky stretching above. The ranch hums with life workers, livestock, the ever-present sense of old money and land power. It's a world that demands compromise, but I refuse to compromise my dignity. My father always told me, speak your truth, even if your voice shakes. I can't blame Beckett for being caught between loyalty and desire, but I also won't shrink myself to soothe his fear. Breathing in the clean air, I steel myself and turn toward the bunkhouse. I have data to organize, water samples to finalize, maybe a few more stables to inspect. The ranch is big enough that I can stay busy and out of Beckett's path, yet remain visible, holding my head high. As I walk, something flickers in my line of sight in the distance, striding into the war room building with a purposeful set to his shoulders. For a heartbeat, my chest aches at the memory of his hands on my body in that storm, the raw intensity we shared. Then I clamp down on that longing. No more secrets. No more half measures. If this was just a temporary obsession for him, I have to accept it. If he truly cares, he'll have to show it outright. Either way, I'm done being kept in the shadows. The Iron Horsemen might control the land, but they don't control me. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. Beckett. I step out of the war room into the late afternoon sunshine, feeling like every muscle in my back is locked in a permanent knot. I've spent hours poring over old ranch ledgers with Grayson Houghton breathing down my neck, reminding me we need to keep the club's finances airtight, especially now that an outsider is digging around. His words, not mine. As I round the corner of the bunkhouse, I catch sight of Zora near the corral, talking with Cole Lancaster. She's wearing that dark red flannel she favors, sleeves rolled to her elbows, braids pulled back in a neat ponytail. A black Stetson shades her face from the glare, but I can still see the quick flash of her smile as she murmurs something to Cole. My gut twists. The last time I saw her in any friendly conversation, it was with Asher Remington, and I nearly bit my own tongue off trying not to lose my temper. And now she's bonding with Cole. The man's an enigma, quiet, observant, rumored to have lost his entire family's fortune in shady land deals. He rarely speaks unless he has something critical to say. Yet here he is, leaning on the fence, nodding at Zora's every word with an intensity I've never seen in him before. Her laughter drifts over, and a swirl of jealousy hits me so fast it leaves me reeling. I have no right. Not after I practically pushed her away. But the sight of her being herself with someone else stings. I force my feet to keep moving, ignoring the voice urging me to stride over and stake some unspoken claim. Instead, I veer toward the opposite side of the yard, hoping to steer clear. God knows I could do without a repeat of those rumors or the triplets making bets on how soon I'll explode. As if conjured from my thoughts, Wyatt, Walker, and Weston Sinclair appear, leaning against a stack of hay bales by the barn. Their identical smirks are locked on me as I approach. Walker pokes Wyatt in the ribs. Told you he'd come out of that meeting all knotted up. Wyatt waggles his brows at me. How's business, Beck? Grayson still got you pinned to a ledger? I grunt, not in the mood. It's handled. Weston, the sarcastic one, tips his hat. You don't sound too cheerful. I grit my teeth, hoping to breeze past them, but Wyatt points behind me right where Zora and Cole are chatting. You notice who's making friends around here? Mind your business, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. Walker chuckles. We are minding our business. Our business is you. I turn fully, glaring at him. Don't you three have businesses or a whiskey barrel to roll somewhere? Wyatt shakes his head, eyes dancing with mischief. This is what we do, Beck. We watch, we meddle, we amuse ourselves. And right now you're the best show in town. Anger flares, but I clamp it down. There's nothing to watch. All three of them just grin, unconvinced. Weston stands up straight, dusting off his jeans. That's so? Because from where we're standing, it seems Zora's forging alliances. Cole, Ash, who's next? Victor Devereaux! He shudders theatrically. My chest clenches at the mention of Asher Remington. Zora's been spotted with him a few times, apparently discussing modern investments. She's free to talk to anyone, but that knowledge churns in my gut. I force a casual shrug. She's got a job to do. Talking to folks is part of it. Wyatt strokes his chin, eyeing me with faux seriousness. Is that why she and Ash went riding yesterday? Because I'm sure that was purely professional. My hands ball into fists before I can stop myself. The image of Zora riding side by side with Ash sets my blood boiling. Riding? I echo, voice tight. Walker nods. Out near the east paddocks. Heard they spent a few hours checking out the land. Or each other. A bitter tang coats my mouth. I can't decide which is worse, that she's letting Ash close, or that I'm letting it eat me alive. I'm not in charge of her schedule, I mutter, turning away. Wyatt laughs. No, but you sure look like a man who wants to be. Ignoring them, I march off, not sure where I'm going, just needing distance from their smug faces. My heart's pounding, a deep ache pulsing behind my ribs. Every day I see Zora laughing with someone else, forging her own path in a club that's all but declared her presence a necessary evil. Meanwhile, I'm stuck upholding rules that tear me in half. I weave through a group of ranch hands waiting by the hay barn. One of them, Jimmy, a grizzled old cowboy who's been here longer than me, tips his hat. Mr. Calloway, got a minute? I stop, exhaling, trying to regain composure. What is it? Jimmy gestures to the newly arrived feed shipments. We're short on space in the main barn. We can stash the extra bales in the side shed, but I wanted your approval. I rub my nape. This is a straightforward ranch issue, the kind I can handle without emotional baggage. Do it. Keep the newer bales inside so they don't get soaked if another storm hits. He nods and goes about his business. I sigh. This is what I should focus on running the ranch, ensuring operations go smoothly. That's who I am, Beckett Calloway, caretaker of land, guardian of a legacy my father built. Yet I feel like a stranger in my own world. As I circle behind the stables, I spot Cole leaning against a short fence, arms folded. Alone now, no Zora in sight. I could avoid him, but a voice inside me says, maybe I need to hear something he has to say. We haven't spoken much since he offered that subtle warning about not losing what matters. With a resigned breath, I approach. He nods, acknowledging me with a calm expression. Hey, I start, trying not to let the tension show. You were talking to Dr. Jackson earlier. Cole tilts his head. That obvious? Figured she might be picking your brain about land records, I say, forcing casual. You okay with that? He eyes me, and for a second I sense he sees right through my pretense. I don't mind. Zora's thorough. I respect that. His calm tone shouldn't rile me, but I can't help the tightness in my chest. So you're giving her data on old Lancaster properties? He shrugs. Here and there. She asked about historical land usage. My family's record might shed light. Right. I clear my throat. Just be careful, the club doesn't appreciate outsiders digging around too much. Cole lets out a low chuckle. Is that your official stance, or just your father's voice echoing? My shoulders tense. What's that supposed to mean? He looks past me, gaze drifting to the horizon. Your father was infamous for protecting the club's secrets at all costs, even when it meant burying truths that should have seen daylight. The question is, are you following his footsteps? Anger mingles with guilt. My father was a staunch horseman, playing every card to maintain control. He did what he had to, I say, even though the words taste hollow. Cole rubs his jaw, eyes thoughtful. Sure, but sometimes we hold on to ghosts that end up devouring us. I'd hate to see you lose something real just to keep a dead man's ideals alive. My breath catches. Lose something real. Is he talking about Zora? My mind flashes to that storm-tossed night. You don't know what you're talking about, I say roughly. He lifts his palms. Maybe not, but from where I stand, you look like a man who's torn up inside. And she's someone who doesn't deserve half measures. I scowl, crossing my arms. I'm not giving half measures, I'm just... He shakes his head. I've seen it before. The club devours anything that doesn't fit its image. If you care about her, if you even care about your own damn happiness, you'll have to choose. Sooner or later. Silence thickens. The distant sound of a tractor rumbles by the fields. Finally, Cole steps away, heading off without a backward glance. My hands clench into fists. Damn him! I have no desire for the club to devour Zora, or me for that matter. But I don't see an easy path around the tangled loyalties I inherited. I wander back toward the corral, scanning for a sign of her. She's gone, probably off to do her official evaluation somewhere else. A dull ache settles in my chest. She's getting on just fine without me, forging alliances with Cole, maybe flirting with Ash. Meanwhile, I can't decide which part of my life to sacrifice. A few hours later, I'm at the bunkhouse porch, flipping through a clipboard of ranch tasks when the Sinclair triplets appear yet again. They must have a sixth sense for when I'm vulnerable. Beck, Weston says brightly, stepping onto the porch. You might want to see who's riding out by the north paddock. I glance up, frowning. What are you on about? Wyatt gestures with his chin. A certain lady in red flannel, accompanied by a certain smooth-talking oil mogul. Rumor has it they're headed to check the pipeline route. A jolt of jealousy slams through me. Ash, I say, voice flat. Walker grins. Bingo. Heard them mention new irrigation systems, advanced monitoring, you know. The tech stuff Ash is always hyping. My grip tightens on the porch railing. Well, that's her job, isn't it? Surveying all possible expansions. Wyatt snorts. Job, sure, but they looked mighty chummy. She was smiling, and he makes a flirty gesture with his eyebrows. Heat flares under my collar. I keep my tone clipped. I'm not her keeper. Weston smirks, leaning forward. Are you sure? Because you're turning that shade of red that says otherwise. I grit my teeth. I don't have time for your nonsense. Walker claps me on the shoulder. Lighten up. If you're not interested, we'll let Ash have his fun. My heart pounds so loud I can barely hear him. That's enough. They exchange triumphant looks, clearly enjoying my reaction. Then they scatter, presumably off to cause more trouble. The porch feels suffocating, my chest locked in a vice. Ash taking her riding, explaining pipeline routes, charming her with his fancy talk. It's ridiculous how much it needles me, given that I told her to keep things professional and keep her distance from me. I yank my hat off, run a hand through my hair, and stare at the wide-open ranch. The ghost of my father's disapproval hovers in my mind. He taught me that anything threatening the club should be eliminated or controlled. But Zora's not a threat. She's necessary. For the land, for progress, for me. Cole's words echo. You'll have to choose, sooner or later. Scowling, I shove the clipboard into a bench and head for the stables. If Zora and Ash are out there riding, maybe I can come up with an excuse to see what they're up to. And that's exactly how rumors start, a voice in my head warns. But the alternative, sitting here stewing, seems worse. I saddle Whiskey in record time, ignoring the stable hand's curious stare. Easing him into a gallop, I ride out toward the north paddock. The wind whips at my jacket as I push Whiskey faster, the rhythmic pounding of hooves matching my adrenaline. By the time I crest a small rise overlooking the pipeline route, sweat beads at my temple. Sure enough, I spot two figures on horseback near the tall metal piping that cuts across a section of Iron Valley. One is Zora, that red flannel a dead giveaway. The other, on a glossy black stallion, is definitely Asher Remington, immaculate posture, polished boots. They've dismounted, apparently examining a small creek bed adjacent to the pipeline. I stop Whiskey just out of sight behind a cluster of pines, watching them. My chest constricts when I see her leaning in, pointing at something on her map. Ash stands close, leaning over her shoulder, a smirk on his handsome face. She glances up, says something that makes him laugh. The sound drifts up on the breeze. Rage and jealousy twist my gut, but there's also guilt, because I have no right to be angry. I told her we should keep our distance, so she's forging her own path, maybe one that leads straight to Ash's side. I chew the inside of my cheek, torn between riding down there or skulking away. If I show up, I might blow up or do something stupid, but if I leave, I'll stew all night, imagining them bonding over land analytics. I'm so absorbed that I fail to notice movement behind me until I hear a low whistle. Damn it. The triplets stand about 20 feet away, on foot, leaning against a tree. They must have followed me, their presence a ghost in the pine shadows. Wyatt waves. Fancy meeting you here. Walker snickers. Are you sure you're not her keeper? Weston grins wide. This is better than any soap opera. My blood boils. Don't y'all have ranch work? They laugh, stepping closer. Wyatt folds his arms. We told you, Beck. Messing around is our business. And right now, you're providing excellent entertainment. Grade A. Damn it. Why are they like ghosts? I can't even get rid of them. This is the third time they showed in my face today, and they're echoing each other. I'm losing my mind, and they're laughing at my expense. I swing down from Whiskey, planting my feet in the soft dirt. Look, I'm not in the mood. Either tell me what you want or get lost. Weston glances down at the slope. What we want is for you to do something about that, you know? If you're as bothered as you look. I grit my teeth, trying not to blow. I can't just march down there and forbid her from talking to him. Walker shrugs. Of course not. But you might, I don't know, remind her you exist. Because from here it looks like she's found a new cowboy to show her the ropes. My vision almost goes red. I spin away, struggling for composure. The triplets don't move, clearly enjoying the show. My father's stern voice resurfaces in my mind. Never let emotion control you. Weak men lose everything. But maybe that's what got me here, holding everything in until it twists my insides. Finally, I inhale slowly. Not your concern, I say, not even sure if I believe myself. They exchange shrugs, disappointed. Wyatt claps me on the shoulder. Suit yourself. Then they wander off, presumably to find some other piece of drama to feed on. Left alone, I fix my gaze on Zora and Ash one last time. They've split apart now, each studying the pipeline from different angles. She's squatting by the creek, taking notes. Ash stands with arms crossed, scanning the horizon. It's painfully benign. Not like they're entangled in a heated moment or anything. Yet jealousy still gnaws at me, fueled by frustration at the club's constraints, my father's legacy, and the swirling voice that says I'm risking losing her entirely. With a shaky exhale, I mount whiskey again. I can't barge down there, not if I want to avoid fanning the rumor flames. Cole warned me about burying everything to protect ghosts. The question is, do I have the courage to stand up for what I really want? Right now, fear and guilt keep me rooted in place. Eventually, I turn whiskey around, riding back toward the ranch. The wind tugs at my hat, stings my eyes. My father's shadow looms heavy, reminding me I owe the Iron Horseman everything. But the memory of Zora's warmth, her quiet strength, her no-nonsense stance slides in, telling me I owe myself the chance to break free. By the time I reach the stable yard, dusk is settling in. Orange light bathes the barns in a copper glow. I hand whiskey off to a stable hand, trudging toward my cabin with shoulders slumped. On the porch, I pause, looking out over the open fields. Part of me wants to see her returning. Watch for any sign that she's alone. Another part of me knows it won't change anything if I don't make a decision about where my loyalty truly lies. I stand there until the sun sinks low, inhaling the quiet hush of a ranch ending its day. Ghosts swirl in my mind, my father's unwavering gaze, the club's ironclad rules, the possibility of losing everything. And then Zora's face, bright with determination, fearless in the face of men who think they own the land. Cole's voice replays, "I'd hate to see you lose something real." Guilt tightens my chest. Maybe I'm already losing it, one compromised day at a time. With a tired sigh, I step inside, the door closing on the Montana twilight. The comfortable darkness of my cabin provides no solace, only a reminder that I'm trapped in a crossroads. Let my father's ghost chain me, or fight for the woman who makes me feel alive. I'm running out of time to choose.
Chapter 11. Zora. I'm halfway across the barn aisle, dusty ledgers tucked under one arm, when Wyatt Sinclair steps out of nowhere, blocking my path. His hazel eyes sparkle with mischief, and the grin stretching across his face has my guard shooting straight up. Well, I'm entirely not sure if he's Wyatt Sinclair at all. I just gave them random names. Whatever. "Morning, Dr. Jackson," he drawls, tipping an imaginary hat. "Fancy a quick tour of our newly renovated stall?" I clutch the ledgers closer to my chest. "Didn't realize y'all had new stalls?" He nods vigorously. "Oh, we do. State of the art. You should see how we've set things up. Much more efficient, perfect for your fancy reports." I arch a brow, carefully scanning for any sign of Walker or Weston lurking around. The Sinclair triplets are rarely seen without the rest of their pack. "And you're the one who wants to show me?" "Absolutely," Wyatt says, stepping aside and gesturing with an exaggerated flourish. "We're all about modernization." Something about his manner sets alarms ringing in my head. He's definitely up to no good, but I can't prove it yet. So I plaster on a polite smile. "Sure, lead the way." Wyatt saunters past a line of occupied stalls, each holding a horse that flicks its ears as we pass. The hush of the barn is punctuated by soft nickers and the muted shuffle of hooves. Rays of late morning sun shine through slanted windows, catching motes of straw dust in the air. He stops at a large, newly painted stall tucked near the far corner. The door stands open inside, fresh hay is scattered, and a shiny new water trough gleams. It does look recently redone, though I'm not seeing anything particularly high-tech about it. "This is it," Wyatt says proudly, stepping inside. "Bigger, better ventilation. Should keep the horses happier." I take a quick glance at the walls, feeling a little suspicious about what's so special. "It's nice." Wyatt grins. "Go on, check the feed bin. It's custom." I eye him warily, then step inside, aware that the moment I cross the threshold, he's joined by two other figures. Walker and Weston suddenly appearing at either side of the stall door. Great, I think, pressing my lips together. I spin around, only to see all three triplets crowding the entrance with wide grins. Why do I get the feeling I walked into a trap? "Gentlemen," I say, heartbeat kicking up, "something you want to share?" Walker hooks a thumb over his shoulder. "We heard you've been needing more thorough inspections for your notes." Weston tips his head in mock seriousness. "And you know us? We're all about helping you and the ranch, achieve the best data." My spine stiffens. "So you decided the best time to help me is in this stall?" Wyatt, leaning casually against the half-open door, just shrugs. "We figure you and Beckett need a little face-to-face, or maybe lip-to-lip." Heat flares in my cheeks. "Excuse me?" He lifts his hands, feigning innocence. "I mean, a private place to talk. Y'all keep dancing around each other, and we're sick of watching you two not handle your business." Before I can snap back, another set of footsteps echoes along the barn aisle. The moment I peek through the gap in the stall door, I see Beckett emerge from around the corner, hat pulled low, tension etched in every line of his posture. He stops short when he spots the triplets clustering near the open stall. "Beck," Weston calls, "got a minute?" Beckett's gaze narrows. "What now?" I can almost taste the triplets' glee. They planned this. Wyatt grabs Beckett's sleeve, tugging him forward. "We need your opinion on the improvements we've made." Beckett resists, eyes flicking between them in clear suspicion. "You're up to something." Walker clasps him on the shoulder. "We're always up to something. Now get in here. Won't take long." Beckett hesitates, scowl deepening. I know exactly the moment he sees me behind that half door, because his jaw clenches and something flickers in his eyes. Surprise, maybe guilt, maybe longing, hard to tell. "Zora," he mutters, stepping inside, gaze darting around the apparently new stall. My mouth tightens, arms folded around the ledgers. "Don't look at me. They lured me in too." He exhales, turning to the triplets. "All right, you had your fun. Now let us out." The moment the words leave his mouth, Wyatt slams the stall door shut. Walker flips the latch from the outside, and Weston drops a padlock in place. I hear the dull clank of metal. My heart jumps. "Are you serious?" I snap. "Unlock this now?" Weston snickers. "We will, once you two figure out your problem." Beckett's fists tighten at his sides. "Don't start. This isn't funny." Wyatt leans over the stall door, arms crossed on top, peering in with a maddening grin. "We disagree. You both are clearly at odds, and the rest of us have to watch the tension crackle like a downed power line." Walker adds, "So we thought, locked room trick. You can't ignore each other if you're forced to share the same space." My pulse spikes. "That's ridiculous. Let us out." Weston waves a hand. "No can do. We'll be back in a little while. Work out your differences or kill each other, whichever comes first." With that, they leave, footsteps echoing down the barn aisle. I rush to the door, giving it a shove, but it barely rattles. The padlock glints mockingly. My stomach twists. Are we seriously trapped in a horse stall? Beckett stands in the center of the stall, arms folded, looking like a caged lion. Those idiots. I'll have their hides for this. I spin around, pressing the heel of my hand to my forehead. Of all the childish pranks, he mutters something too low to catch, then clears his throat. Look, they'll come back soon. We don't need to amuse them by fighting. The atmosphere in the stall feels stifling. The pungent scent of fresh hay, the closeness of the wooden walls, the memory of how it felt to have him pressed against me. My thoughts race with the knowledge that the triplets left us alone intentionally, presumably to see if we'll have a come-to-Jesus moment. Fine, I say stiffly, stepping away from him. I'll just wait here in silence until they return. He nods, equally tense. Works for me. Minutes tick by, thick with tension. The only sounds are the soft shuffle of a horse in the next stall and the distant hum of ranch activity outside. I lean against one wall, trying not to look at him. He stands near the door, hat in his hands, gaze fixed on some indeterminate spot on the floor. Finally, the silence becomes unbearable. My frustration simmers. Do you see what they're doing? He lifts his head. Yeah, meddling. I drop the ledgers onto an upturned bucket, crossing my arms. And they think we're the ones who need to talk. He shoots me a sidelong glance. Got nothing to say? I exhale sharply. Oh, I have plenty to say, Beckett, but you made it clear I'm supposed to pretend you don't exist unless it's strictly business. He grimaces. That's not... Isn't it? My voice rises. You vanish whenever we're alone, glare at me for talking to other men, then push me away the second I get too close. So yeah, I'd say that's your stance. He steps closer, tension rippling in his stance. You think I enjoy that? Watching you team up with Cole, or letting Ash ride around with you, all while I have to pretend I don't. He cuts himself off, jaw tight. My heart thuds. Don't what? He looks pained, eyes flashing. Don't want you, because that's a lie. Heat flushes through me, equal parts longing and anger. You have a funny way of showing it. He shoves his hat back on his head, tipping it low in frustration. Hell, Zora, I'm trying to keep us both safe from a club that doesn't tolerate anything outside its narrow rules. I hate it, but you think I want them to paint you as a liability? Or worse? Then fight, I bite out. Stand up for me, for us, if that's even a thing. He growls low, pacing the small stall, boots crunching straw. This club has run my life since I was born. My father's legacy dangles over me like a noose. You waltz in, overturn everything, and He stops, turning on me, voice rough. I can't think straight when you're near. You drive me insane. My pulse hammers, a swirl of frustration and raw desire. I never asked you to be my caretaker or my censor. All I want is respect. For you to either claim me openly or back off completely. Instead, you've got me in limbo. He stares at me, chest rising and falling. You really think it's that simple? I throw up my hands. What's simple about anything here? The triplets are locking us in stalls. The old guard is suspicious. Ash is flouncing around offering me business deals. Meanwhile, I'm stuck wanting a man who can't decide if he's brave enough to want me back. His eyes narrow. I'm not flinching because of you. I'm flinching because the Iron Horsemen can be vicious. Grayson's threatened me. Jim's breathing down my neck. I can't just blow up a century of tradition overnight. My jaw locks, my own anger flaring at the mention of Jim. Then tell me I mean less than tradition. If that's how you feel, say it to my face. He growls low, crossing the distance between us in 2 strides, grabbing my wrist gently but firmly. Don't put words in my mouth. Sparks fly under my skin at his touch. The closeness sets my nerves ablaze. Then put them there yourself, I challenge. For a moment, He just stares, breath shallow, conflict etched into every line of his face. Then, with a curse, he dips his head, mouth crashing onto mine. The kiss explodes hot, reckless, a surge of pent-up frustration. I drop the final shred of caution, pressing against him, arms winding around his shoulders. His hat tumbles to the straw. I back up into the stall wall with a thud, and he follows, never breaking the kiss. Our mutual anger morphs into fierce hunger as his hands roam my waist, drawing me closer. It's the same potent rush I remember from that stormy night, only sharper now, fueled by days of denial and jealousy. I taste the heat of him, the whiskey and dust that cling to his breath. For a second, I let myself drown in it. My blood roars in my ears. My fingers curl in his shirt, pulling him even closer. But just as quickly, reality slams into me. We're in a stall, locked in by meddling triplets, and he's still the same man who can't decide what he wants. I break away, chest heaving, pushing him back. He stands there, dark eyes stormy, lips parted. Zora. I lift a hand, heart still pounding. No, I can't do this halfway, Beckett. He swallows, hand hovering like he wants to reach for me again. I know. I straighten, adjusting my jacket. The hay crackles under my boots as I pivot, crossing to the door. When they unlock this, I'm done letting you put me in a corner. If you can't stand beside me, if you can't claim me openly, then don't come near me. I'm not anybody's dirty secret. A flicker of pain crosses his face, but he stays silent. We're both breathing hard, and the stall feels stifling with the thick swirl of tension. I'm serious, I continue, voice quieter now. I won't do hush-hush kisses and stolen moments. If you want me, be a man about it. If you don't, let me walk away with some dignity. His jaw works. Zora, it's not about not wanting you. It's about... I cut him off with a raised palm, a final note of steel in my tone. I know the constraints, Beckett. The club, your father's legacy, Jim's threats. But if that means burying me in the shadows, I'm out. He nods, gaze dropping to the straw. I hear you. I step back, tears pricking my eyes, but I blink them away, refusing to show that vulnerability. Good. The distant sound of footsteps reaches us. The triplets are returning. My heart lurches. Beckett looks away, tension rolling off him in waves. I fold my arms, bracing for the inevitable commentary. Sure enough, Wyatt appears at the stall door, jingling the padlock key with a triumphant smirk. Walker and Weston line up beside him, all three grinning like they've orchestrated the greatest routine of the century. Have a nice chat, Wyatt quips, unlocking the door. I shoot him a lethal glare. You're lucky I don't report this nonsense to Jim, Weston snickers, stepping aside. Sounds like we got you two talking, at least. Beckett keeps his head down, hat still on the ground behind him. He bends to retrieve it, dusting off straw. He doesn't say a word. I push past the triplets, ignoring their wide-eyed curiosity and hushed giggles. Just before I exit the barn, I pause, glancing over my shoulder. Beckett stands inside the stall, hat in hand, expression torn. The triplets are leaning in, obviously trying to see if there's more drama. I lock eyes with Beckett one last time. His mouth moves, but no sound comes out, and he looks like he's wrestling with 1,000 words that won't break free. The yearning in his eyes nearly undoes me, but I square my shoulders and leave without another glance. Outside, the crisp autumn air slams into me, a stark contrast to the suffocating tension of that stall. My heart hammers, the taste of his kiss lingering like a brand. God help me, but I want him. Yet I refuse to settle for half. I stalk toward the bunkhouse, trying to steady my breathing. A few ranch hands do double takes as I pass. I probably look furious. Maybe I am. Furious at the triplets for meddling, furious at Beckett for not choosing, furious at myself for caving to that kiss, even after all the heartbreak. Once I reach my guest suite, my head swims with conflicting emotions. I toss the ledgers onto a small table, pacing the length of the room. My father's voice echoes in my mind. Never let anyone make you feel less than you are. He taught me to stand up for what I believe in. For the past few weeks, I've let the Iron Horseman's traditions overshadow that. No more. If Beckett can't meet me on equal ground, I'll finish my job and leave with my integrity intact. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, jolting me out of my thoughts. I pick it up to see an unread text from the outside investor who hired me, reminding me that the final part of my environmental assessment is due soon, and we need to schedule a debrief. Right, this is the real reason I'm here. To evaluate the ranch's sustainability, to ensure no corners are cut. I sink into the chair, pressing my palms to my eyes. Focus, Zora. Work first, heartbreak second. I crack open my laptop, determined to update my report. My fingers fly over the keys, summarizing water usage data, grazing rotation plans, and recommended improvements. The club might resent my presence, but these notes are crucial if they want outside investments. Yet every so often, my mind drifts back to the barn, to the way Beckett's gaze seared into mine right before he kissed me, how the entire world seemed to tilt. I can still feel the shape of his lips, the heat of his body. It rattles me, how easily we combust when forced together. Shaking my head, I push those thoughts aside. He knows where I stand. If he wants to keep dancing around the club's demands, that's on him. I'm no man's dirty little secret, and I sure as hell won't let this place break me. Outside, the ranch hums with life. Another day continuing as if that fiasco in the stall didn't happen. But for me, it's a turning point. I've drawn my line in the sand. Either Beckett crosses it openly, or we stay on separate shores. I spend the rest of the afternoon holed up in my room, drowning in data. Late evening arrives with no sign of him. I tell myself that's exactly what I wanted. Distance. Maybe he's buried himself in war room politics, or the ranch chores, or maybe he's sulking in his cabin. Doesn't matter. As the sun sets, I step onto my balcony for a breath of cool air. The Montana sky blazes in shades of pink and orange. Cattle graze in the distance. The rolling hills silhouetted against the vibrant horizon. It's breathtaking, a reminder of why this land is so coveted. I close my eyes, inhaling the scent of pine and open space. My phone buzzes again. This time, a text from an unknown number, a single line. Guess you found your cowboy? Ash. I stare at it, confusion creeping in. He must have gotten my number from the contact forms, possibly referencing the rumors swirling around me and Beckett. A surge of irritation flares. Why does everyone think I belong to someone? I tap out a brief reply. I'm an independent woman, thanks, but appreciate your concern. I don't wait for his response, shutting my phone off. I'm in no shape to juggle a flirtatious billionaire's texts while sorting out my complicated entanglement with Beckett. Let them talk, let them guess. I'm here to do a job. If Beckett wants more than that, he's going to have to show up ready to choose. Dropping my phone on the bedside table, I slide out of my boots and settle on the bed, gazing at the swirling colors beyond the balcony. My chest feels heavy, a swirl of longing and anger. That kiss was a potent reminder of what we could have, if only he'd man up and let me stand beside him. For now, I steel myself against the ache. Tomorrow, I'll keep my head high, finalize more parts of the assessment, and show the Iron Horsemen I'm not backing down. If Beckett remains locked in the cage of his father's legacy, that's his problem. I've declared my boundary, and I won't budge. The setting sun paints the sky with soft purples and deep blues, the first stars flickering above the horizon. I watch until the world dims to twilight, silently hoping that maybe, just maybe, Beckett finds the courage to break free of the shadows. Because if he doesn't, this ranch might not be the only thing left behind when I finish my work. I let out a long breath, blinking away the sting in my eyes. Pull it together, Jackson, I whisper into the quiet. The only response is the soft whistle of the evening breeze, carrying my words away into the night.
Chapter 12. Beckett. I'm standing outside the war room in the bunkhouse, the clack of my boots echoing against polished wood. My stomach's a knot of nerves I can't ignore. Usually these club meetings are routine updates on land deals, grazing schedules, and the occasional argument about new members. But today I sense a storm brewing behind those heavy double doors. This time it's not just land or cattle under scrutiny. It's Zora, and by extension, me. I pause, inhaling the faint smell of leather and varnished pine. Hold it together, Beck. My father's portrait hangs in the corridor, a constant reminder of the legacy I'm expected to uphold. He's wearing his usual stern expression in that old photo, eyes fixed forward like he's daring me to step out of line. The memory tightens my chest, how he'd scrutinize every decision I made, how he hammered loyalty to the Iron Horsemen into my head from the time I could ride a horse. I exhale, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The war room is a large space with a high ceiling, ringed by old maps pinned to wood panels. There's a massive table in the center, littered with ledgers and thick, weathered binders. Around it stand half a dozen of the club's core members, Jim Houghton included. The moment I enter, conversation halts. A few men nod in greeting, others just watch me carefully. Jim is at the far side of the table, posture straight and imposing despite his 60-odd years. His gaze meets mine, and I catch a flicker of something disapproval, maybe worry. Seated to his right is Grayson, arms folded, jaw tight. Victor Devereaux, silent as a hawk, lurks in the corner, his expression unreadable. The rest of the men mill about. Carter Holt flipping through financials, Knox Bishop checking something on a folded blueprint, and a couple of older ranch barons whose names I can never keep straight. I swallow, forcing a nod to Jim. You wanted to see me? He beckons me closer, voice low. We were discussing the final phases of Dr. Jackson's environmental assessment. Word is, she's nearly done. I step up to the table, resting a hand on the worn surface. Yes, sir, she's got the data compiled, likely finishing the last field checks this week. Carter Holt lifts a brow, and the club should expect a thorough report, correct? No unflattering surprises? My spine stiffens at the undercurrent in his tone. She's fair. If we're on top of our land management, that'll show. If we're not, she'll point out improvements. I fight the urge to mention how dedicated Zora is, how she's not the malicious outsider they imagine. But watch your words, Beck. Knox Bishop sets his folded blueprint on the table. I'm hearing talk that she's been consulting with Asher Remington. She's letting an oil tycoon weigh in on our land usage? I clench my jaw. Remington offered her a different perspective on modernization. She's free to consult who she wants. Murmurs of discontent ripple around the table. I feel my pulse spike, heart pounding. I sense they want me to feed them easy answers, reassure them that Zora is under control. But she's not property. She's a consultant, an independent force. And deep down, I'm proud of her for forging her path, even if it stirs the pot. Grayson clears his throat. The problem, Beck, is we don't need modernization forced on us. We have traditions that work. Jackson might misunderstand our ways, see them as outdated, and feed that narrative to Ash. Next thing we know, we're dealing with proposals to tear up half our ranch for pipelines or sensor grids we don't need. I force a steady voice. She's not forcing anything. She's evaluating. If she believes a pipeline is beneficial or a sensor grid would help, she'll recommend it. But we don't have to take her advice as gospel. It's still the club's call. Jim's gaze pins me. What if she tries to approach the investor with negativity? She might claim we're not up to code or we're behind the times. That could hinder the next round of financing for expansions. My jaw tightens. I don't see her doing that unless we're actually behind. She won't lie. She's thorough and honest. There's a brief silence, tension crackling. Then an older rancher, Franklin Davis, pipes up from the corner. I've seen her roaming around asking all sorts of questions. She's an outsider. You sure she isn't aiming to bury us with a scathing report? That's it. My temper flares. She's not out to bury anyone, Franklin. She's a professional. And from what I've seen, she's found a lot of things we do right. Rotational grazing, water conservation, etc. I glance around, voice tightening. We hired her to assess us. Let her do her damn job. A few eyebrows shoot up at my tone. Carter's jaw drops slightly. Grayson exhales sharply. Jim narrows his eyes, crossing his arms. So, Jim says, voice low, you're defending her, publicly. I set my shoulders. I am. A rustle moves through the men. Grayson shifts, looking uncomfortable. Victor stands there, unreadable as ever. Jim fixes me with a gaze that seems older than his years. For a second I recall being a kid, caught skipping chores. That same sense of standing under a mountain. He steps closer, lowering his voice so only I can hear. I hope you're certain about her. We all sense your loyalty is complicated. My stomach twists. My loyalty is to the ranch, to the horsemen. But that doesn't mean I'll stand by while folks slander her. He lifts his chin, scanning the room to ensure no one else is listening. Careful, son. You're not your father. Don't throw everything away to prove it. Those words slice deeper than I expect. You're not your father. A swirl of old resentment flares, part of me screaming. I know I'm not him. I'm my own damn man. Another part wonders if I've spent my whole life trying to measure up. The sting of contradictory feelings hits me like a blow. I keep my voice steady. This isn't about proving anything. It's about not letting fear drive us. His gaze flickers. Then louder, he addresses the table. Gentlemen, let's continue. With a pointed look in my direction, he resumes his seat at the head, and the meeting shifts gears. Carter starts referencing the next quarter's land deals. Knox talks about steel procurement for new barns, etc. I remain standing, arms folded, adrenaline still coursing. The men discuss a proposed pipeline expansion, referencing Asher's involvement, and I note how they conveniently side-eye me whenever Zora's name comes up. They might not say it outright, but suspicion lingers. They fear she's feeding Ash intel. They fear I'm feeding her more than just data. At the meeting's end, Jim dismisses everyone, waving me over to talk privately. Grayson strides out, expression stony. Carter and Knox exit in hushed conversation. Soon it's just me, Jim, and the silent presence of Victor in the corner. Jim seats himself by the table, steepling his hands. Sit, Beckett. I lower myself into a worn leather chair across from him. My chest feels tight. He exhales, leaning forward. Son, the club is uneasy about Dr. Jackson's influence. Grayson's voiced concerns that you're letting your personal feelings blind you. I grit my teeth. Zora is fair. She's not out to sabotage us. And no, I'm not blind. I care about this ranch more than anyone except maybe you. He lifts a brow. You sure about that? If rumors are true, you care about her in other ways too. My throat goes dry. Rumors travel fast. None of that changes the fact that her report could help modernize our ranch while keeping our core intact. He studies me with an unreadable expression. You talk like you know her better than the rest of us do. I hesitate. Maybe I do. A long pause. Then Jim shakes his head. You keep treading dangerous waters, Beckett. I see the conflict in your eyes. You're not your father, true. But you're still expected to carry on the horseman tradition. If you let your personal entanglements overshadow that, you could lose everything he built. Anger flares, though I keep it in check. I'm not throwing away anything. Just because Dad fought tooth and nail to keep outsiders out, doesn't mean I have to follow his exact footsteps. Times change, Jim. The ranch can't survive on tradition alone. He frowns, but a flicker of respect might cross his face. I'm not opposed to progress, as long as it doesn't compromise the horseman's principles. But remember who you are. If you tarnish your father's name... I stand abruptly, chair scraping. I'm not tarnishing anything. Dad wanted me to lead with honor. I can't do that if I blindly chase ghosts. Jim's gaze sharpens. Ghosts? My chest heaves with pent-up frustration. Yes. This old idea that everyone outside the club is an enemy. That if we let them see who we are, they'll tear us apart. Zora's not an enemy. She's not out for blood. And we can't hide from the future forever. He leans back, exhaling. Words are easy. Consequences aren't. Behind him, I notice Victor shift, eyes still on me. Jim sighs heavily, waving a hand in dismissal. Go on, Beckett. We'll talk more later. I nod once, pivoting toward the door, heart pounding. As I leave, I notice the old portrait of my father again, this time from the war room's vantage. His stern face casts a shadow over everything, reminding me of the burden I carry. But I won't let him or Jim or anyone else bully me into cowering. Outside, the hallway feels stifling, so I duck out into the wide yard behind the bunkhouse. The sky is bright, a late afternoon sun casting long shadows. Ranch hands load bales of hay onto a truck. Horses graze in the near paddock. My entire life I've found peace here, yet today all I feel is a simmering tension. Approaching the stables, I pause when Zora emerges from the barn. She's holding a thick binder, flipping through pages, brow furrowed with concentration. My pulse quickens at the sight of her. The woman I just defended in front of the club. The same woman who told me she won't be my secret. She glances up, meets my gaze, and for a second, we stand still in the swirl of ranch activity. I see questions in her eyes, maybe curiosity about what went down in that meeting. My heart clenches, remembering Jim's warning. Don't throw it all away to prove you're not your father. But I can't hold back everything I'm feeling. Steeling myself, I stride over. Zora. She lifts her chin, voice guarded. Beckett. I stop a few feet away, scanning the yard to ensure nobody's eavesdropping. Wyatt, Walker, and Weston aren't in sight, thank God. A few stable hands pass us, but they're busy. We have a sliver of privacy. I clear my throat. Had a meeting with the club, your name came up. Her expression remains cool. Let me guess. They're not thrilled about me gathering data from Asher Remington? I shrug, a bitter edge creeping into my tone. Not thrilled about any alliances you might be making. They think you could sabotage us if you wanted. She crosses her arms around that binder. So I'm the bogeyman again. I set them straight. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Told them you're fair, that we hired you to do a job and they need to let you do it. Her posture softens, just a fraction. You defended me. I nod, suppressing the swirl of emotion that memory brings. Yeah, they weren't too happy. She exhales, studying my face. And what does that cost you? I swallow, recalling Jim's veiled threats, Grayson's disapproval, my father's looming shadow. Everything. Maybe. But I won't let them trash your integrity. I pause, voice dropping. You deserve better than that. She looks away, jaw working. Thank you. I appreciate it. We stand in a taut silence. My heart hammers, wanting to close the distance, wanting to pull her in. But the memory of her last words clangs in my head. Don't come near me unless you're ready to decide. The line I can't cross unless I'm all in. Finally, she lifts her gaze, scanning the yard as if searching for the watchful eyes of the club. Look, Beckett, I know this can't be easy for you. I know you're caught between loyalty to the horsemen and whatever. She hesitates. This is... My fingers skim across my hat brim, frustration tightening my chest. I'm trying to do right by the ranch, by the code I was raised on, but I can't pretend it doesn't tear me apart to see them treat you like a threat." Her eyes shine with a mix of resolve and sadness. "That's the choice, though, isn't it? Either you fight for something new, or you cling to the old." I can't argue because she's right. Instead, I step back, scanning the horizon. Jim told me I'm not my father, but he expects me to follow Dad's footsteps. I can't walk in them forever. She uncrosses her arms. "Then maybe you need to break away." My pulse skitters. Easier said than done. If I push too hard, they could cast me out. I'd lose the ranch, the land my father built. She exhales softly, that familiar empathy flickering. "I don't want you to lose what you love." I lock eyes with her, voice dipping. "But I don't want to lose you either." Silence. Her gaze flickers with raw emotion before she looks away. A pang clutches my chest because of the vulnerability between us, like we're on a precipice. The dusty yard swirls with a faint wind, brushing strands of her hair across her cheek. I ache to smooth them back, but I hold myself still. She clears her throat. "I can't be your half-secret, and if you can't stand with me openly, I have to look out for myself." I nod, hating the truth in her words. "I know." We remain like that for another heartbeat, tension thick in the air. Then she lifts her binder, hugging it against her chest. "I need to finish these analyses, the final round. After that, I'll wrap up my presentation." I swallow, forcing the question out. "And then what?" Her eyes drift over my face. "Then I submit it to the investor. Possibly move on to the next project. Depends on how the Iron Horsemen handle my recommendations." My heart lurches. "How much time?" She shrugs, a hint of resignation. "Maybe a week, 2 at most. We're close." A swirl of panic churns in my gut. I'm losing days, losing the chance to find a solution that reconciles my loyalty to the club and my feelings for her. But I can't let that fear paralyze me. "All right," I say, voice gravelly. "I won't get in your way." "But Zora—" I hesitate, the wind catching my words. "I meant what I said. I'll fight them if it comes down to it. I won't let them tear you apart for doing your job." She watches me, a quiet sorrow in her eyes. Then she nods. "I guess we'll see if you fight hard enough for more than just my integrity." The double meaning stings, but I can't deny it. We hold each other's gaze for a moment that feels painfully short. Then she steps around me, heading toward the main lodge. I remain rooted, fists clenched at my sides. A distant whinny from the stables jolts me back to reality. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Likely another text from Grayson or a reminder about the next meeting. Everything is moving so fast, each day a new test of loyalty, each second a countdown to the day she walks away. I adjust my hat, spinning on my heel to face the horizon. The wide Montana sky stretches out, golden in the fading sunlight, as if mocking the storms in my heart. My father's voice echoes in my head, a stern admonishment to keep the ranch safe. Meanwhile, my mother's gentler memory surfaces, urging me to find my own path. I'm not my father, I remind myself, but proving that might cost me the very land he cherished, and there's no guarantee it'll secure a future with Zora. I stand there, torn between the shadows of tradition and the promise of something new, wishing for once life didn't force me to choose. As the sun dips behind distant hills, I straighten my spine and move toward the stable. The day's not over yet, and neither is this fight. Whether I find the courage to break free or not remains to be seen. But with each passing moment, the stakes rise, and my resolve hardens. I will defend Zora. I will honor the land. And if the Iron Horsemen try to make me choose between them, I'll face that reckoning on my own terms. Because for the first time, I feel the stirrings of a future shaped by more than ghosts, and I'll be damned if I let fear snatch it away.
Chapter 13. Zora. The sun is barely past its zenith as I trudge along the fence line near the southern pasture, notebooks balanced in my arms, boots caked with the dust. Every step feels heavier than usual, maybe because my mind is tangled up in the aftermath of yesterday's war room drama. Beckett's public defense of me was unexpected, and I can't deny it stirred something inside. But the conflict swirling around us hasn't magically resolved. If anything, the tension's thicker than ever, pressing down on my shoulders like a storm cloud waiting to split. I've been out here since morning, finishing water and soil checks, scanning the ridges for any sign of environmental stress. The data is good, better than expected in fact, but that doesn't solve the bigger problems. The Iron Horsemen are suspicious of my every move. My final report is due soon, and my heart refuses to stop wondering if Beckett can stand beside me in the light. I exhale sharply, kneeling to tuck a sample tube into my kit. My phone's vibration stirs in my jacket pocket. Probably another courtesy text from Asher Remington, or a final query from the investor who hired me. I ignore it. I can't have more voices telling me how to handle this complicated mess. Another beep sounds, more insistent. With a grimace, I fish the phone out, shading the screen with my hand to read the message. Sure enough, it's from the outside investor's office, a gentle reminder that they'll need my preliminary findings by tomorrow. Tomorrow? My heart kicks up. I was hoping for a few more days to refine my data, but apparently we're at the point of no return, time to finalize. My stomach twists with a mix of excitement and dread. Once I deliver that report, my official obligations here might be nearly complete. And then what? Jackson, a laid-back voice drifts over from behind me. I straighten, turning to see Weston Sinclair strolling down the path, hands stuffed in his denim jacket pockets. He's wearing a half smile, the same grin he sports every time I catch him roping innocent bystanders into the triplets' pranks. Weston, I say, schooling my features into guarded calm. How'd you track me down? He shrugs, approaching with an unhurried gait. Saw you ride out this morning. Figured you'd be here checking fences and water lines. Mind if I walk with you? I tilt my head, suspicious. Usually Weston's up to no good. He and his brothers have pulled more stunts than I can count, but beneath the mischief, I've sensed a certain insight. Sure, I say finally, snapping my notebook shut. I'm done collecting samples. He ambles alongside me, the tall grass rustling around our calves. You look like you got the weight of the world on your shoulders. Everything all right? I scoff softly. You know exactly what's happening, Weston. I'm the pariah in the club's eyes, an outsider messing with their precious traditions. Doesn't help that your brothers keep locking me in stalls. He chuckles, hooking a thumb in his belt loop. Yeah, about that. We can be a handful. Understatement, I mutter, though there's no real venom behind it. Still, I've got a role to fill, and I intend to finish it. We skirt a section of fence that's clearly been repaired recently. Fresh wood, unweathered. Weston halts, leaning an elbow on the top rail. Look, I know we caused trouble, but we also notice things folks pretend to hide. You've been stirring up all kinds of fuss, not just because you're evaluating the ranch, but because you don't take nonsense from anyone. I respect that. I cross my arms, uncertain where this conversation is heading. I appreciate the sentiment, I guess. He studies me for a moment, as if trying to gauge whether he can trust me with whatever's on his mind. The wind stirs, carrying the scent of hay and distant horse sweat. Sunlight glints off his belt buckle. Finally, he sighs, flicking his gaze to the horizon. You know, there was another woman who came through the club once, years back. She shook things up, though not in the same way you are. My eyebrows rise. Another woman who challenged the horsemen. Weston nods, expression turning serious. Name was Lillian Brooks, daughter of some wealthy rancher from out east. She got engaged to a member, one of the old guard's rising stars. except Lillian had ideas that clashed with the club's. She wanted to open up the ranch, host charity events, bring in programs for underprivileged kids to learn about horses, stuff the men saw as unnecessary. Intrigued, I lean against the fence next to him. What happened? A shadow crosses his face. She pushed too hard, exposed a few unsavory secrets, not about land deals, but about how the club handled certain disputes. The old guard closed ranks, turned the fiancé against her, and basically forced her out. She left Montana with a broken heart and a vow never to come back. My chest tightens with empathy for a woman I never met. That's cruel. Did anyone defend her? Weston shrugs, regret in his eyes. A few tried. My dad told me the fiancé nearly did, but fear is powerful. He caved to the club's pressure, let them paint her as a meddling outsider. They parted ways, quietly, to avoid scandal. I swallow. So you're telling me this because? He tilts his head, a small half-smile forming. Because I've seen how Beck looks at you, Zora, not to mention how you look at him when you think no one's watching. Heat rushes to my cheeks. No one's looking at anyone in particular, I lie, knowing it's pointless. He snorts. Sure. The point is, Lillian's story haunts me. She was a good person, wanted to improve the ranch. The men crushed her spirit because they feared change. I see echoes of that with you. A chill skates down my spine. That's comforting. He exhales softly. I'm not saying your path is identical. You're made of tougher stuff, and times have changed. But the club can still be ruthless. If Beck doesn't stand firm, they'll rip you apart like they did her. I pinch the bridge of my nose, fighting a wave of frustration. I know what I'm facing, Weston. I'm not a naive city girl who came here expecting a warm welcome. I wish Beckett would. I clamp my mouth shut, refusing to voice the longing echoing in my head. Weston nods, picking up on my hesitation. If I were you, I wouldn't wait around. Finish your job, hold your head high. If Beck has the courage, he'll find a way to meet you in the open. If he doesn't, you walk away with your dignity intact. My throat feels tight. That's the plan. He pushes off the fence, giving me a thoughtful glance. For what it's worth, the triplets might tease, but we're not blind. We see Beck fighting a war with himself. It's a toss-up who'll win his father's legacy or his own heart. I press my lips together, not sure what to say. The story of Lillian Brooks weighs heavily, reminding me how easily the club discards those who rock the boat. I clench my jaw against the flicker of fear that tries to spark in my chest. I made it clear to Beck, I won't be hidden in the shadows. After a moment, Weston nudges my shoulder gently, a rare show of genuine warmth. Hey, no matter what happens, you're shaking them up in a good way. This place needs change. I just hope you don't get burned in the process. I manage a small, grateful smile. Thanks for letting me know. I'll keep my guard up. He nods, turning away. Take care, Dr. Jackson. If you need a mischief maker on your side, you know where to find me. Sure, I say softly. Then he ambles off in the direction of the main barn, leaving me with the lingering hush of the open field. I spend the next hour double-checking my notes. The memory of Lillian Brooks keeps circling through my head. How quickly a determined woman could be ostracized by these men who claim to uphold cowboy virtues. That's not going to be me, I vow silently. If Beck won't stand up, I'll survive, finish my work, and leave with my pride intact. By late afternoon, the sun's angled low enough to cast long shadows across the ranch yard. I guide my mare, Willow, back toward the bunkhouse. On the way, I spot Cole Lancaster dismounting near the corral. He catches my eye, giving a respectful nod, but I'm not in the mood for more cautionary tales or quiet empathy. I nod back, then press Willow into a gentle trot, aiming for the stable. I slide off the saddle near the barn entrance, patting Willow's neck. A stable hand hurries over to lead her into a stall. My legs ache from hours in the saddle, my mind swirling with the new anxieties. Part of me wants to march straight to Beckett's cabin, demand to know if he's got the nerve to stand by me. But that would only add more confusion. My phone's buzzing again, likely the investor. I ignore it for the moment, desperate for a second of calm. As I step inside the stable's hushed corridor, the smell of hay and leather wraps around me like a comforting cloak. A few horses whinny softly, and the gentle clop of hooves echoes in the far end. My heart rate begins to slow. Just a few minutes of quiet. That's all I need. I find an empty tack room, slip inside, and lean against a wooden shelf stacked with bridles and grooming kits. Dropping my head back, I take in a long, deep breath, eyes closed. Lillian's story rattles me more than I want to admit, stirring old wounds from times I stood up to powerful men who tried to bury my career or overshadow my voice. I remind myself that I survived those battles, and I can survive this one too. Footsteps approach. I tense, bracing for yet another encounter with the triplets, but the figure who appears in the doorway is Elijah Eli Hayes, quiet, broad-shouldered, the one who rarely says more than a few words, yet always seems to appear at pivotal moments. His voice is gentle. "Hey, mind if I check something in here?" I straighten, stepping aside. "No, go ahead." He walks to a row of brushes, rummaging as if searching for a specific tool. After a moment, he glances over, expression kind. "You doing okay?" I let out a humorless laugh. "That's the question of the day, huh?" He nods slowly, as if weighing his next words. "Heard a rumor Weston cornered you? He said some things?" I tilt my head. News travels fast, and yes, Weston told me about a woman who tried to change things here once. It didn't end well. Eli's lips pressed together. Lillian Brooks. I remember that fiasco, though I was a kid. My dad was a stable hand, and he told me enough to gather she challenged the old guard in ways they couldn't stomach. I crossed my arms, hugging them close. I guess it's a cautionary tale, how the club deals with threats. Eli adjusts a brush in his hand, gaze solemn. "Don't let that paralyze you, Zora. This place can be harsh, but you're not alone. Some of us see the need for change." My chest warms with gratitude. "Thanks. It means a lot to hear that." He inclines his head. "I've watched you handle horses, walk the land, talk to folks. You've shown respect for the ranch and its people. You're not the threat they paint you as." A wave of relief washes over me. I just want to do my job without all this suspicion, and maybe make a difference if I can. He eyes me a moment, then sets the brush down. "If the old guard tries to silence you or push you out, stand firm. Not everyone in the Horsemen is blind. Some of us are on your side, even if we don't shout it from the rooftops." Emotions swirl in my chest, gratitude, fear, hope. "I appreciate that, Eli." He dips his head once, a silent acknowledgement, then leaves the tack room. I watch him go, shoulders slightly lighter. If men like Eli, and maybe even Cole, quietly support my efforts, I'm not as alone as I thought. But the question remains, where does Beckett fit into that equation? Pushing aside the swirl in my head, I gather my notes and phone, stepping out into the stable aisle. The day's light has shifted to a golden glow, evening settling across the ranch. My phone dings again. This time I glance at the screen. A text from Asher Remington. "We still on for that data check tomorrow? I've got new AI modeling software to show you." I sigh. Asher's interest in me might be half flirting, half business, but it's been helpful to see how high-tech solutions can integrate with ranching. Yet every time I accept his assistance, the rumor mill cranks up another notch. Beckett's face flashes in my mind, that wounded glare whenever I mention Asher. Clenching my jaw, I quickly type, "Yes, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., I'll bring the water usage charts." Then I pocket the phone, ignoring the guilt that pricks me. I have a job to do, and I'm not going to sabotage my own assessment just because Beckett's unsettled by Ash. He had his chance to step up. Outside, the last rays of sun paint the sky pink and orange. I cross the yard, heading for the bunkhouse. My boots stir up dust in the warm twilight, and I notice a couple ranch hands finishing their chores. The club's older members are likely inside, sipping whiskey or discussing deals over a private dinner. My presence at their tables is never welcome. Better to keep working on my report alone. But as I near the bunkhouse porch, I see Weston again, leaning on a railing, spinning a coil of rope like a bored cat. He glances up when he hears me approach, offering a lazy grin. "Hey, you still alive?" I roll my eyes. "Barely." He flicks the rope, letting it snap around a porch post with surprising accuracy. "So you talked to Eli?" I arch a brow. "Do you have spies everywhere?" He smirks. "We triplets have a knack for eavesdropping." Then he sobers. "Just keep in mind, not everyone's your enemy here. Some of us want you to stick around, especially if you can nudge Beckett out of that cage he's locked himself in." My breath stutters. "And if I can't?" Weston shrugs, eyes flicking to the horizon. "Then you walk away with your head up. We'll mourn the changes that might have been." A pang lances through me. I guess we'll see which path he chooses. He nods, tipping an imaginary hat, then strolls off, whistling a half-tune. I watch him go, astonished at the genuine sincerity hidden beneath the chaos the Sinclair triplets love to unleash. Maybe they meddle because they see potential in me and Beckett. Or maybe they're just bored. Either way, they've given me more insight than I expected. Inside the bunkhouse, the corridor is hushed. I slip into my guest room, flicking on the overhead light. The small space feels a bit claustrophobic after so many hours in the open fields. I toss my notebook onto a desk, sinking into the chair. My laptop waits, screen dark. Time to finalize more data. The investor wants preliminary findings by tomorrow. My chest tightens with the realization that once that's done, the clock will tick even faster. I open the laptop, scanning charts, cross-referencing water usage patterns with recommended intervals for rotating grazing. The ranch is actually in good shape, better than many places I've assessed. If the horsemen adopt a few modern measures, they could sustain themselves for generations. But will they? The old guard might reject anything that smells too progressive. Time slips away as I dive deeper into spreadsheets. The pale glow of the computer screen is my only companion. Every so often, my mind drifts to Lillian Brooks, imagining how she felt. That sense of betrayal when the man she trusted sided with the club. Then I force my attention back to the data, refusing to let fear paralyze me. A soft knock at my door startles me. Heart thumping, I straighten, crossing the small room. The second the door swings open, I half expect Beckett's tall frame looming in the hallway. My chest tenses with hope and dread. Instead, it's a young staff member, a teenage boy with wide eyes. "Miss Jackson, dinner's being served in the main hall. They asked if you'd like a plate in your room, or if you plan to join them." The question wraps around me like a cold cloth. Usually, I avoid the main dinners because the older members make it clear I'm tolerated, not truly welcome. But do I hide forever? Lillian's story churns in my head. Hell no. I'm not that woman, and I'm not letting them freeze me out. I square my shoulders. "Tell them I'll join in the dining hall." His eyes widen slightly, then he nods, scurrying off. I shut the door, adrenaline spiking. Good. Let them see I'm not slinking away. I quickly brush my hair, fix my shirt, and slip on a clean jacket. This is a small stand, but an important one. If the horsemen want to isolate me, they'll have to do it in front of everyone and watch me hold my ground. I step into the corridor. Ignoring the flutter in my stomach, the short walk to the main hall feels like forever. Voices drift from inside, gruff laughter, the clink of silverware. I pause at the threshold, exhaling. Then I push open the double doors. Conversation dips slightly as I enter. A handful of men glance my way, some with outright curiosity, others with mild scorn. There's Jim Houghton, seated near the head of the table, nursing a whiskey. Grayson catches sight of me, but looks away. A few seats down, I spot Beckett, arms folded, posture taut. Our eyes lock for a second before he masks his reaction with a stoic facade. I feel it, sharp and aching, right at my heart, at memory of him standing up for me in that meeting, at the cost of his father's approval. The staff discreetly sets a place for me at the far end of the long table. I walk over, head high, posture confident. The whispered hush among the men picks up again once I'm seated. No one openly greets me, but no one tells me to leave either. It's a small victory. Dinner passes in a swirl of forced politeness. A few folks attempt small talk about the weather, ranch yields. I respond with calm professionalism. Aware that Jim and Grayson observe every word, Beckett remains mostly silent, eating in measured bites, his gaze flicking to me whenever he thinks I won't notice. The tension crackles like a lightning storm under the veneer of civility. At last, dessert arrives. Some homemade cobbler that tastes of sugar and tension. I manage a few spoonfuls before pushing the plate away. Appetite lost. My phone buzzes. Ash again, probably, but I ignore it. Right now, I'm making a statement by being present, not skulking around corners. When dinner ends, Jim stands, offering a general dismissal. Men rise, collecting hats and jackets, drifting into smaller clusters for post-meal whiskey or private talks. I gather my courage and stand too, intending to slip out. But a hand gently touches my elbow. Cole Lancaster. He inclines his head in greeting, voice low. Glad you joined us tonight. I force a smile. Figured it was time to stop hiding. Cole's gaze flits to where Beckett stands, speaking in hushed tones with Grayson. You're braver than most. Keep it up. I nod, a tightness in my chest. Then I excuse myself, weaving past a few men who barely nod in acknowledgement. My exit feels both triumphant and hollow, like I won a tiny battle in a much bigger war. Outside the dining hall, the corridor stretches quiet. I exhale, letting the tension slip from my shoulders. Footsteps behind me. I glance over my shoulder, half expecting Beckett, but it's just two older ranchers strolling away. Of course. He's probably still locked in conversation with Grayson, or maybe he's busy ensuring the old guard doesn't brand him a traitor. I return to my room, close the door, and collapse into the chair. My phone pings again. A text from Ash. All set for tomorrow, bright and early? I type a quick affirmative, setting it aside. The day has been an emotional roller coaster. From Weston's cautionary tale to dinner's tense stares. My mind spins with everything I've learned. I recall Weston's words about Lillian Brooks. She was strong, but the fiancé couldn't protect her from the club's wrath. History repeating. I press my hands against my eyes, refusing to let fear consume me. I'm not that woman. I have my own power, my own career. If Beckett can't stand with me, I'll walk with my head high. Period. The memory of dinner lingers, though a flicker of pride for not letting them chase me away. A twinge of sadness that Beckett never approached. Slowly, I shift to the bed, stretching out. The soft lamplight soothes my frazzled nerves. Tomorrow, I have a session with Ash to finalize data. That'll likely ignite more rumors, but I can't keep tiptoeing around. The time for partial truths is ending. My eyes drift shut. exhaustion pulling me under. I wonder if Beckett's lying awake too, wrestling with the same ghosts of tradition and fear that plague my dreams. The mention of Lillian's fate weighs on me, yet I cling to a spark of hope. Maybe this time the story ends differently. In the hush of the bunkhouse night, I vow to see this through no matter what. If Beckett can't break free of the iron grip of the horsemen, I'll break away for the both of us and leave the club's dusty legacy in my wake. I fall asleep with that promise echoing in my mind, wishing it didn't feel so close to a heartbreak set in stone. But at least I hold the pen in my own story, determined not to let them write my final chapter.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 14. Beckett. I yank the reins, guiding Whiskey up the narrow trail leading toward the high ridge on the ranch's eastern border. Wind whips through the pines, carrying the scent of dusty cedar and lingering summer warmth. The sky overhead burns with late afternoon light, shading the horizon in gold. Usually a ride like this clears my head, but my mind roars louder than a stampede. Every part of me still reels from seeing Zora at dinner 2 nights ago, sitting proud among men who only half tolerate her, wearing her confidence like armor. I catch myself replaying that moment 100 times, how she didn't back down, how she locked eyes with me across the table. It's been a day since then, and yet I can't stop thinking about it. Hell, I can't stop thinking about her. I press my heels into Whiskey's flanks, urging him up the final stretch of rocky ground to a small plateau. From here I can see half the Iron Valley, rolling fields, clusters of cattle, the winding river that sparkles in the sun. The land has always been my anchor, the place that keeps me tethered to who I am. But right now, it's a reminder of everything that shackles me. The horseman's code, my father's legacy, the pressure to maintain old ways. I swing my leg over the saddle and dismount, letting Whiskey graze on sparse grass. The breeze tugs at my hat, dust swirling around my boots. Why can't I bury these feelings? I've known Zora just a few short weeks, yet she uproots every piece of my calm. The more I wrestle with it, the clearer it becomes. This isn't just physical need. Sure, the lust is strong enough to knock sense out of me, but underneath, there's a deeper pull, like she's carving out a space in my soul I didn't realize was empty. I step to the edge of the plateau, scanning the ranch below. The Iron Horseman lines run for miles in every direction, an empire built by men who believed in power through secrecy, ownership, and unyielding tradition. My father hammered those values into me. You protect the land. You guard the legacy. You do not allow outsiders to see our weaknesses. That was his gospel. But everything about Zora challenges that. She's an outsider, yes, but she's also fierce, honest, and determined to do her job without compromise. I've never met a woman so unafraid to stand toe-to-toe with men who think they own everything. Something about that sets a fire in me. It's not just desire, it's respect, admiration, the urge to see the club evolve into something more honorable, something kinder. My throat tightens at the realization. She represents change. And I want that change, no matter how terrifying it feels. I can't keep dancing around it. The land I love needs fresh ideas, new blood to carry it forward, or it'll rot under the weight of tradition. Zora is the living proof that we can adapt without losing our core. Yet I'm afraid of letting down my father's memory, or triggering Jim's wrath, or turning half the club against me. But the cost of ignoring my heart might be greater. I can't bear the thought of watching Zora leave, vanish like she never stepped foot on this soil, all because I didn't have the guts to stand up. Whiskey snorts, lifting his head, ears twitching at some distant sound. I pat his flank, swallowing the lump in my throat. God help me, but I need to see her. All day I've resisted the urge to track her down. She's likely finishing up final data checks with Ash or reviewing her notes for that investor's report. My chest burns with jealousy at the thought of them side by side, but I have only myself to blame for pushing her away. I drag my hand over my face. Enough. If I'm serious about forging a new path, it starts with being honest. If not with the entire club, then at least with her. No more half-truths or apologetic gazes from across the dinner table. If she's still willing to talk, I owe her everything I can give. Squaring my shoulders, I mount Whiskey again. With a click of my tongue, we pick our way back down the ridge, heading for the bunkhouse. By the time I stable Whiskey, night's fallen, warm darkness settling over the ranch. Lanterns glow around the main lodge, the hum of distant voices drifting through open windows. My pulse thuds heavily. What if she sends me away? That fear clenches my gut, but I push forward. I stride through the bunkhouse foyer, ignoring a curious glance from an older club member loitering by the map room. My boots thump on the polished wooden floors as I climb the wide staircase leading to the guest quarters. I pause outside the door to Zora's suite, heart hammering. For a second, I just stand there, replaying all the moments we've shared. From the stormy cabin to the locked stall fiasco, her scathing monologues about not being anyone's secret, and the way she holds her head high no matter how many stares she gets. Knock, you coward! I rap lightly. The door cracks open a few inches, revealing Zora in a simple t-shirt and fitted jeans, braids falling over her shoulder. Her expression registers surprise, then morphs into guarded calm. "Beckett," she says, voice even. "It's late." My mouth goes dry. "I know, can I?" I clear my throat. "Can I come in?" She studies me a moment, reading the tension in my posture, maybe glimpsing the turmoil in my eyes. Finally, she steps back, letting the door swing wider. I enter, removing my hat, chest tight. The suite is modest, a small sitting area, a desk cluttered with papers, her laptop open, screen glowing. A lamp on the side table throws warm light across the bed. The air smells faintly of the lavender-scented lotion she must use. She shuts the door behind me, crossing her arms. "What's on your mind?" I inhale, forcing my voice not to break. "Wanted to talk, if that's all right." Her gaze flickers with caution. "Depends on what you're here to say." I step deeper into the room, setting my hat on the desk's corner. "I wrote out today. Needed space to think." She arches a brow. "That's a habit of yours, isn't it?" A shaky laugh escapes. "Guilty. The land's always been my way to clear my head." I pause, wetting my lips. This time, I realized it's not just about me wanting you physically. That's part of it. God knows I can't stop thinking about how it felt having you in my arms. But it's bigger than that. You shake me up, Zora. You represent everything new, everything this place refuses to see. Her posture relaxes a notch, but she keeps her arms folded. I'm listening. I swallow hard, forging on. I spent my life upholding traditions hammered into my skull by my father, by the older horsemen. And yeah, some traditions matter, but our ways have grown stale. We can't flourish if we keep shutting out outsiders or refusing to adapt. You made me see that. Her eyes soften, though her voice remains steady. Is that what you really believe? Or are you just telling me what I want to hear? The directness stings, but I deserve it. I'm telling you the truth. I watch you stand up to them, no fear in your eyes, and it makes me realize I've been living in the past, hiding behind loyalty to a father who's not here to see how the world's changed. She presses her lips together, gaze flicking away briefly. All right. So what does that mean for us? Tremor ripples through me. Us. God, I hope there's still an us to salvage. It means I'm done pretending. I want you. Not just in the dark, not just behind locked doors. If you'll have me, I want to figure out how to stand beside you, even if it means standing up to the club. Even if it means rewriting some rules. Her shoulders drop a fraction, relief or disbelief crossing her features. You sure you're prepared for that? I take a step closer, heart pounding. No, but I'm more afraid of losing you. This entire ranch is in my blood, but you're in my soul, and that's not something I can walk away from without a fight. A moment of charged silence hangs between us. Her eyes glisten, but she doesn't let emotion overshadow her caution. I won't be hidden anymore, Beckett. I meant what I said. If you're with me, you're with me, out in the open. You can't tuck me in a corner whenever the horsemen raise their eyebrows. I nod, my chest tightening with the weight of that promise. I understand. I can't promise the club will accept us easily, but I won't lie or pretend we're not involved. I'll handle the fallout. She studies me, searching my face for any sign of hesitation. I let her see the raw determination in my eyes. Slowly, she exhales, letting her arms drop to her sides. All right, she murmurs. Then come sit. Let's talk this through. I follow her to the small sitting area. She motions to a worn armchair, taking a seat on the bed across from me. My heart thrums with adrenaline, half expecting her to tell me she doesn't trust me enough. But instead, she rubs her palms on her jeans, voice quieter now. You know what you're risking, right? The horsemen can be vicious. If Jim or Grayson think you've broken ranks, they might force you out. The ranch might slip from your grip. Are you ready for that? My throat constricts. The possibility of losing the land is terrifying, but the thought of losing her is worse. I won't lie and say it doesn't scare me, but I can't keep living in a half-life holding on to everything my father built at the expense of who I'm supposed to be. If forging a new path with you costs me the old guard's blessing, then that's the price. Her eyes grow moist, but she blinks it back. You sure about that, Cowboy? A ghost of a smile threatens to surface on my face. Never been surer. Her breath catches. We let the silence linger, the weight of our confessions swirling in the lamplight. Then, carefully, she reaches out, fingertips brushing mine. That subtle contact sends warmth flooding through my veins. I won't pretend this is easy, she whispers. We still have differences. We might fight like cats and dogs, but I can't deny I care for you, Beckett, more than I should. Emotion churns in my chest, a strange mix of gratitude and awe that she's giving me another chance. I close my hand around hers, voice thick. You keep me honest. Keep me from sliding back into old habits. She cracks a small smile. I won't let you slide, that's for damn sure. I let out a rough laugh, the tension in my shoulders easing. We fall silent again, just gazing at each other. My palm envelops hers, and it feels like the most natural thing in the world. Eventually, I clear my throat, shifting to address the practical side. So, how do we proceed? You still have a report to file. The club might go ballistic if they see you siding with me in public. She lifts a shoulder. I won't lie in my assessment. If the club's behind in some areas, I'll say so. But if they're strong in others, that shows too. I'll do what the data demands. Your job is to stand by it. Don't let them crucify me for telling the truth. My chest tightens with resolve. Done. I'll stand with you. We might face backlash, but I won't let them throw you to the wolves. Her eyes narrow slightly. Don't you dare waver once Jim corners you. I won't. She exhales, nodding, For a moment, we're both quiet, the lamp casting soft shadows on the faded walls. Then I rise slowly from the armchair, taking a hesitant step forward. She looks up at me, uncertainty mingling with cautious hope. "You said you won't be hidden," I murmur, my voice low and rough. "I swear you won't be, but can I?" I gesture vaguely toward her, heart pounding. A faint blush colors her cheeks, but she nods. "Come here." I sit on the bed, the mattress dipping beneath my weight. Her warmth envelops me, and I brush a thumb across her cheek, savoring the moment. My breath stutters at how easily we fit, how her gaze softens with that mixture of desire and trust. We lean in, lips meeting gently at first, then deepening as days of pent-up tension unravel. The world narrows to the taste of her mouth, the quiet sigh she releases when I cup the back of her neck. It's not frantic like that stormy night or the forced proximity fiasco. It's deeper, laced with honest yearning and relief. When we break apart, her forehead rests against mine, breath mingling in the breathless calm of the room. I stroke her braid, voice hushed. This time we do it right. No secrets, no shame. She nods, her hand pressing into my chest. Agreed. My heart pounds under her palm, a reminder that I'm still terrified of what tomorrow brings. But with her so close, I can't regret the choice. If being with Zora means fighting a war against old traditions, I'll strap on my boots and charge in. We stay like that for a while, holding each other in the quiet lamplight, letting the tension ease. Eventually, she shifts, eyes drifting to the laptop on her desk. I have to finalize some data for the investor. They want a preview tomorrow morning. I stroke her knuckles. "I won't keep you from your work. Mind if I hang around while you finish? I'll keep out of your hair." A soft smile curves her lips. "You sure you can behave yourself?" I chuckle, the sound rough. "I can try." She rises, pulling away gently. I catch her hand, pressing a kiss to her palm before letting go. My chest aches with the realization that I might not have many more nights like this if the horsemen turn on me. But I push that fear aside, one step at a time. She settles at the desk, pulling up spreadsheets. I move to the chair again, sipping a glass of water she hands me. The hush between us is companionable, broken only by the soft click of her keyboard. Every now and then she asks me a question about ranch history or clarifies a detail, and I answer quietly, marveling at how easy it feels to just be near her without the usual storm of conflict. Time slides by. Outside the window, the moon rises high over the horizon, casting pale light across the yard. The lamp on her desk glows softly, reflecting on her intent expression. She's focused, chewing her lower lip in concentration, occasionally jotting a note in the margin. I watch her, a swirl of warmth settling in my gut. This is what I've wanted. A chance to see her fully, not in stolen glances. She's so capable, so unflinching in her pursuit of truth, and unbelievably beautiful. Eventually, she closes the laptop, rolling her shoulders to ease tension. "Done for tonight," she murmurs. I stand, crossing to where she sits. Gently, I knead the tight spot at the base of her neck. She lets out a quiet groan of relief, eyes closing. "Feels good," she mutters. I keep massaging in slow circles, heart thrumming. After a moment, she twists in the chair, facing me. We lock eyes, and I brush a thumb over her cheek, memorizing every contour of her face under the soft glow. I exhale, voice turning husky. I should go before I push my luck. She half smiles. "Maybe I want you to push it." My pulse quickens, but I force a soft chuckle. "Don't tempt me, Jackson. We said we'd do this right, not jumping behind locked doors." She sighs, rising from the chair. "Yeah, you're right. The scandal would be intense if someone found you here at midnight. And we haven't even started the war yet." I dip my head in acknowledgement. When the club sees me stepping out with you in public, they'll lose their minds. But I'm ready. Or at least, I will be. She walks me to the door, standing close enough that I can smell the lavender lotion on her skin. My heart clutches at the thought of leaving. I slip my hand around her waist, letting our foreheads touch again. "Thank you," I murmur, "for giving me a chance." She slides her arms around my neck, pressing a gentle kiss to my jaw. "Don't make me regret it." "I won't," I vow, voice rasping. Reluctantly, I release her, stepping into the hallway. My hat sits perched on the small table by the door. I grab it, placing it on my head. She leans against the doorframe, arms folded, watching me with a mix of affection and lingering caution. "Good night, Beckett," she whispers. "Night, Zora," I manage, forcing my feet to move away. The corridor is quiet as I descend the stairs, heart still pounding from the intensity of our conversation. Outside, the bunkhouse yard is lit by a few lanterns, the rest cloaked in shadows. A gentle breeze ruffles my shirt and I inhale the cool air. Everything feels different. For the first time in weeks, I'm not running or hiding. I'm stepping straight into the fire, ready to face whatever the Iron Horsemen throw at me. If that means challenging century-old rules, so be it. Zora's worth the fight. I walk across the yard, heading for my cabin. Each step thrums with a new sense of purpose. Tension still coils in my belly, fear of Jim, fear of losing the ranch. But a deeper certainty pulses beneath it all. I can't let her go. Her presence in my life is a catalyst, a spark that refuses to die. When I reach my cabin, I slip inside, shutting the door on the quiet night. My father's old guns hang on the wall, silent reminders of tradition. For once, I'm not haunted by them. I'm forging a new path. My path. If Dad were alive, maybe he'd rail against me, or maybe he'd respect me for standing up for what I believe in. I'll never know. I settle on the bed, mind spinning but heart steady. The next days will be a test of everything. My loyalty to the club, my promise to Zora, and my willingness to carve out a new future. Let them come. I'm not the same man I was a month ago, and I have no intention of backing down. With that thought, I flick off the lamp, lying back in the darkness, the memory of her warmth sustaining me. Come morning, I'll face the horsemen, head high. No more half measures. Because if Zora's taught me anything, it's that real change starts by believing in it enough to risk everything else.
Chapter 15. Zora. Twilight spills through my window, painting the sweet in smoky purples and deep orange. I lean over my desk, sorting the day's data graphs, water samples, grazing rotations. My eyes burn from endless hours of analysis, but my mind buzzes too loudly to stop. Tomorrow, I'll present a preliminary summary to the investor. If all goes well, I'll finalize my recommendations soon after, and then I might not have much reason left to stay. A heavy ache settles in my chest at the thought, because as complicated as things are with the Iron Horsemen, with Jim, Grayson, and the endless politicking, there's Beckett. The memory of him in my room last night, tension thrumming through his voice as he vowed not to hide anymore, lights a slow warmth in my veins. He said he'd fight for me, us. My heart still stutters when I recall the heat in his gaze, how every syllable felt like a promise. Yet the doubt lingers. Will the club force him to choose in a way he can't handle? I shake off the worry and snap my laptop shut. The night beyond the window is hushed, only the faint hum of voices drifting from the bunkhouse halls. Most of the older men have retired to their secret lounge or gone to bed, content to wake before dawn. My phone is silent now. Ash's messages about AI-driven irrigation remain unread. I'll address him in the morning. I stand, rolling my stiff shoulders. A knock on my door startles me, the sound echoing in the quiet suite. My pulse leaps, half expecting more trouble from the Sinclair triplets, but there's a tension in the pit of my stomach that hopes it's someone else. The moment the door opens, Beckett stands there, hat in hand, eyes catching the glimmer of the hallway lamp. He's changed from his daytime ranch gear into a dark shirt that molds to his broad frame, sleeves rolled up to reveal strong forearms. Even in the dim corridor, I see the subtle tightness in his jaw. He lifts his chin. Hey. Hey, I echo, voice a little too soft. You're back late. He nods, stepping inside as I move aside to let him pass. Had to check on a herd in the far pasture. Storm last week messed up a few fences. Took longer than I expected. I closed the door, my heart thudding. His presence fills the room, tension rolling off him in waves. Everything all right? Far as I can tell, we patched the fences, moved the cattle. He sets his hat on the small entry table, running a hand through his messy hair. I kept thinking about you, though. Couldn't help it. Heat flushes under my cheeks. He's so different when he's honest. No more stoic mask. It stirs something deep inside me. Makes me want to peel back all those layers. I'm glad you came by. He exhales roughly, scanning my face. You sure I'm welcome? After the day you've had, I don't want to barge in if you're exhausted. I swallow the sudden lump in my throat. Exhausted or not, I want you here. Talking to you, it keeps me from losing my mind in all this data. A hesitant smile tugs at his mouth. Good, because I've been itching to see you all day. Warmth floods my chest. I motion him toward the small sitting area near the window. We move carefully, like we're crossing a delicate wire. The overhead lamp casts a soft glow, illuminating his dust-smudged boots and the faint lines of strain around his eyes. He looks worn, but beneath that is something else. A simmering energy that sparks every time our gazes lock. He stands by the window, arms folded. I settle on the edge of the love seat, resting my hands in my lap. Silence stretches between us, thick with anticipation. I can almost taste the questions roiling under his skin. How was your day? Did anyone bother you? Do you still trust me? But he says nothing, just watches me with that quiet storm in his eyes. Needing to bridge the gap, I speak first. I got a text from the investor's office. They want my preliminary soon. If it goes smoothly, I might have to finalize everything sooner than I expected. He frowns, crossing the small space to stand closer. That's good, right? I force a half smile. It means my time here is short. Once I file my final report, I'm basically done with the job. Whether I stick around is another question. He blows out a breath, tension rippling in his shoulders. Yeah, I get that. I tilt my head, studying him in the soft light. You talked big last night about standing with me openly, but the clubs hammered you every step of the way. Are you truly ready for the fallout? His jaw flexes. Been thinking about that all day. I'm done letting fear decide. You deserve more than a man who can't own up to what he wants. My pulse skips. And you? What do you want? Something in his gaze flares, an ember of longing. He steps forward, closing the distance until I feel his body heat. I want you, he says, voice husky. Not just for a night, not just hidden behind some locked stall. I want to stand beside you in front of God and everyone, even if it shakes the horsemen to their core. Emotion surges in my chest. I rise to my feet, lifting a hand to brush across his cheek. He leans into the touch, eyes sliding shut for a moment. My heart pounds. That's a big step. He opens his eyes, capturing my gaze. I know, but this, what's between us, it's bigger than me or you. Feels like the start of something that could change this place. Or maybe just change me. Either way, I'm all in. I exhale, relief and desire tangling in my stomach. I won't pretend it'll be easy. People might come at us from all sides. Let them, he mutters. I'll protect you, however I can. A soft laugh escapes me. I can protect myself, Cowboy, but I appreciate the backup. He smiles, a slow, rare grin that lights his eyes. Team effort, then? Team effort, I agree, something warm fizzing in my veins. We stand there a moment, neither moving, both breathing in the tension. The lamp's glow caresses the planes of his face, highlighting the strength in his jaw, the faint lines around his eyes that speak of long days in the sun. I sense the hesitation, the question of whether we step forward or keep a careful distance. My body makes the decision first. I close the gap, sliding my arms around his waist. He stiffens in surprise, then melts into the embrace, chin dipping to press against my temple. The steady thud of his heart reverberates through my chest. With a shuddering sigh, I let go of the cautious barrier I've clung to. We're in this now. His hands come up to cradle my face, tilting it upward. Our lips brush lightly, a test, a question. Then the kiss deepens, slow and deliberate, like we're both determined to savor every second. My entire body hums with longing, not just for physical closeness, but for the promise in his words that he'll fight for me, stand by me, even if it costs him. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Even as the world outside spins with duty, politics, and danger, in here, with him, I feel like we've carved out a piece of something holy, something real. Eventually, he shifts to the side, drawing me into the crook of his arm. I rest my cheek against his chest, listening to the wild thrum of his heart. A deep sense of calm settles over me, like finding a safe harbor in the storm. Zora, he murmurs again, voice husky from emotion. Thank you for trusting me. I close my eyes, a bittersweet ache lacing through my contentment. Don't break that trust, I say softly. I can't do this halfway anymore. He presses another kiss to my hair, arm tightening around my shoulders. I swear I won't. I'll stand in front of the whole damn club if that's what it takes. A shaky laugh escapes me, half disbelieving, half overwhelmed by hope. They'll raise hell. His chest vibrates with a quiet chuckle. Let 'em. I've been playing by their rules my whole life. Maybe it's time to write a few of my own. Warmth seeps into my bones, a mixture of relief and fear, because he might say that now. Wrapped in the afterglow of our lovemaking, but tomorrow, the horseman's demands won't vanish. There's still a chance he might flinch when confronted by Jim, Grayson, or the old guard. Yet, as I lie here listening to his heartbeat, I choose to trust this moment. The man who lies with me is earnest in his promise, and that has to count for something. He skims a calloused thumb across my jaw, coaxing me to look up. Our eyes meet in the dusky lamplight, and my heart feels like it's in my throat. You said something about protecting me, I murmur. But you still won't tell them we're together, will you? His expression dims, remorse flickering. I want to, but I need a day or two to gather my ammunition, talk to a few folks who can back me up. Cole, maybe, or Elijah. I can't just spring it on the club without a plan. My throat tightens. So we hide a little longer. He lifts my chin, voice low with regret. I hate hiding, but I want to do this right for you. If I march in tomorrow proclaiming we're a couple, Jim might blow, and we'll have no strategy. Let me line up some allies. I promise, you won't be a secret for long. I nod slowly, torn between frustration and understanding. Just don't keep me waiting indefinitely. He kisses my brow, a gentle reassurance. I won't. We'll show them this ranch can evolve. We settle back into silence, my head pillowed on his shoulder. The night hums outside, crickets chirping in the warm air. I drift in the calm, letting the steady rise and fall of his chest ground me. I'm falling for this man. The realization strikes with both sweetness and dread, but I can't deny it. In every look, every touch, he's carving out a place in my heart, one I won't easily give up. As the clock on the nightstand ticks past midnight, he shifts, pressing a final kiss to my temple. I should go before dawn catches me sneaking out. The last thing we need is more speculation. A pang of regret tugs at me, but I nod. We both stand, dressing in the quiet hush. When he slips on his boots and hat, I linger by the door, hugging myself. He pauses, turning back, that storm-gray gaze soft with affection. I'll see you in the morning, he says. We'll figure it out, piece by piece. I manage a smile, stepping closer to brush my lips against his. You better. He touches my cheek, then slips out. The latch clicks quietly behind him, leaving me alone in the soft glow of the bedside lamp. My pulse still pounds with the aftermath of our intimacy, the sweet ache of letting him in. Biting my lip, I stare at the closed door, fighting a surge of conflicting emotions. Relief, happiness, fear of the unknown. He swears he'll protect me, but he won't tell the club. Not yet. I sink onto the bed, knees weak, heart full. For now, I decide to believe in him, in the promise that we'll stand together eventually. The morning's challenges will come soon enough. My investor meeting, the final push to finish my assessment, the inevitable confrontation with the horsemen. But tonight, I hold on to the memory of his touch, the warmth of his body entwined with mine, and the quiet vow we shared. Because even if the future's uncertain, in this moment, we've chosen each other. And that choice, however fragile, feels like the first real step toward a life neither of us ever expected to want so badly.
Chapter 16. Beckett. Morning light creeps through my cabin's small window, spilling across the pine floorboards in a hazy glow. I've been awake for hours, heart hammering ever since the rooster crowed. My mind swirls with the memory of last night. Zora's quiet promise, the lingering feel of her warm skin under my palms, the hush of her room after we'd finally admitted we can't keep hiding. I remind myself that we decided to proceed carefully. I'd gather allies, stand by her. Except now I'm staring at the ceiling, wondering if we'll get time to plan it all. A knock rattles my front door, sharp and insistent. My breath snags. It's too early for visitors, unless something's wrong with the cattle or a fence. But the sense of dread churning in my gut tells me this isn't about ranch chores. I force myself out of bed, dragging on my jeans and a shirt. When I open the door, Grayson Houghton stands on my porch, arms folded tight. His pale gaze flicks over my disheveled appearance. Something about his expression sets alarm bells ringing in my head. "Morning, Beck," he says, tone clipped. "Get dressed. You're needed in the war room." My mouth goes dry. "Why? What happened?" His eyes narrow. "We can discuss that inside. Don't keep us waiting." Without a word, he's turning, footsteps hard and fast before I can argue, striding away with stiff precision. My pulse kicks up, 1,000 possibilities flooding my mind. Did Zora's final data spark something? Did she uncover a problem that the club wants squashed? Or is it about our relationship, discovered sooner than planned? My stomach twists, but I yank on my boots, grab my hat, and leave the cabin. The brisk morning air does nothing to calm me. As I head across the yard, ranch hands eye me with curiosity. Some tip their hats, others glance away like they've seen a ghost. What do they know? Anxiety tightens my jaw. The bunkhouse looms ahead, logs glowing in the early sunshine. I force my legs to keep moving, stepping onto the porch and through the heavy doors. The corridors feel unusually silent, tension pressing down like a storm front. I pass no one else as I make my way to the war room. Just the echo of my boots on the polished floor. Jim Houghton is there, at the head of the long table, his posture stiff with barely contained fury. Victor Devereaux stands off to one side, arms folded, silent as stone, eyes sharp. Grayson lingers near Jim's shoulder. A few other men, Franklin Davis, Carter Holt, hover near the walls, flipping through ledgers or pointedly not looking at me. The air crackles with hostility. I swallow hard, stopping by the table's edge. Got your message. What's going on? No one answers immediately. Grayson steps forward, arms still crossed over his chest. We heard an interesting rumor this morning. I keep my face impassive. And... His mouth twists. Several folks saw you leaving Dr. Jackson's room late last night. Actually, more than late. More like dawn. My heart freefalls. They saw me? I grit my teeth, maintaining a calm mask. It's not what you think. Jim slams his palm on the table. Don't insult our intelligence, Beckett. You were in her room. A staff member saw you slip out. Then the rumor spread. Now half the ranch is buzzing that you're carrying on with the outsider. My pulse spikes. My mind races with half-baked excuses, but I catch myself. Zora and I agreed we wouldn't lie. No more secrets. Yet there's a difference between lying and telling them everything right now. I force a slow exhale, meet Jim's furious gaze. All right, I won't deny I was with her. A murmur ripples through the men. Carter lifts a brow, exchanging a look with Franklin. Grayson's lips compress in a thin line. Jim's face darkens to a shade I've rarely seen. Victor, silent in the corner, just watches me with that unsettling calm. Jim grinds out, "You realize what you've done?" I struggle not to shout. I spent time with a woman I stop short, swallowing the word love. A woman I respect. That's all. He shoves back from the table, standing fully. She's an outsider, Beckett. We've brought her in to do a job, not to... He gestures angrily, voice trembling with emotion. Damn it, you know the rules. I meet his gaze, tension coiling in my gut. I know them. I also know we can't cling to every archaic rule that prevents progress. Grayson scoffs. Progress? You're risking the ranch's reputation. Folks out there are talking about you hooking up with the same consultant who might pen a scathing report about us. My jaw sets. Her report is fair, not scathing, and our personal relationship doesn't compromise her professional integrity. Carter Holt cuts in, voice smooth. Perception is reality, Beck. The club can't afford rumors that you're pillow-talking business secrets or letting an outsider manipulate you. Heat flares in my cheeks. She's not manipulating me. I know exactly what I'm doing. Jim steps closer, voice low and threatening. Do you? Because from where we stand, you've jeopardized everything your father built. The entire membership is in an uproar. The mention of my father hits me like a punch. My chest tightens, memories swirling. The old man would be furious at me for fraternizing with someone the club deemed an outsider. But he's not here, and I'm not a puppet. I keep my voice steady. My father taught me to protect the land, to stand with the horsemen if they stand for something honorable. Right now, we're just circling the wagons out of fear. Zora's presence isn't a threat unless we make it one. Jim's face reddens. You brought the threat, boy, not her. By letting your personal desires muddy the club's dealings. I refuse to flinch. My personal life doesn't muddy anything unless you insist on dragging it into the mud. The men murmur among themselves, tension crackling. Victor shifts, stepping away from the wall, but he still says nothing. His presence radiates power, an unspoken reminder that he's the club's enforcer if push comes to shove. Finally, Jim exhales a long breath, nostrils flaring. You leave us no choice. We can't tolerate a potential breach of loyalty. The outside world can't see us as a club that's easily swayed by romance or whatever you're calling it. Grayson moves to Jim's side, crossing his arms. It's simple, Beck. End it with her publicly or leave us. My breath whooshes out in shock, even though I half expected something like this. You're giving me an ultimatum? Jim nods, jaw clenched so tight, I worry he might break a tooth. Yes. End the relationship or give up your seat among the Iron Horsemen. We can't keep you if your loyalties lie elsewhere. I clench my fists, anger flaring hot. My father's face flashes through my mind, the image of him burying me under the weight of tradition. Leave Zora or leave the club. The very thing I feared. But hearing it spelled out roils my gut. You can't do that. The ranch has been in my family for generations. Jim's eyes blaze. This isn't about your ranch alone. It's about the entire Horseman legacy. If we lose trust in you, you're out. The other members are furious. Grayson nods, his voice eerily calm. We put the question to a few key elders this morning. They agree. Either you sever ties with Dr. Jackson or relinquish your membership. If you lose membership, you lose certain land privileges, certain deals. The ranch might be yours on paper, but the network that makes it profitable goes away. Suppliers might walk. Investors might withdraw. The words land like blows. My mind spins with the threat. They could freeze me out, cut supply lines, sabotage my livelihood. That's how the Horsemen maintain control. Either do it their way, or they'll ruin me. My stomach churns. I set my jaw, gaze flicking to Victor. He stands stone-faced, but something in his expression signals he's listening closely. I wonder if he's waiting to see if I'll back down. Then I turn back to Jim, forcing a steady tone. And if I refuse, if I say I won't leave her, Jim's lip curls. Then you leave us, or we make sure you regret it. Silence settles, thick as a thundercloud before a storm. My heart pounds. I want to shout that I won't be bullied, that I'll take them all on if I have to. But the fear is real. Fear of losing the ranch, the men I've grown up with. Zora said she wouldn't let me hide. She expects me to choose her openly. But am I truly ready to risk everything? My gaze drops, swirling with conflict. Zora's worth it. She told me she wouldn't be my secret. We spent last night forging a bond that felt deeper than lust. I can't betray her now. But looking at Jim's furious face, Grayson's grim determination, the cold finality in the war room, I realize the club is prepared to bury me if I oppose them. I finally lift my head, voice raw. When do you need my decision? Jim sneers. We gave you enough time. You have until tomorrow morning. Come to the war room at dawn. Either you show us proof you've ended this nonsense, or you walk away from the Horsemen, permanently. My fists clench. And how exactly do you expect me to prove anything? Grayson's mouth twists. That's your problem. But if you're still seeing her, and word gets out, you're defying us. Consider yourself an ex-horseman. We'll cut every tie we can. Rage boils in my veins. I want to lunge across the table, slam my fist into Grayson's smug face, but I force myself to breathe. Violence won't solve anything, and it sure won't help Zora. I picture her, how determined she looked, how she demanded I not keep her hidden. She deserves more than a liar. But God, the cost might be my entire legacy. Seconds pass in charged silence, the men staring at me, waiting. I twist strands between my fingers, throat tight. Fine, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Good, Jim says, stepping away from the table with a flourish. Now get out of my sight. I glare at him, swallowing the retort that burns my tongue. Instead, I pivot and stomp out of the war room, tension coiling in every muscle. The corridor outside feels suffocating, the weight of the bunkhouse walls pressing in. I brush past a pair of ranch hands who quickly avert their eyes. They must have heard the shouting. My stomach churns with the realization that everyone will know soon enough. Outside, the bright sun seems to mock me, the ranch yard alive with the daily bustle, men hauling feed, stable hands grooming horses, the distant clang of metal from the far shed. I spot the Sinclair triplets loitering by the paddock, exchanging nervous glances. They can probably sense the storm. I ignore them, heading toward the stables with no real plan, just an urge to escape the stairs. Halfway there, a voice calls my name. I turn to see Cole Lancaster hurrying up. His eyes flick over my face. I heard rumors. They confronted you? My jaw clenches. Yeah. They laid down an ultimatum. End it with Zora or get out. Cole's expression darkens, sympathy crossing his features. Damn. I'm sorry, Beck. I blow out a breath, crossing my arms. They're serious, Cole. If I don't walk away from her, they'll sabotage the ranch, cut me off from suppliers. I'll lose everything my father left me. He touches my shoulder lightly. Is it worth the price? A bitter chuckle escapes. Hell if I know. She's worth more than any land, but it's not just land. It's my livelihood, my identity. If the horsemen freeze me out, I might not recover. Cole's gaze turns thoughtful. You told me once you want to be better than the ghost of your father's rules. Maybe this is your moment to prove it. Frustration tightens my throat. Easy to say from the outside. The consequences are huge. He dips his head. I get it. Just remember, fear kept me from acting once. Cost me my family's legacy. Don't let fear define you. If you truly believe in Zora, in changing the club, you have to stand firm. I stare at him, heartbeat drumming. The echo of Zora's voice whispers in my mind. I won't be your secret. Don't come near me unless you're ready to choose. My gut twists. Thanks, I mutter. I guess I'll figure it out. Cole steps back, giving me space. I'm here if you need an ally, though I doubt it'll count for much in the old guard's eyes. Still, I owe it to you to try. My chest tightens with gratitude. I clap him on the shoulder, words failing me. Then I head for the stables, boots striking dust. My mind spins with the question. Do I choose Zora and risk losing the horsemen? Or do I bow to Jim's demands and break her heart, but break my own in the process? I find an empty stall at the far end, ducking inside to lean against the wooden wall. The smell of hay is usually comforting, but right now it feels suffocating. My phone vibrates in my pocket, Zora's name on the screen. Of course. She's checking in about something. Maybe the investor meeting. My chest aches, craving the sound of her voice. But I can't talk to her right now, not when I'm drowning in this ultimatum. The stable door creaks. Footsteps approach. My muscles tense. Maybe it's the triplets again. But I look up to see Victor Devereaux standing in the aisle, silent as a ghost. He glances at me, expression unreadable. Beckett, he says quietly, voice deceptively calm. I swallow. You here to deliver a warning? He shrugs, stepping closer. I'm not Jim's errand boy. I just wanted to see if you're all right. A bitter laugh escapes. All right? They threaten to run me off if I don't ditch the woman I stop short, swallowing. No, I'm not all right. He inclines his head. I assumed as much. Silence lingers before he adds, You care about her, enough to challenge the club. I let out a ragged breath. Yes, enough to burn every bridge if I have to, but it means losing everything I've known. Victor's dark gaze flickers. Sometimes a man has to decide if the price of loyalty is too high. The horsemen can't adapt if they silence anyone who tries to push forward. Maybe your father's way doesn't have to be yours. I stare at him, surprised by his almost sympathetic tone. You're the enforcer, though. Usually you support Jim without question. He dips his head in acknowledgement. I do my job, but I'm not blind. If this place refuses to change, it'll crumble eventually. Still, my role is to enforce decisions, not shape them. A knot of frustration coils in my chest. So if I choose Zora, you'll be the first to exile me? He doesn't flinch. I'll do what the club orders. But for what it's worth, I don't relish driving you out. Or her. I let out a slow breath, a flicker of gratitude for his honesty. Thanks, I guess. He nods, turning on his heel. At the threshold, he looks back, face impassive. Tomorrow's ultimatum might not be the end, but it'll be a turning point. Choose wisely, Beckett. Then he's gone, leaving me alone in the stall with the stench of hay and the weight of my torment. My phone buzzes again, Zora's name lighting the screen. This time, I can't ignore it. I step outside into the stable aisle, flipping it open with trembling fingers. Her voice filters in, soft yet concerned. Beckett, hey, I was trying to reach you earlier. I force a steady tone. Yeah, sorry, been dealing with stuff. Everything okay? She sounds tense. I close my eyes. God, how do I tell her? Not exactly. The club knows about us. Or at least suspects strongly. They gave me an ultimatum. Her breath catches. Ultimatum! Leave you. Or leave them, I say bluntly, bitterness slicing through me. A sharp inhale. Then she curses under her breath. Damn it, that's exactly what we feared. When did they? Just now, I mutter. Grayson and Jim confronted me in the war room. They want my answer by dawn tomorrow. Silence stretches, thick with sorrow. Finally, she exhales. Are you okay? I manage a bitter laugh. Not really. My father's entire legacy is on the line. They're threatening to freeze me out, sabotage the ranch. She's quiet for a moment. I sense the tears in her voice when she speaks. Beckett, if they're going to ruin you, maybe we should step back, figure something out. I don't want you losing everything over me. My chest twists, anger flaring at the thought of letting her take the blame. No, we decided we wouldn't hide. I won't let them bully me into tossing you aside. She sighs shakily. Then what do we do? I scrub a palm down my face. I need time to think. Cole offered help. Maybe Elijah too. I'm trying to see if there's a way to hold on to the ranch without letting Jim control us. A soft sniffle. I hate this. It's so unfair. I tighten my grip on the phone. I know, sweetheart, but I'd rather fight them than walk away from you. Her breath hitches. You sure you can handle the fallout? My throat is too tight. I'm not sure of anything except you're worth it. A tremor of relief or fear echoes in her laugh. We'll figure it out. I'm here if you need me tonight. My chest warms. Yeah, I might. But I've got to do some damage control first. I hesitate, not wanting to let go. I'll come see you later if that's okay. Please, she says softly. Just be careful. We hang up and I stand there, the stable around me muted in the morning hush. My mind churns with 1,000 thoughts. Leave her or leave them. It's no choice at all. My father might roll in his grave, Jim might rage, but I can't betray Zora. The question is, can I outmaneuver the club enough to save the ranch, or must I accept total exile? I head out into the yard, jaw set. The day stretches ahead, full of tasks feeding, fence checks, more. But overshadowing it all is the deadline looming at dawn. With every step, I feel the weight of the horseman's ultimatum on my shoulders. Men who used to greet me kindly now avert their eyes or watch me with thinly veiled curiosity. The rumor's out, and I'm the star of a scandal that might destroy me. But if that's the price for being with her, so be it. Tomorrow, I'll face Jim and Grayson again. Either I'll stand tall in my decision, or I'll walk away from everything I've known. Fear gnaws at my gut, but love burns in my heart. In the quiet chaos of the ranch yard, I promise myself I won't back down. One way or another, I'll show them Beckett Calloway's not a man who dumps the woman he cares for just to keep an outdated system comfortable. The sun climbs, the day unfolds, but all I can think is, dawn is coming. And so is my choice.
Chapter 17. Zora. I'm crouched beside the open door of a supply closet, rummaging for a spare battery pack when I hear Ray's voices echoing from down the hall. The tension in those angry tones stops me cold. My heart thumps hard. Even from a distance, I recognize one of them, Jim Houghton, full of that authoritative rasp he never bothers to disguise. The other is Beckett, deeper and steadier, but laced with something harsh beneath the calm. I set the battery aside, creeping along the corridor, mindful not to scuff my boots against the hardwood. The voices grow clearer, reverberating from behind a half-closed door that I recognize as the war room's side entrance. I've never felt comfortable eavesdropping, but the urgency in those tones compels me to listen. "Don't care what you think," Beckett snaps, words clipped. "This is my decision." Jim's growl follows. "Then prepare to face the consequences. The horsemen won't tolerate a man who can't control himself." My palm flattens instinctively over my chest, pulse hammering. They're talking about me. My stomach twists painfully. Beckett's voice retorts, low and simmering. "Control? That's all you know, Jim, but I won't crawl on my belly to keep your favor." A scuffle of footsteps, then Jim's rasp, sharper than I've ever heard it. "We gave you a chance. Either end it with her or walk away. Have you chosen?" I suck in a breath, mind racing. This is it. He's supposed to decide by dawn. My heart aches, recalling how we parted last night. How he vowed to fight. The murmur of Beckett's voice is more subdued now, impossible to make out. I strain to catch any clue. A harsh bark of laughter from Jim. "Don't be naive. Love doesn't override loyalty. Pick one." Something in me snaps. I can't keep hovering, listening to them tear Beckett apart. If the horsemen want him to break it off, it'll ruin him or me or both. I can't bear the idea of him losing everything because of me. My eyes burn, and I step back, forcing a steady breath. I can't watch him rip himself in two for my sake. He's torn between the land he loves and this fragile connection we share. Tears threaten, but I shove them down. Grayson's voice cuts in. "You want to throw your legacy away for that woman? Foolish." I turn on my heel, legs shaking. I can't stand another second of hearing them degrade me. Degrade what Beckett and I share. He shouldn't have to choose. If I leave, maybe he can salvage what's left of his inheritance. My presence ignites too much conflict. Blinking back tears, I hurry to the guest suite I've been using, heart racing faster with every step. My thoughts spin. I refuse to be someone's destruction. If my departure means he can keep the land, I'll accept the pain. He deserves stability, not the entire club breathing down his neck. Inside the suite, I slam the door behind me, leaning against it to catch my breath. My reflection in the mirror across the room looks grim, eyes shining with unshed tears, mouth pinched. I won't let sorrow overtake me, but it hurts to even consider walking away from him. Still, I can't stay and watch him lose everything he's worked for. I move in a flurry, tossing clothes into my duffel, gathering documents and files. My laptop slides into a protective case. I yank open the dresser drawers, stuffing items haphazardly. My hands tremble with suppressed anger, heartbreak swirling. Halfway through packing, a knock startles me. My chest clenches. I freeze, not daring to imagine it might be Beckett. But the voices outside make it clear that it's not one person, it's two. I hear a faint snicker and my heart sinks. The Sinclair triplets? Well, at least part of the trio. "Dr. Jackson," Wyatt calls, tone laced with forced cheer. "We heard rummaging. Everything okay?" I grit my teeth. Nosy meddling. Perfect. I fling the door open a crack to glare at Wyatt and Walker, both leaning casually against the hallway wall. Weston's nowhere in sight, but I suspect he's lurking around. They spot my open duffel, eyes widening. Walker arches a brow. "Going somewhere, Doc?" My voice comes out cold. Yes, I'm leaving. Wyatt frowned. Hold up. You can't just vanish. I fold my arms, stepping into the doorway to block their view. Watch me. There's nothing left for me here, especially not after your precious club threatened Beckett. I won't stand by while they force him to pick. Walker's lips purse. We overheard some talk. Sure, but are you certain running fixes anything? My chest tightens. Don't you dare lecture me. You three locked us in a stall, manipulated events, and meddled enough. Now you want me to stay so you can keep messing with my life? Wyatt raises his palms in surrender. We were trying to help. That's not how I see it, I snap. If you truly wanted to help, you'd stand up to Jim and Grayson. They exchange glances. Walker shuffles his feet. We can't do that. We're not that powerful. We might be troublemakers, but the old guard doesn't listen to us. Doesn't mean we want you gone. I let out a short, humorless laugh. Well, I'm done being your entertainment. Now move. I need to call a ride off this property, and I want no interference. They shift, exchanging an uneasy look. Wyatt attempts a conciliatory grin. Just wait a second. We can talk this through. Beck's set on making a stand tomorrow, you know. My heart clenches at that, but I school my expression. I'm not letting him sacrifice everything. If I disappear, maybe the club will ease off. Walker scowls. That's a big assumption. Don't you think Beck might want to say? I bite back a surge of emotion. Of course he wants a say, but I heard enough to know it's tearing him apart. The ranch is his as long as I disappear. That's how they're pressuring him, right? They don't confirm or deny, which is all the answer I need. My mouth quivers. Move aside, I repeat, voice trembling. I'm not staying to watch them drag him under. Wyatt opens his mouth as if to protest, but I slam the door in their faces, chest heaving. I half expect them to barge in, but they don't. Instead, I hear hushed murmurs, followed by retreating footsteps. Finally, some peace. I resume packing, heart pounding. Each item I shove into my bag feels like a piece of my soul tearing away from this ranch, from him. But it's for the best. Beckett needs freedom to salvage what his father built, free of me overshadowing everything with scandal. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. I grab it, punching in a contact I know, Ash Remington. He picks up on the second ring. Zora, he greets, voice smooth with concern. How's my favorite consultant? I squeeze my eyes shut. Ash, I need a favor. A short pause. You sound upset. What's going on? My throat constricts. It's complicated. Let's just say the Iron Horsemen are done tolerating me. I want out, but I'm afraid they'll sabotage my transport. Can you help me arrange something quickly and keep the meddling triplets or anyone else away? He exhales, sympathetic. Things escalated, huh? Of course I can. Let me handle the logistics. Where are you heading? I release a shaky breath. Nearest airport, I guess. Then probably a flight back to Atlanta. I'll figure out the rest once I'm away. His voice softens. Consider it done. I'll call you in an hour with the details. Thank you, I whisper, relief and grief colliding in my chest. We hang up. I hug the phone to my chest, biting my lip to keep tears at bay. Then I write a quick text to the investor, letting them know I'm finalizing everything remotely. If they need more, they'll have to wait. My plan is to vanish before the horsemen can bar the gates. I zip my duffel, slinging it over my shoulder. That's when I hear a muffled commotion outside, thumping, cursing. My brow furrows. I carefully open the door and peek out. No one's in the hallway, but from a window at the far end, I glimpse a ranch hand scurrying around the drive with a frantic expression. Something about the scene jolts me. I see Wyatt and Walker leaning over the hood of a Jeep, rummaging under it. My blood boils. They're messing with my ride. Fuming, I dash down the hall, out the front entrance to the bunkhouse. The morning sun is sharp. Men milling about, loading hay. I stomp over to the driveway, duffel banging against my hip. Wyatt and Walker straighten, eyes wide as they spot me. The Jeep's hood is propped open, wires exposed. My heart drops. "What the hell are you doing?" I snap, voice slicing through the yard. Wyatt grimaces, trying to block my view with his body. "Just, maintenance?" "Maintenance," I bark, pushing him aside. "This is the ranch's visitor vehicle. Are you trying to sabotage the engine so I can't leave?" Walker flushes. "No, we thought maybe you needed time, so we figured." Outrage crackles in my chest. "So you decided to strand me here against my will? That's kidnapping vibes, boys." They both lift their hands defensively. "It's not that extreme," Wyatt protests. "We just didn't want you running off before Beck can talk to you." My vision blurs with furious tears. "Who the hell do you think you are? I am not your prisoner." A few ranch hands pause to watch. Discomfort on their faces. The twins shift guiltily. Walker mutters, "It's just a short delay. We can fix it once Beck gets here." I gape at them, hands shaking. "You have no right. Give me back the parts or whatever you stole." They exchange uneasy looks. Wyatt grunts, tossing a spark plug onto the Jeep's seat. Fine. But can you at least calm down?" My breath comes fast, tears burning. "Calm down? I was about to leave peacefully. Now you're forcing me to stay. For what? So the club can humiliate me some more?" Wyatt starts to speak, but I cut him off with a slicing gesture. "Enough. I don't want to hear your excuses. You think you're helping, but all you do is meddle. I told you already, I'm done." Walker attempts a consoling hand on my shoulder. I jerk away, voice cracking. "Don't touch me. If I find out you sabotage any other vehicle, I swear I'll call the sheriff and press charges." His face falls, but I push past him, tears threatening to spill. My chest heaves as I rush back to the bunkhouse, ignoring the stares from passing ranchers who probably see me as an unstable outsider. Let them. I'm beyond caring. I stomp upstairs to my suite, slam the door and twist the lock, breath ragged. My phone lights up again. Ash texting. "Working on a new transport. Stall if you can." I sink on the corner of the bed, pressing trembling fingers to my temples. Stall. Right. The triplets messed with one Jeep, but Ash will find another. I just have to keep from losing my mind in the meantime. Anger surges, undercut by heartbreak. I can't let Beck see me like this. If he begs me to stay, I might crumble. Then we'll be right back in the same cycle, my presence fueling the club's rage, forcing him to tear himself apart. I rummage for a scrap of paper, scrawling a quick note. "If you can't fight for me, I won't beg." My eyes sting with tears. You want me as a secret. I want someone who'll stand beside me in the daylight. The words blur. I steady myself with a hand against my mouth, choking back sobs. I can't do this anymore. Drawing a shaky breath, I fold the note, leaving it on the desk. He'll come eventually. He'll find it if I'm gone. My chest clenches with the thought of him reading it, but I can't face him. I can't watch that heartbreak or see him torn between me and the ranch. Another text from Ash. "Sending a driver at 3 p.m. I'll be there too." I wipe my eyes. That's in a few hours. I just have to hold out until then, keep the triplets or anyone else from messing with me. A frantic knock rattles the door. I freeze, fear spiking. "Zora," it's Walker's voice, contrite. "We're sorry. Please let us in." My rage flares. "Leave me alone." He tries the knob, finding it locked. "Just talk to us. We won't sabotage anything else. Promise." I grit my teeth. I'm done talking. Move on. Silence. Then Wyatt's voice. We didn't mean to trap you. It's just Beck's in a rough spot and my chest clenches. I know exactly what Beck's going through, but you're making it worse. Now leave. They hesitate. I hear a muffled conversation, then footsteps retreat. Exhaling, I collapse against the door, head spinning from the emotional whiplash. God, how did this get so messed up? Time drips by in tense isolation. I keep checking my phone, half expecting more sabotage attempts. Occasional knocks sound, but I refuse to answer. At one point, I hear quiet footsteps passing by. Possibly Beck? My heart lurches. But I stay locked in. If he wants me to remain, he'll have to confront the entire horseman, not just my door. Eventually, my phone buzzes again, Ash. Arriving soon. Look out for black SUV. Driver named Milo. Hang tight. I spring into action, duffel in hand, laptop bag slung over my shoulder. Heart hammering. I crack the door. The hallway is empty. I make my way down the steps, every nerve on alert for meddling triplets or suspicious ranch hands. The front door stands open, letting in the sun's harsh glare. Outside, I spot a sleek black SUV rolling up the driveway. Milo, presumably. My chest thuds with mingled relief and anxiety. This is it. I'm leaving the place that's consumed my life for weeks. The place where I found a love so intense it upended everything. But I can't watch Beck lose everything over me. As I stride across the yard, a few heads turn. Walker and Wyatt linger near a truck, tension etched in their postures. They make no move to interfere this time, though their eyes follow me with regret. I keep my chin high, shoulders squared. Ash steps out of the SUV, waving me over with a quick professional gesture. Everything's ready, he murmurs, scanning the yard. I have your seat on a private flight if you like, or we can go to the commercial airport. Your call. I swallow hard, casting one last glance at the ranch buildings, the bunkhouse, the stables, the wide fields rolling beyond. My throat constricts. Commercial is fine. Let's just get out of here. He nods, opening the passenger door. I toss my duffel in the back, climb in, and yank the door shut. The engine revs, Milo maneuvering us around the yard. My heart aches, tears prickling my eyes. The ranch shrinks behind us, the main lodge receding into the distance. Goodbye, Beckett. My phone buzzes in my lap. No doubt it's him calling or texting. My chest pangs with longing, but I can't bring myself to look. I can't bear to see him beg me to stay. I refuse to break his future. I clench my teeth, forcing back sobs. This is the right thing. If he can't stand beside me publicly, he'll be free once I'm gone. He can keep the ranch intact, salvage his father's legacy. Meanwhile, I'll salvage what's left of my heart. As the SUV glides onto the lone highway leading away from Iron Valley, I lean my head against the window, refusing to let tears fall. The reflection of my face looks back, eyes hollow, lips set in a trembling line. I'd have given him everything, if not for the club's cruelty. Ash sits silent in the front seat, giving me space. His presence is comforting in a minimal sense. At least he's not interfering or trying to spin this. The miles roll by, the ranch's silhouette fading. Every second feels like a knife twisting deeper. In my bag, the note I wrote remains, along with the knowledge that Beckett might find it soon, or never. Maybe he'll read it and realize how much I cared. Or maybe he'll resent me for leaving. Either way, I'm certain of one thing. I can't stay in a place that demands we hide our love or sacrifice everything else. The SUV speeds on, carrying me away from the only man who ever made me feel so alive. But heartbreak aside, I won't regret insisting on respect, insisting on not being anyone's secret. If he truly loves me, he'll find a way to stand in the daylight. If not, I won't beg. I shut my eyes, tears finally slipping free. Goodbye, Iron Horseman. Goodbye, Beckett Calloway. I pray that leaving spares him a war he isn't ready to fight, even though it's tearing me apart.
Chapter 18. Beckett. Dawn breaks in bruised purple and faint gold as I stride across the ranch yard, heart pounding with a wild mix of rage and heartbreak. The morning air tastes like dust and regret. News traveled fast. Zora's gone, packed up and vanished before I could stop her, leaving only a note behind. I clench my jaw, her last words echoing in my head like a mocking refrain. If you can't fight for me, I won't beg. Shame burns my gut. I told her I'd stand beside her, but I took too long to act, letting Jim and the Iron Horsemen corner me into an ultimatum. They demanded my decision by this morning, but now she's forced that choice by walking away on her own terms. Damn it! Across the yard, stable hands whisper behind their palms, casting sideways glances. The entire ranch feels like it's holding its breath, waiting for the explosion. I ignore them all, boots stomping the dirt as I head to the bunkhouse. My mind whirls. She left to protect me. Or maybe she just couldn't take the heartbreak. Either way, I've lost her unless I show these old bastards I'm not their puppet. I reach the bunkhouse porch, about to barrel inside, when a sleek black SUV pulls up near the main drive. My pulse spikes. Zora's departure might be tied to a vehicle like that. Instead of Zora, Asher Remington emerges, shutting the door behind him. His dark hair gleams in the early sun, and his custom boots stir dust as he approaches, wearing that casual confidence only a self-made billionaire can pull off. My jaw clenches. He helped her, didn't he? I want to tear into him for whisking her away. But the moment he sees me, he lifts a hand. Beckett. I swallow rage, stepping toward him. So it's true, she left with your help. He nods, eyes flicking across my face. She asked me to arrange transport. Didn't want any other horseman meddling. My chest aches. They told me to choose. I was going to choose her, just needed time to line up support. But she left. Asher studies me a moment, voice oddly gentle. She left because she believed your fight was tearing you apart. She didn't want you losing everything. This club's power, it's substantial, yeah? I grind my teeth. It's all I've known. My father's legacy, the land, the connections, the brand. If the horsemen cut me off, I stand to lose it all. He arches a brow. Then you understand what she feared, that you'd lose everything if she stayed. My throat constricts. I'd rather lose the ranch than lose her. But the ultimatum came too fast. And I break off, shaking my head. Asher sighs, sliding his hands into his pockets. Look, the club's power means nothing if you don't have a reason to keep it. If she's truly gone, are you going to let them claim victory? Or will you fight anyway, even if it's just for yourself? His words hit me like a kick to the gut. The club's power means nothing if I don't have a reason. She was my reason, and now she's gone. But does that mean I give up? Or do I still stand up for what we believed in? Maybe to show her and myself that I'm not my father's shadow? A long breath escapes me. I can't let them keep doing this, running men's lives through fear. Even if Zora's gone, I have to challenge them. She deserves that. Asher's mouth curves in a faint, approving smile. Then get on with it. I'll be around if you need an outside ally. He claps my shoulder, then heads off. I watch him go, anger and sorrow tangling in my chest. My reason for fighting just left the ranch, but the rage she left behind is enough to fuel me. Clenching my fists, I march through the bunkhouse entrance. The wide corridor leads me straight to the war room. Jim demanded my answer by dawn. He'll get more than he bargained for. Inside, the war room crackles with tension. Jim stands at the center of the massive table, arms crossed, as if he's been waiting since sunrise. Grayson is beside him, face pinched. Victor Devereaux occupies a corner, silent but watchful. A handful of other club members, Franklin Davis, Carter Holt, maybe a half-dozen more, linger around the perimeter, flipping pages in ledgers or sipping coffee. Their gazes snap to me the moment I step across the threshold. I force my shoulders back, ignoring the knot in my stomach. "Morning," I say, voice clipped. "I heard you wanted my decision." Jim's gaze sharpens. "Yes, we do. The entire Horseman membership is aware of your entanglement with Dr. Jackson. We can't abide a man who can't control outside influences." My jaw flexes. What if she's not an outside influence anymore? She left. A murmur ripples through the men. Grayson arches a brow, suspicious. "Left? On whose authority?" I scowl. "Her own. She's gone, but that doesn't change the fact that you tried to force me to choose. That's not the kind of club my father envisioned." Jim's mouth twists. "Your father stood for loyalty above all else. If you can't keep your personal affairs out of Horseman business, you break that loyalty." I slam a hand on the table, voice rising. "You talk about loyalty, but you threaten to sabotage my ranch if I refuse to dump the woman I care about. That's not loyalty, that's blackmail." Franklin Davis steps forward, brow furrowed. "Watch your tone, Beckett. The club isn't blackmailing you, it's upholding tradition." A bitter laugh escapes me. "Tradition or tyranny? You all cling to archaic rules that stifle any chance of growth. Zora might have pushed us into uncomfortable territory, but she was never a threat unless you made her one." Carter Holt snorts. "You're naive if you think personal entanglements don't weaken the club. We rely on secrecy, on full dedication." I glare at him. "Full dedication doesn't mean sacrificing your personal life to appease old men. My father taught me to protect the land, to hold the Horseman's values like unity. But this? You're dividing us, threatening to ruin me if I don't toe your line." Jim slams both palms on the table. "Enough. You're an inch away from being thrown out. If she's gone, prove it." I stare him down, heart pounding. I don't have to prove anything. She's gone. But even if she weren't, I wouldn't hide. My voice trembles with anger. "You want me to betray her? That's not going to happen, no matter how many threats you make." Grayson's expression turns grim. "We tried to spare you from exile, but if you're determined—" "I'm determined to call you out," I snap. "The Iron Horsemen claim to value the land, tradition, brotherhood. But the moment someone challenges that, you crush them. You talk about loyalty, but you've shown none to me." The men exchange uneasy looks. Franklin's jaw tightens. Carter shuffles, not meeting my gaze. Jim huffs, crossing his arms again. "We protect this ranch from outside forces. That's how we've endured. If you can't handle that, maybe you aren't fit to stand among us." My chest burns with fury. Maybe we shouldn't endure if it means living in fear of progress or new ideas. Maybe you're the ones who forgot what real loyalty looks like, loyalty to each other, not just to secrecy. A tense hush falls over the room. Then Jim nods to Grayson, who steps forward, voice like ice. "You realize what you're doing? Publicly challenging your leadership, your father's legacy. If you want to fight us, do it the old way." I stiffen. The old way. The King's Challenge or some form of confrontation. The Horsemen have a tradition of settling feuds in direct contests, sometimes on horseback, sometimes in the ring. My pulse stutters. They want a spectacle. I glare. "And if I refuse?" Jim sneers. "Then you leave quietly. No final stand. We wipe your name from our ledgers, cut you off from every advantage the club gives. Which will it be, Beckett?" My heart drums. Zora's note burns in my memory. She's gone, but I can still show them that I'm not the man who folds under pressure. Even if I lose, at least I'll have the respect of trying. Drawing in a shaky breath, I stand taller. I accept. Let's do it your way. A ripple of excitement stirs among the men, though some look uneasy. Carter leans over to Franklin, whispering, Jim's nostrils flare with what might be a flicker of respect. Victor Devereaux watches from the corner, expression unreadable. Grayson sets his stance, clearly prepared. We'll settle it now. A king's challenge on horseback if you're man enough. I grit my teeth. Bring it! Out in the dusty arena behind the bunkhouse, word spreads fast. Horsemen gather, eyes gleaming with the thrill of seeing a challenge to Jim's authority. It's not exactly an official revolt, I'm just one man. But for them, it's a test of the old ways. If I win, I might earn the right to voice my changes. If I lose, well, I'd likely face exile or shame. A stable hand leads out 2 horses, both sleek thoroughbreds used for these high-stakes club duels. Grayson adjusts his gloves, face dark with determination. The onlookers ring the arena fence, whispering. I spot Wyatt and Walker, clearly anxious. Weston stands with them, eyes wide. They may have meddled, but I sense they're rooting for me now. Jim stands at the center, arms crossed, explaining the rules. A simple ride-off. Each man gallops around the track, leaps the hurdles, and tries not to fall. Best time wins. No sabotage. Let's keep it clean. My blood thrums with adrenaline. If Zora saw me now, she'd probably think I'm insane. But I told her I'd fight, so here I am. Grayson mounts the chestnut horse, exuding confidence. I swing into the saddle of a black stallion, reining him in as he skitters anxiously. The crowd hushes, tension thick. Jim stands near the starting post, raising a hand. On my signal. The moment his hand drops, Grayson and I kick our horses into a thundering gallop. The wind tears at my shirt, dust clouding behind us as we surge around the perimeter. The first hurdle looms a set of wooden rails about waist high. Grayson's horse leaps smoothly, while my stallion balks an instant before jumping. I land roughly, jostling in the saddle. Pain shoots through my side, but I grit my teeth, pushing forward. My heart pounds, each stride a gamble. The second hurdle approaches faster than I can breathe. Grayson's already clearing it with ease. Come on, boy, I urge the stallion, pressing my heels in. He soars, hooves scraping the top rail. We stumble on the landing, but we don't fall. Applause and shouts erupt from the crowd, a mix of excitement and jeers. Grayson's pulling ahead. Fury surges. My entire future rides on this challenge, and I can't lose. But the horse is skittish, unaccustomed to me. We approach the third hurdle, a menacing stack of hay bales. My arms tremble with tension, sweat dripping down my brow. The stallion leaps. We barely clear it, the bales brushing my boot. The jolt sends me lurching, but I cling tight to the reins. Dust chokes my lungs as we round the final bend. Grayson's a good 5 lengths ahead, tackling the last jump with a fluid arc. The crowd roars, men cheering or groaning. My stallion charges the same jump, leaps, and a wave of cold dread hits me as the horse stumbles on landing. We crash forward, my left foot slipping from the stirrup. I almost pitch over the horse's neck, but scramble to stay upright. By the time I regain control, Grayson's crossing the finish line. My heart sinks. I push the stallion the last few yards, dust swirling, onlookers muttering. I cross the line with no illusions. I lost. Grayson sits tall, chestnut horse snorting with triumph. Jim steps forward, expression grimly satisfied. You fought bravely, Beckett, but we have a winner. The old ways stand. A hush falls. Men shuffle, some pitying me, others smugly confirming their worldview. My chest heaves, lungs burning from the dust and the heartbreak. I dismount, wincing at the pain in my side. The roar of blood in my ears intensifies as I realize what this means. I failed. I can't force the club to adapt now. Not through victory, anyway. Carter shakes his head, murmuring to Franklin. Wyatt and Walker avert their eyes, regret on their faces. Weston stares at me like he wants to apologize. Jim steps up, voice cold. You see? The horsemen remain as they are. I expect you to remember that next time you think to challenge us. I draw a ragged breath. I told you Zora's gone. You got what you wanted. She's not here to disrupt anything. Grayson dismounts, leading his horse to a stable hand, then turns to me. If that's true, then we have no reason to exile you. But your challenge ended in defeat. Consider this your final warning. My throat constricts. I look around at the circle of men, ignoring the ache in my ribs and the humiliating dust caking my face. You can keep your traditions, I say quietly, raw heartbreak threading my voice. But one day you'll choke on them. Some men frown, uncertain. Others bristle. Jim's jaw tightens. Enough. This is done. He waves the watchers away and the crowd disperses, men drifting off with mutters about the day's chores. I stand there, numb. The adrenaline fades, replaced by bitter disappointment. I put everything on the line to challenge them and lost. My father's shadow stretches across the yard, telling me I wasted my time. Zora's gone. I didn't prove anything except that I'm not good enough to beat them at their own game. A gentle touch at my elbow startles me. I spin to see Eli. That took guts, he says softly, voice low enough that only I can hear. I swallow hard, tears burning the back of my eyes. Didn't do any good. He shakes his head, expression firm. You showed you're willing to fight. Some men noticed. Might not change the club overnight, but seeds were planted. Seeds. That's all I have left. Zora needed more than seeds, I mutter, voice thick. She needed me to stand with her. Now she's gone and I'm stuck with a handful of dust. Eli's eyes soften. She left because she thought staying would ruin you. Doesn't mean she won't come back if you show her the tide can turn. I let out a shaky breath. I doubt she believes that right now. She probably thinks I caved to the club. And maybe I did by losing. He squeezes my shoulder gently. Losing the challenge doesn't mean you gave in. You forced them to reveal their hand. That's more than most men ever do. Give it time. Then he moves off, quietly returning to his work. Time. But I only have so much. Zora's probably already halfway to the airport, if not airborne. A numbness settles over me. My chest throbs from the fall, from the heartbreak. My father's ranch stretches around me, as lonely as it's ever felt. She was my reason to keep it. Without her, it's just land. Hoofbeats approach. I glance over to see Cole Lancaster riding up, face grim. You all right, Beck? I muster a shrug. Define all right. I lost the race. She left. He dismounts, expression somber. That may be, but your stand earned respect from some watchers. Maybe not Jim or Grayson, but a few others. It's not a total defeat. A hollow laugh escapes. Feels total enough. Cole places a cautious hand on my shoulder. Don't let grief blind you. If you still want to change the club, you have allies. They just don't speak loud yet. If you want her back, show her that. Prove you're not giving up. Tears threaten again. I clench my jaw, nodding. I'll try. But she's gone now. No clue where she is. Probably heading back east. Cole's eyes flick down. Asher might know. Rumor is he arranged her transport. If you're determined, you'll track her down. My throat thickens. Yeah. First, I need to fix the ranch situation. If I can't show her the horsemen can evolve, she'll never come back. He nods, stepping back. That's on you. Take your time, but not too long. She's no shrinking violet. She won't wait forever. I watch Cole ride off, uncertain. My limbs feel heavy with exhaustion. What now? I can't challenge them physically again, already tried. But maybe I can rally support quietly, sow seeds that we can't keep pushing out outsiders who want to help. If enough men see reason, Jim's chokehold might slip eventually. I'll do it for her. For us. Even if she's thousands of miles away, I won't let the old guard forget me. With a final glance at the dust-choked arena, I turn on my heel, heading back toward the stables to tend my battered horse. Each step sends pain slicing through my ribs, a bitter reminder of my defeat. But beneath the bruises, A flicker of determination remains. Zora believed in me once. I won't let the horsemen snuff that flame. The yard thrums with midday heat, a few workers glancing curiously at my disheveled state. I ignore them, focusing on the vow swirling in my mind. I may have lost the king's challenge, but I won't lose myself. I'll keep pushing, keep fighting for a future that welcomes progress, that welcomes love in the daylight. Maybe it won't bring Zora back immediately, but if she hears I'm still battling, maybe she'll believe I'm worth another chance. I swallow past the tightness in my throat, images of her dark eyes and stubborn jaw dancing across my vision. Wait for me, Zora, I murmur under my breath, voice cracking with longing. I'll prove I can stand tall even if the horsemen knock me down. The breeze stirs a small dust devil across the path. I square my shoulders, stepping into the stable's cool shade. It's not the grand victory I wanted, but it's a start. As the iron horsemen go about their day, chattering in hushed tones, some quietly impressed, others dismissive, I cling to the spark Zora left me with. That real loyalty means you don't back down from truth or love, no matter the cost. One day, I'll stand in the open, free of the old guard's chains. And if I'm lucky, she'll stand beside me, no longer forced to hide in the shadows of a club that forgot what honesty and real courage look like.
Chapter 19. Zora. I perch on the edge of my childhood bed in Atlanta, staring at the familiar posters and the faded paint my mom never bothered to change. It's surreal being back here after everything that happened at Iron Valley. The midday sun streams through the lace curtains, casting delicate patterns across the room. A world away from Montana's wide skies and dusty ranch roads, the atmosphere here feels almost too quiet, like a cocoon shielding me from the echoes of that final confrontation with the horsemen. I arrived 2 days ago, lugging my suitcase up these same steps I climbed every day from age 8 to 18, too weary to do anything but collapse into bed. I've slept more in the last 48 hours than I did in the entire last week at the ranch, though rest hasn't soothed the raw ache in my chest. You left the battlefield. The voice in my head repeats that phrase like a mocking chant. My phone vibrates on the duvet, jolting me out of my thoughts. My stomach clenches, half expecting another text from Asher or one of the Sinclair triplets, but it's just a news alert, some local article about business expansions. I exhale slowly, relief laced with the disappointment. No new messages from Beckett. I shouldn't be surprised. I left him. I don't deserve a gentle goodbye, not after bailing the way I did. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I push off the bed, heading downstairs. My mother is in the kitchen, stirring a pot of gumbo that scents the air with spicy warmth. She glances over her shoulder as I step in. "Hey, baby," she says softly. "Sleep well." I shrug, sliding onto a stool at the breakfast bar. Better than I did at first. Still feel like my brain's spinning. She nods, giving the pot a final stir before lowering the heat. "That's normal. You've been through a tornado of changes." I rub my arms, feeling the phantom chill of Montana's mornings. I keep thinking I should be somewhere else. Mama wipes her hands on a dish towel and faces me fully, concern etched across her features. "You said you'd explain once you'd slept, so tell me everything." I trace the pattern on the countertop, words tangled in my throat. Finally, I exhale, letting the story flow. Meeting the Iron Horsemen, confronting their outdated ways, Beckett's quiet storm that drew me in, the tension that flared between us, culminating in that horrifying ultimatum. My voice trembles when I describe hearing Jim's threats through a half-open door and my decision to flee, believing I was saving Beckett from a brutal fate. Tears prick my eyes. I left him, just like that, Mama, ran to protect him, but now I can't stop wondering if I robbed him of the chance to fight for me. She listens intently, arms folded across her floral apron. Then she sets aside the dish towel, crossing the kitchen to stand near me. You left the battlefield before he had a chance to fight. Her voice is gentle but firm, echoing the fear that's gnawed at me since I landed. I drop my gaze. I thought it was the right call. They were basically blackmailing him, threatening the ranch's supplies, cutting him off from the club network. It would have destroyed him. I couldn't do that to him. Mama's eyes soften. And you decided on your own that he couldn't handle that risk? A dull ache spreads under my ribs. He told me he was willing, but I saw how it tore him apart. I thought leaving would fix it. She lifts my chin gently, forcing me to meet her gaze. But if you cared enough to walk away, maybe he cared enough to stand up to them. Don't underestimate what a man can do when he's fighting for love. A tear slips down my cheek, and I brush it away, swallowing hard. It's not just about love, it's about a legacy, land that's been in his family for generations. I couldn't watch him lose that. She sighs, pulling me into a short embrace. Child, you're strong-headed, always have been. But sometimes that means you charge forward assuming you know best. Maybe Beckett deserved a say. Her words sting with truth. I bury my face in her shoulder, tears dampening her blouse. The hum of the AC masks the quiet sniffles that escape me. I hate this. She rubs circles on my back. I know, and I hate seeing you torn up, but you can't fix it by hiding here. If you do, you'll never know what might have happened if you stayed together, faced that old club, side by side. I let out a shaky sigh, stepping back to wipe my cheeks. I guess I'm here now, trying to rebuild some dignity. Maybe pick up new contracts, move on. She studies me for a moment, lips pursed. Is that truly what you want? I shake my head slowly, heart twisting. No. Before she can say more, my phone hums on the counter. Mama arches a brow, glancing at it. I pick it up, ignoring the spike of nerves. The screen shows an unknown number, but I have a hunch. Could be Asher again. With a steadying breath, I answer. Hello? A smooth voice I recognize leaps through the line. Zora, it's Asher. My pulse jumps. Half hopeful, half afraid of bad news from Montana. Hey, I manage, stepping away from Mama for privacy. Everything okay? He hesitates, voice lower. Wanted to give you an update. Word around Iron Valley is Beckett's called an emergency vote with the Iron Horsemen. They're meeting soon to challenge certain club policies. Rumor says it's about membership rules, secrecy, and modernization. Exactly what you were pushing for. My mouth goes dry. He's doing it? For real? Asher exhales. He's serious. Might be risking his entire standing. Also, the investor who hired you heard about potential policy changes. They want an extra inspection or final verification, so they're requesting you on site again, possibly to see if the new direction aligns with their requirements. My mind reels. Mama's earlier words pounding in my skull. You left the battlefield? I meet her gaze. She's watching me closely, arms folded. So the investor specifically wants me back in Montana for a final check? Correct. They're curious about these rumored reforms. They want to ensure the land deals or expansions won't be hampered by old guard stances. If Beckett succeeds in shifting policy, the investor might invest more heavily. If he fails, they might pull out. My chest tightens. And they want me to confirm all that? Asher's tone gentles. Yes, presumably. But from what I see, it's also a chance for you to face Beckett. And the club. Possibly help him. Or at least see how it unfolds. Tears sting. I'm not sure how he'll react, me showing up again. A pause. He's risking everything for change. I'd wager he'd want you there to see it. Up to you. The request is official from the investor. They asked me to pass it along since I guess they knew you were on personal leave. My throat bobs. Okay, I'll figure out the details. Thanks, Ash. He murmurs a quick goodbye and I end the call, phone still gripped tight. My heart pummels my ribcage. Beckett's forging ahead with an emergency vote. He's challenging Jim, the entire club. Even after everything. Mama steps closer, reading the turmoil on my face. She touches my arm lightly. What is it? I stare at her, voice trembling. He's fighting, Mama. He called a vote to push for new rules. And the investor wants me back there for final verification, possibly to observe how these changes impact their land deal. Her eyes glimmer with a mix of pride and concern. So you're returning? I squeeze my phone, mind racing. I have to. Not just for them, but because if he's still standing, I can't sit here in Atlanta pretending I'm done. She smiles gently. Exactly. You left once. Don't leave him to fight alone again. I inhale, standing straighter. Right. Mama nods, pressing a kiss to my temple. Pack your things, girl. And this time, don't let anyone push you off the battlefield. My heart flutters with adrenaline and fear. Yeah. I pivot, rushing upstairs to grab the suitcases I barely unpacked. My mind buzzes. What if Beckett hates me for abandoning him? What if the horsemen block my return? But a fiercer part of me shouts, then we fight, together or not at all. Within an hour, I'm at the airport again, hugging my mother goodbye in front of the security checkpoint. She hands me a small lunch bag, a tradition she never breaks. Call me if you need bail money, she jokes, half serious. I manage a shaky laugh. I will. Thank you for everything, Mama. Go on, baby, she says, tears shining. Show them what it means to stand for something. I wave once, then head into the terminal, breath hitching. The flight to Montana feels longer this time, every minute weighed down by anxiety. I keep picturing Beckett in a war room, his eyes fierce, defending a future we once imagined. Please let me get there in time. Let me help if I can. By late afternoon, I land in Bozeman again, heart pounding as I exit the airport with my rolling suitcase. Another private driver waits, courtesy of the investor's logistics. I climb into the car, knuckles white on the door handle, ignoring the question and the driver's polite greeting. Busy day, Miss Jackson? I respond with a half smile, mind too jumbled for small talk. The countryside blurs past the windows, rustic fences, grazing cattle, that big sky mocking my nerves. This is it, I tell myself. No more running. If Beckett's in the middle of a showdown, I'll stand by him. We pass the familiar gates of Iron Valley near sundown. The guard waves us through, eyeing me with surprise. My pulse leaps. Are they going to call Jim or Grayson, or maybe the Sinclair triplets to meddle again? The driver coasts down the lone road until we reach the bunkhouse. A tension simmers in the air, like everyone's bracing for a storm. I climb out, scanning the yard for any sign of Beckett or the men who might bar my entry. A few ranch hands pause their chores to watch. A man I recognize from the investor's team, clad in business casual, approaches me quickly. Miss Jackson, good you made it. The final verification can happen tomorrow morning. If you'd like to rest. I cut him off gently. I'd prefer to check in on the voting session. Have you heard anything? He nods stiffly. I believe they're convening at dawn, as Mr. Calloway requested, though some members started gathering earlier. The investor wants to see the outcome before finalizing more funds. My stomach churns. Understood. I'll do my inspection after we see how that vote goes. He nods and steps aside, letting me proceed. My heart thunders as I haul my bag to the bunkhouse steps. I half expect someone to confront me, but the corridor inside is eerily silent. The same old mahogany walls. The smell of polished wood. I press a hand to my chest, remembering how I left in a flurry. Now I'm back, determined not to flinch. A familiar voice calls my name from the top of the stairs. Weston Sinclair, leaning over the banister with wide eyes. You're back? Anger flickers at the memory of how they once trapped me, but I push it aside. Bigger battles loom. Yes, I'm here for final investor checks, and for Beckett's vote. He descends the steps quickly, glancing around as if to ensure we're not overheard. We heard rumors you might come. Beck's about to do something big tomorrow. You heard? I lift my chin. I'm here to see it, and to stand by him if he wants me. Weston exhales, relief evident. God, I'm glad. He's been a wreck. Ever since you left, he's been, well, let's just say he's done playing by Jim's rules. A pang of guilt slices me. I never meant to hurt him. I thought I was protecting him from losing the ranch. Weston nods, face grim. He's risking it all anyway. Might as well be for the right reason. Emotions surge in my chest. Hope, fear, longing. He's risking it all for me, for us. Then I'm not letting him fight alone. Weston offers a crooked smile. He'll be relieved. He's holed up in his cabin. You want me to show you the way? I consider it, heart pounding. But the memory of him battered from that challenge hits me. He might not want visitors. Then again, it's me. I stand straighter. Sure. We traverse the ranch grounds under the dusky sky. Weston leading me to Beckett's small log cabin near a copse of pine trees. He points to a warm glow in the window. He's in there. I'll leave you to it. I nod, swallowing nerves. Thanks. He retreats, footsteps fading. I approach the cabin, night insects chirping around me. My pulse flutters, imagining how he'll react. Anger? Relief? Both. I knock softly on the door. No immediate answer. Heart in my throat, I knock again. Finally, the door creaks open. Beckett stands there, hat in hand, wearing a rumpled shirt, eyes wide with shock, so similar to how I pictured him. Yet the raw longing in his gaze is real, not imagined. My chest tightens. For a moment, neither of us speaks, breathing in each other's presence. Then I manage a shaky smile. Hey, Cowboy. He exhales a near disbelieving laugh. Zora. I step forward, setting my suitcase aside. I'm back. He searches my face. Why? My throat constricts. Because I heard you're challenging the club. Because the investor wants me here for final verification. Because I left before you could fight. My voice wavers, echoing my mother's words. I was wrong to run. I'm so sorry. His shoulders relax, relief and pain flickering in his eyes. Don't apologize. I know what they threatened, but I never stopped wanting you by my side. Tears prick my eyes. I never stopped wanting to be there. He steps aside, letting me enter the cabin's warm glow. Inside, papers litter the small wooden table, clearly notes for tomorrow's vote. He shuts the door, turning to face me. Every inch of me is hypersensitive to his nearness. God, I missed him. I've been a mess, he admits, voice husky. But I kept going. I thought if I prove I can stand up to them, maybe you'd see we have a chance. I blink back tears. You're about to face them at dawn? He nods. I'm introducing a motion to reduce secrecy, allow controlled membership expansions, make sure no member can be blackmailed the way they blackmailed me. Jim's furious. But I have some folks listening. Cole, Elijah, even some older men tired of the old guard's fear. My heart lifts, a spark of hope flaring. You're changing them. He gives a half laugh, edges of exhaustion showing on his face. Trying, might get myself voted out. Don't care. I want them to see we can't keep punishing outsiders for existing. I approach him, resting a hand on his chest. You sure you want me here? This could blow up. He sets his hand over mine, gaze fierce. Home is wherever we're together. If they blow up, let them. I'm done hiding. My lips tremble. I'm done hiding too. He exhales, eyes shining with emotion. Slowly he tugs me closer, arms enveloping me in a warmth I feared I'd never feel again. A small sob escapes me as I let myself melt against him, inhaling the scent of hay and leather that clings to his shirt. For a while, we just stand there, letting the unspoken words fill the silence. I breathe him in, marveling that I'm truly here, that he wants me to stay. When he finally pulls back, his voice is low. You'll come with me tomorrow? I nod, throat too tight to speak. Instead, I reach up, brushing my lips against his in a soft, hesitant kiss. He responds gently at first, then deepens it with a quiet desperation that says everything. How much we lost, how much we're willing to fight for now. My mind whirls, heart pounding with relief, and the smallest flicker of belief that we might just stand strong, together, come dawn. When we part, I rest my forehead against his, breath ragged. If they shut you down, he shakes his head. Then at least I tried, at least we tried, and if they don't, maybe we build something better. Either way, we face it head on. Tears slip down my cheeks, this time out of gratitude. Thank you, I whisper, voice shaky, for not giving up. He cradles my face, eyes full of a love so raw it nearly unravels me. We're in this together now. That's all that matters. I nod, letting him guide me to the small table cluttered with notes. We spend the next hour reviewing his plan, refining arguments for the club's modernization. The tension is palpable, but so is the hope weaving between us. Come dawn, we'll walk into that war room, side by side, an outsider and a horseman forging a new path. If the Iron Horsemen think they've seen a fight before, they're about to learn differently. I won't leave the battlefield again, not until we see whether real progress can bloom. Because now, at least, I know I'm not standing alone.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 20. Beckett. Dawn slips across Iron Valley with a hush that feels like the final draw before a gunfight. I'm dressed in my usual jeans, boots, and a fresh shirt, but everything else about this morning is anything but usual. My gut churns with nerves and resolve in equal measure. Zora and I spent half the night going over last-minute points, her presence a steady reminder of why I'm risking my entire legacy. We parted ways just an hour ago, promising to meet in front of the war room. Now I stand on the bunkhouse porch, scanning the yard as ranch hands stir. The first hints of sunshine brush the tops of the stables, painting the logs in gold. My chest aches remembering how I used to think this place was unchanging my father's domain, passed down to me. But since Zora, I've realized the old ways can't survive untouched. They need an infusion of honesty, openness, or they'll strangle themselves. Hoofbeats sound from around the side of the lodge, and Wyatt Sinclair emerges astride a bay mare. He spots me, nodding in a subdued greeting. Usually the triplets are full of banter, but today Wyatt's expression is grim. "You ready for this, Beck?" he calls, voice lacking its customary mischief. I swallow, stepping down the porch steps, ready as I'll ever be. He dismounts, tying the mare to a post. Heard Jim's already in there. Grayson, too, plus half the old guard. They're not happy about an emergency vote without their usual planning. I exhale, nerves sparking hot. They'll survive. The club needs to face these issues head on. Wyatt presses his lips together. "We're rooting for you, man. Even if we can't publicly jump in your corner, you know." I manage a tight smile, clapping his shoulder. "I appreciate it." He nods, stepping aside. My heart thuds as I head for the war room's heavy double doors. Each step resonates with the knowledge that if I fail again, they might finally oust me for good. No second chances, no illusions of compromise. But a calm center takes hold, Zora's voice echoing in my mind. We stand in daylight. Inside, the war room bustles with tense energy. Jim stands by the wide table, arms folded. Grayson is at his right, face carved from stone. Victor Devereaux lingers in a corner, eyes glittering with that silent watchfulness. A handful of other high-ranking horsemen, Franklin Davis, Carter Holt, and a smattering of older ranch barons cluster in small knots, muttering. The low hum of their conversation stills the moment I step across the threshold. Silence descends, thick as smoke. They all watch me, some with disdain, others with guarded curiosity. Let them stare. This is it. I walk up to the table, forcing my posture straight despite the hammering in my chest. Jim's voice slices the silence. "Beckett, you called this meeting. Make it quick." I meet his gaze head on, recalling the vow I made last night. I'm here to propose a formal vote on new policies, specifically transparency in membership and land deals, plus the removal of the old rule punishing any horseman with ties to so-called outsiders. It's time the club moves forward instead of strangling itself with fear. A few men scoff. Carter Holt raises a brow, voice dripping with skepticism. "You tried forcing our hand already, and we saw how that ended. You lost the King's challenge. The club stands by Jim." I nod, acknowledging the sting of that defeat. I lost a race, but that doesn't mean I lost my voice. I believe we can't keep punishing members who form connections outside the club. We can't cling to absolute secrecy when the world changes around us. Grayson sets his jaw. We maintain secrecy to protect our land from exploitation. Have you forgotten the entire point of the Iron Horsemen? I inhale, forcing composure. I haven't forgotten, but shutting everyone out, threatening them when they bring in new ideas, only breeds resentment. We risk driving away our best allies. The club grows stagnant, hoarding power that means nothing if we can't adapt. A ripple of murmur spreads. Jim's mouth tightens, and I sense his anger simmering. You speak of adaptation. Your father believed in iron will, unbreakable unity. Why do you think you know better? I step forward, heart clenching at the mention of my father. I might be his son, but I'm not his echo. My father was a proud man who built this ranch from the ground up, but he also made mistakes. He silenced voices that could have helped us grow. Now we see the consequences. Members forced to choose between the club and their personal lives. That's not unity. That's tyranny. A hush thickens the air. Franklin Davis, arms crossed, shifts uncomfortably. Carter Holt frowns as if weighing my words. I press on, voice firm. Look around. Younger generations have new ideas. Elijah Hayes, Cole Lancaster, even the Sinclair triplets, they see how the world is changing. If we keep strangling innovation, we'll crumble. Our land deals, our connections, they'll dry up when modern investors walk away from our outdated ways. Carter sneers. And your solution is to let outsiders waltz in, controlling our ranches, our laws? My throat tightens. No. My solution is collaboration, not isolation. We can remain private, but not at the cost of stifling progress. If a member finds a partner who challenges us, that shouldn't be grounds for exile or sabotage. Grayson's glare deepens. You're referencing that consultant, Zora Jackson. She left. Why are you still pushing this if she's gone? My chest flares with anger. You have no idea she's back. Because her leaving proves our system is broken. She was forced out by your hostility, your ultimatums. We lost a chance to learn from her skills, her expertise. A flicker of unease crosses a few faces. They can't deny Zora's contribution to land sustainability. The hush lingers until Jim speaks, voice edged with steel. You propose a formal vote on policy reform. Fine. Let's see how many men stand with you. I exhale. This is the moment. I propose a vote to remove the archaic outsider clause that allows the club to demand severance of personal relationships and to instill a measure of transparency in membership deals. Nothing extreme, just enough to prevent blackmail or sabotage. Also, we vow not to sabotage any horseman's legitimate relationships, business or personal. A handful of men shuffle, exchanging whispers. Victor Devereaux remains still, eyes narrowed. Jim sweeps the room with a cold gaze. All in favor of Beckett's motion to gut our traditions and open us to potential infiltration? A smattering of chuckles ripple among older men who treat it as a joke. My heart drops. Then Cole Lancaster steps forward from the back, lifting a hand. I support this motion. We've seen how secrecy can ruin families. We need a measured approach to protect what's left. Elijah Hayes, quiet in a corner, clears his throat. I'm with Beck. The club is suffocating under fear. Let's adapt. I catch a flicker of surprise in Jim's gaze, though he masks it quickly. Grayson scowls. Several older ranchers remain expressionless. Carter snorts. You fools think you can rewrite a century of law just because you're uncomfortable. Cole lifts his chin. Uncomfortable or not, the world moves on. A tense pause. Jim raises a hand for order, staring at me with barely veiled contempt. Let's vote properly. All who stand with Beckett's motion, say aye. Cole, Elijah, Walker Sinclair, plus 2 older members I recognize as more progressive, echo aye in subdued unison. My pulse leaps to see at least some. That's 5. Not enough in a room of 15 or so. All opposed, say nay. Jim's voice rings. A chorus of nay resonates, easily outnumbering us. We lost. My stomach sinks. But I hold my ground, forcing myself not to deflate. This wasn't about winning outright. It was about showing them we can't keep silent. Jim's mouth curves in a grim smile. Motion fails. Grayson steps forward, smugness leaking into his expression. I move we formally censure Beckett for this disruption. He already lost the King's challenge. Now he's tying our hands with unnecessary drama. My jaw clenches, but I steady my voice. I wanted this on record. I'm not backing down from these beliefs. A low rumble of agreement circles the group. Carter lifts his hand. Seconded. Let's censure him and move on. Jim nods, about to call for that vote, when something near the door shifts. My heart nearly leaps out of my chest as Zora steps in, crossing the threshold with quiet purpose. Her gaze sweeps the room, calm but resolute. The men gawk in surprise, several drawing sharp breaths. Time seems to freeze. She's her, wearing her confident stance, chin lifted. Jim's jaw drops a fraction. Grayson's eyes flash with shock. My chest tightens with gratitude and renewed determination. She's here. She stands with me. Zora clears her throat, voice steady. Pardon my interruption, but you're about to censure a man for daring to modernize your club. Before you do, Maybe you'd like a consult from the land and sustainability expert you hired. A ripple of discomfort spreads. Jim narrows his gaze. You left. Why return? She presses her lips together, unwavering. Because I realized Beckett deserves someone beside him, and also the investor insisted on a final inspection if there's a policy change. Word travels fast. A hush falls, men exchanging uneasy glances. Zora cuts her gaze around the table, voice simmering with quiet authority. If you censure him for wanting to adapt, do you really think you'll keep attracting new investors? My professional opinion, you'll lose them the moment they see a dictatorship stifling its members. That's not just me talking. It's the reality of modern business. Carter Holt shifts uncomfortably. Franklin Davis runs a hand over his mouth, uncertain. Jim raps his knuckles on the table to regain order. This is club business. You have no say. Zora's dark eyes flash. I have every say when the investor asks me to confirm your readiness for expansion. If you can't show willingness to adapt, my final report might advise them to pull out. A tense pause grips the room. Grayson mutters under his breath, frustration etched across his face. I step forward, voice firm. You see why I demand reform? We can't build a future if we scare off every consultant or investor who suggests change. Jim glares at us both. We already voted. Beckett's motion failed. Zora raises an eyebrow. So you plan to censure him for losing a vote? You'd punish him for challenging the status quo? Carter shrugs, trying to appear nonchalant. That's how we keep order, Miss Jackson. Her lips twist in a sardonic smile. No, that's how you keep stagnation. Don't pretend you're maintaining order. You're just killing any growth. Several men look uncomfortable, shifting in their seats. Victor Devereaux, silent this whole time, crosses his arms, gaze flicking from Zora to me. It's like he's gauging the club's reaction, possibly reconsidering whether a censure is wise. Finally, Jim lets out a growl. Enough. This is our internal matter. You, Miss Jackson, can deliver your final investor report as you see fit. As for Beckett's censure... He glances around, seeing some men less eager to punish me now that Zora's threatened investor pullout. We'll put it to a quick vote as well. He calls for a show of hands on whether to censure me. Some men hesitate. Cole and Elijah obviously oppose it, as do the Sinclair triplets. Others who might have been all for punishing me now weigh the potential damage to their deals. In the end, it's a muddled response. More men shift to neutral or abstain. Some say, aye. Some say nothing. Jim's face darkens. The motion to censure me isn't passing smoothly. He slaps his palm on the table, frustration clear. Fine, no official censure, but your motion still fails, Beckett. Grayson mutters curses, glowering at me. I exhale a shaky breath, relief mingling with disappointment. I lost the policy vote, but at least I'm not exiled. The door isn't slammed on us completely. Zora meets my eyes across the room, a small, supportive nod. My heart warms despite the tension. We didn't topple their old ways today, but we made them flinch. We forced them to see we won't be bullied. Jim waves a hand, dismissing everyone. Meeting adjourned. We have real work to do. The men disperse in a flurry of muttered complaints. Some cast uncertain glances my way, others outright scowl. Cole and Elijah pause, offering me nods of encouragement. Then they leave too, leaving just a few stragglers. Victor stands by the door, arms folded, still silent. I approach Zora in the center of the room. She's trembling slightly, though her posture remains strong. I can't resist brushing my knuckles against hers. I thought you stayed in your room. She exhales shakily, eyes wet with suppressed emotion. I couldn't let you stand alone. My chest tightens, gratitude and love mingling. They shot me down, but at least I'm still in. Maybe this is just the start. She reaches up, smoothing her thumb over my cheek. I'm proud of you. Even if the vote didn't pass, you showed them someone can challenge Jim and live to tell the tale. I nod, letting out a breathy laugh. We'll keep chipping away. This place won't change overnight, but we're not giving up. She leans in, voice low. And if you ever face another ultimatum? My jaw sets, determination flaring. I choose you. Always. A shimmer of tears lights her eyes. I won't run again. We'll figure it out together. I pull her into a tight hug, uncaring if Victor or anyone else sees. The war room might still reek of old power, but we stand in the middle, forging a new path. My father's shadow lingers, but I've carved out my own stance, refusing to crumble under the old guard's demands. Victor clears his throat, stepping forward. Zora and I separate, turning to face him. He offers a curt nod, his voice deep and measured. You lost today's vote, Beckett, but you won some respect. Keep pressing. The club might surprise you down the line. Zora's lips part in mild astonishment. I blink, then nod. Thanks, Victor. Means a lot coming from you. He shrugs, adjusting the collar of his jacket. I do what the club needs. Sometimes that means letting it adapt. Then he slips out, leaving me and Zora alone in the echoing war room. The table, covered in abandoned papers and half-empty coffee cups, stands as a testament to the day's battle. I run a palm over my face, exhaustion settling in. We didn't pass the motion, but at least they didn't censure me. I'm still a horseman, and Zora's here. She touches my arm gently. You all right? I turn to her, heart swelling at her concern. Better now. We have a long way to go, but I'm not broken. She smiles softly, stepping closer. No, you're definitely not broken. I trace my thumb across her cheek, eyes stinging with relief. We'll keep fighting, yeah? Even if it takes more than one vote, more than one standoff. She nods, resting a hand on my chest, right over my pounding heart. I'm with you, but maybe let's celebrate the small win. You forced them to acknowledge a new perspective. That's something. Warmth floods me, and I brush a soft kiss across her forehead. Celebrating sounds good. We'll talk strategy for round 2 tomorrow. She huffs a small laugh. Deal! With that, we exit the war room hand in hand, leaving behind the lingering tension. Outside, the midday sun has climbed higher, bathing the ranch in bright light. Ranch hands glance our way, some with curiosity, some with reluctant respect. Let them watch. We're done skulking. I inhale the Montana air, letting the tension slide off my shoulders. Sure, we lost today's vote, but I made my stand, and I'm still standing. More importantly, Zora and I stand together, forging a future that might not be easy, but is ours to fight for. As we walk across the yard, her hand firmly clasped in mine, I catch the flicker of a half-smile on her lips. Maybe we didn't shatter the old ways in one blow, but we cracked them enough to let in a ray of light. And that's enough hope to keep me going, one battle at a time. Chapter 21. Beckett. I'm riding flat out across Iron Valley, adrenaline pounding in my veins like a war drum. Hooves thunder beneath me, my horse, Whiskey, straining with every stride. The early morning light is sharper than usual, making the horizon shimmer. A few ranch hands call after me from the fence line, but I barely hear them. All I can think is Zora's leaving again, and if I don't reach the airstrip in time, she'll be gone for who knows how long. My chest aches, lungs burning from pushing Whiskey so hard. But I refuse to slow down. I've spent too many days trapped in the horsemen's old ways, watched them nearly break me with ultimatums. I stood up to them, lost some battles, won just enough ground to stay in the club. More importantly, I have Zora back at my side, forging a new path for the ranch. But now apparently, she's being called away. Some last-minute request from the investor, or maybe a personal issue. Weston Sinclair found me in the stable an hour ago, rambling about how Zora was packing a suitcase, looking torn, heading for the private airstrip. My heart almost stopped. The wind whips my hair, dust caking my boots. If she's leaving for good this time, I won't survive it. I already lost her once, watched her vanish to Atlanta to protect me from the club's wrath. I won't let her slip away again, not while there's still a chance to ask the question burning in my chest. We crest a small hill, revealing the runway nestled behind thick pines. More of a hidden gem than an obvious airfield. A sleek black SUV is parked near a small hangar. My pulse skyrockets. She's still here. Good. Maybe I'm not too late. I yank back on Whiskey's reins, half leaping from the saddle before the horse fully stops. He snorts, prancing, but I barely take time to tether him to a fence post. My gaze locks on the figure near the plane. A woman with braids wearing fitted jeans and a jacket. Even from this distance, I know it's Zora. She's loading a bag into the cargo hold, assisted by a pilot or crew member. I break into a run, boots slamming the tarmac. The pilot glances up, startled by my approach. Zora whips around at the commotion, eyes widening as she sees me. My heart clenches at the flicker of sadness and longing that darts across her features. Don't go. That's the only phrase looping in my mind, raw and desperate. I slow when I'm a few steps away, chest heaving, dust swirling around me. She stands there, suitcase in hand, expression conflicted. I notice the subtle lines of tension around her mouth. She doesn't want to leave. So why is she? Zora! I rasp, pressing a hand to my ribcage to catch my breath. What's this? She lifts her chin, voice quiet. I got word from the investor they need me in Denver for some emergency business meeting. They're temporarily reassigning me. Just found out an hour ago. My throat goes dry. That's it? You're leaving now? She shrugs, gaze flitting to the plane. They booked me a flight out. Figures, right? The second we start making progress, they yank me away. I rub a hand over my face, half relieved it's not her ditching me personally, half terrified this is how fate tears us apart again. So you have to go. She exhales, setting the suitcase down. Yes, but I don't want to vanish on you again. This is just... I have to handle this if I want to keep credibility with the investor, keep them from pulling out of the ranch expansions. My heart hammers. How long? Her lips part. Then she shakes her head. Could be days, a week, maybe more. They said it's urgent, and I'm the only consultant with enough knowledge of the entire project. A swirl of conflicting emotions floods me. Anger at the timing, fear of losing her, pride that she's so indispensable. When are you coming back? She tries for a small, reassuring smile. As soon as I can. I promise. I'm not running, there's no choice. My pulse rattles, breath still uneven from the ride. She's not leaving me by choice. Yet the dread gnaws at me. If the Iron Horsemen do something insane while she's gone, or if the investor extends her assignment, we might get stuck in a cycle of distance. I can't endure that again. She glances at the pilot, who politely walks away to give us space. Zora turns back, scanning my face. Beckett, I need you to trust me this time. I'm not bailing because I'm scared. This is my job. I swallow, stepping closer, voice low. I do trust you, Zora. But God, I'm terrified something will happen. We'll get separated again. New threats popping up, the club pulling another ultimatum. She flinches. I know, I'm scared too, but you're stronger now. You stood up to them. They won't try that same stunt without blowback. Besides, I'll come back. I swear it. Warm relief battles with the raw ache in my chest. She's not lying. I see the honesty shining in her eyes. We stand there on the tarmac, the plane's engines humming softly, the pilot waiting at a polite distance. My entire body trembles with the urge to keep her from boarding that plane, to tie her to me forever. But I can't control her. That's not love. Except maybe there's another way. Something symbolic. Something unstoppable. Before I fully register what I'm doing, I step forward, sliding a hand under her chin. Her dark eyes widen, confusion flitting across her face. Beckett? My heart pounds so loud it drowns out the drone of the plane. I'm done letting chance or timing keep us apart. My voice shakes with conviction. If you have to go, fine. But I won't let you leave thinking I'm still half in, or that our future's optional. She blinks, lips parting. What do you? I sink to one knee on the runway, gravel biting into my jeans. Her breath hitches, eyes flying wide. My own chest feels like it might explode. I never pictured a moment like this, but I can't wait. Not after everything. The horseman's threats, the heartbreak, the near constant push and pull. I want her as my partner, publicly, forever. Her hand flies to her mouth, tears gathering. The pilot, noticing the scene, discreetly turns away. My voice trembles as I meet her gaze. Zora Jackson, you changed my life the day you rode onto this ranch. You challenged everything I thought I knew. You made me see we can do better, that I can do better. I can't imagine going another day without showing the world we belong together. She inhales sharply, tears shining. Beckett. I won't let you leave, I say, voice hoarse. Not without knowing I'm all in. Marry me, Zora, please. The wind picks up, carrying the scent of jet fuel and dust across the open strip. She stands frozen for a heartbeat, tears slipping down her cheeks. My knee aches against the gravel, but all I see is her face, the raw emotion etched across it. Finally, she drops to her knees in front of me, voice cracking. Cowboy, you can't spring this on me here! A half laugh escapes me, teetering between desperation and joy. I know it's crazy, but I can't lose you again. I cup her face gently. I don't have a ring right now, but if you want forever, I'll give you everything I have. Every sunrise on this ranch, every part of me that's worth a damn. Just marry me. She chokes on a sob, arms sliding around my shoulders. Beckett Calloway, she whispers. You are impossible. My heart stalls. That a yes or a no? She pulls back enough to look me in the eyes, tears streaking her cheeks. Yes, she breathes, voice trembling with joy. It's a yes. I'll marry you. God, yes. Relief and elation whoosh through my veins. I crush her to me, arms wrapping around her back, face buried in the crook of her neck. She laughs through tears, her body shaking against mine. The pilot, presumably, is politely ignoring us. My entire world shrinks to this moment on a dusty airstrip, the woman I love saying yes. After a long heartbeat of clutching each other, we separate just enough for a breath. She touches my cheek, eyes shining. I can't believe you just proposed on a runway. I grin, tears stinging my own eyes. Figured it'd be a story to tell our kids. She laughs, happiness lighting her face. You're wild, you know that? I stand, pulling her up with me. We're both dusty, knees scuffed, but I've never felt more alive. My hand stays at her waist, anchoring her. You're still going, though, right? The investor's waiting. She glances at the plane, then back at me with a renewed ache in her eyes. I can't bail on them, not if we want their support here, but I'll be back, I promise. I let out a shaky exhale, pressing my forehead to hers. Then come back fast, fiancé. The word draws a soft gasp from her, a smile blooming. I will. And when I do, we'll figure out how to break the news to Jim, Grayson, the entire club. Because if you think they were pissed before... I let out a bark of laughter. Let them be. I've chosen you, and I won't hide it. She nods, wiping tears away, then leans in for a kiss that's surprisingly gentle amidst the swirling dust. My heart sears the memory. Her lips, the faint taste of salt from her tears, the vow connecting us. A discreet cough from behind us reminds us the plane's waiting. Zora pulls back, eyes glinting with a determined gleam. I'll handle Denver quickly and come home. To you. Home. The word wraps around my heart like a warm brand. I'll be waiting. She picks up her suitcase, face flushed with emotion. The pilot gestures politely. I watch her climb the short steps into the aircraft, turning at the last moment to cast me one final, radiant smile. I blow out a breath, heart clenching. She's mine, and I'm hers. The plane door closes and I step back, tension humming in my veins. The engines roar to life, swirling dust around my boots. I shield my eyes, wave once, and the plane begins to taxi down the hidden runway. My chest twinges watching her disappear, but the fear that once threatened to crush me is replaced by a different ache, longing, laced with certainty. She said yes. As the plane lifts off, vanishing into Montana's endless sky, I finally turn. Weston stands by whiskey, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, a stunned grin on his face. "You just proposed to her on the runway?" he calls over the dying roar of engines. I shrug, dusting off my jeans. Had to do something before she left again. He whistles, tapping the cigarette against his palm. "Damn, Beck. Didn't see that coming, but congrats, I guess." A swell of excitement courses through me. "Thanks, man. Keep this under wraps for now, though. Let me figure out how to break it to Jim and the rest." He nods, eyes dancing with mischief. "Sure thing, but you know they're gonna flip." I grin, no longer afraid. "Let them. I'm done dancing to their tune." He chuckles, handing me whiskey's reins. "You ride back. I'll follow in the SUV, but... Beck?" I glance at him, raising a brow. "Yeah?" His grin softens. "Proud of you. She's one hell of a woman." A lump forms in my throat. "I know." Then I swing into the saddle, coaxing whiskey into a steady trot back toward the ranch. My mind whirls with the future. Telling Jim I'm marrying the consultant he practically tried to exile, explaining to Grayson that I'm forging a new path for the club. None of that fear dims the glow in my chest. I'll face them all because I'm not alone. Zora and I have chosen each other, no matter how rocky the path. The ride back is quieter than my earlier frantic dash. My heart thrums with warmth, the morning sun climbing higher. Each hoofbeat reminds me of the vow I just made, and the vow she returned. We're on this road together. At the ranch yard, a few stable hands see me approach, curious at my dusty jeans and the wild look in my eyes. I dismount, ignoring their stares. My father's old ghost lurks, but I push it aside. This moment belongs to me, to us. Leading whiskey to the stable, I rub his sweaty flank. A stable hand comes forward to help unsaddle him, eyeing me with polite curiosity. I offer a small nod, too overwhelmed to chat. I have to plan how to face Jim soon, but right now, I just want to savor the fact that Zora said yes. That we're committed, ring or not, vow or not. It's real. A half hour later, I find myself in the bunkhouse corridor, ducking into the war room for a quick glance at some expansion proposals. Carter Holt stands there, flipping through maps. He glances up, frowning slightly at my disheveled state. "Beckett, you look like you sprinted across the entire ranch." I shrug nonchalantly. "Had some urgent business." He eyes me with suspicion, but says nothing more, returning to his documents. They'll find out soon, possibly from the triplets or from the wedding announcements. The thought sends a strange thrill down my spine. We're getting married. I brush past, heading outside again, unable to focus on old guard politics or expansion deals right this moment. My heart is too full of her smile, the memory of her tears, the surge of relief when she said yes. I stand on the bunkhouse porch, sun beating down. The future feels wide open, no matter how many obstacles the horsemen throw our way. She's gone for a bit, but not forever. She'll be back, and next time we'll stand in front of Jim, side by side, revealing that we're not just a fling. We're forging a marriage that might redefine what it means to be a horseman. And for me, that's worth any fight. A breeze rustles the tall grass near the fence line. I close my eyes, letting the warmth settle in. I proposed on a damn runway. A laugh bubbles in my chest at the audacity of it. My father would have scoffed, but he's not here to pass judgment. This is my life, my woman, and we choose each other boldly. "Beckett!" A voice calls from behind me. I turn to see Grayson stepping out, arms crossed, gaze guarded. "Any reason you're grinning like a fool?" I tilt my head, returning his stare. Maybe I found something worth grinning about. His expression doesn't change, but I see curiosity flicker. "Heard you tore off on whiskey earlier. You better not be stirring more chaos." I shrug, stepping down a porch step. Chaos is part of changing the old ways, right? He snorts. You never learn. Then quieter. If it's about that consultant again, you know Jim won't be pleased. A surge of fierceness flares in my gut. Jim can get in line. I'm done tiptoeing for him. Grayson lifts a brow, clearly taken aback. You're playing a dangerous game. I hold his gaze. Better dangerous than hollow. With that, I walk away, leaving him on the porch. My boots thump on the dirt path leading to the stables, that grin creeping back onto my face. Because soon, the entire club will know. Beckett Calloway is off the market, engaged to the one woman they never thought he'd choose. I glance toward the horizon, imagining Zora on that plane. I picture her deep brown eyes shining with determination, that sultry drawl clipped with purpose as she handles her business in Denver. When she returns, we'll plan a wedding. The idea still feels surreal, but it anchors me, giving me a reason to press forward with these expansions, these reforms. Stable hand greets me, eyes bright with curiosity. You need your horse again, Mr. Calloway? I wave him off, leaning on the fence to watch a few mares graze. Not right now, thanks. I close my eyes, letting the sun warm my face. The day has just begun. So has the rest of my life. She said yes. And that single, miraculous fact overshadows every whisper of old guard disapproval. No matter what the horsemen try next, no matter how the expansions unfold, I'll greet it with a new confidence. Because for the first time, I'm not locked in the darkness of secrecy and fear. I have Zora, my fiancée, fighting alongside me, defying a century of rules. We might break some hearts or traditions, but we'll also blaze a path for real change. In the distance, ranch hands lead a group of horses out to pasture. The smell of hay and fresh grass drifts on the wind. I close my eyes, savoring the moment. She's mine, and I'm hers. That vow is more powerful than any ultimatum Jim Houghton can throw at me. When she lands back on this soil, we'll stand in front of them all, unafraid. I glance at the sky again, imagining the plane a tiny speck in the clouds. A laugh escapes my throat, echoing across the yard. Marry me? She said yes on a dusty airstrip, tears in her eyes. Could have gone 1,000 ways, but it went ours. Soon, Jackson, I murmur under my breath, voice threaded with anticipation. Hurry back. With that silent plea, I push off the fence, heart full, ready to face the day and the world for the sake of the woman I love, my future wife, and a new legacy that might just keep the Iron Horsemen alive for generations to come.
Chapter 22. Zora. A few hours later, I'm in Denver, a swirl of investor meetings occupying my time. I sit through endless presentations, summarizing Iron Valley's sustainability plans, the new expansions Beckett insisted on. The executives pepper me with questions, clearly uncertain about the club's internal politics. But I handle them with a calm I never had before, because I'm sure of Beckett, sure of us. My phone buzzes during a lunch break. Some unknown Montana number. I open the text to find, "Miss you. Already told Wyatt and Walker the big news. They nearly passed out. Love you, B." A smile breaks across my face, shocking the stiff-suited colleagues around me. They stare as I sip water to hide my grin. He's telling people. My heart leaps at the idea of those meddlesome triplets finding out Beckett proposed. They must be losing their minds. I text back quickly. "Love you too. Investor stuff going well. Wish you were here." He replies almost instantly. "Wish I was, but I'll be waiting at that runway. Our runway. Hurry home." My cheeks burn with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. I slip the phone away, refocusing on the investor's second round of queries. My answers are sure-footed. My fiancé's changes to the ranch aren't official club policy. but enough key members are on board that expansions remain viable. We talk about incremental shifts, timeline for implementing new grazing rotations, a push for partial transparency in land deals. Every time they raise a concern about the old guard, I remind them, Beckett's still forging ahead, building alliances. A small bubble of pride expands in my chest. I trust him, for real. He's proving me right. The day blurs in a haze of meetings, phone calls, scanned documents. By evening, the investors' team is satisfied enough to sign off on continuing the expansions, though they want monthly check-ins. Fine by me. The minute they confirm, I'm booking a flight back to Montana. My chest almost bursts with the need to see Beckett. We have a wedding to plan. Sure enough. The next morning, I catch a commercial flight from Denver, too antsy to wait for another private arrangement. Every minute in the air makes me jittery with anticipation. I picture Beckett pacing that runway, hat in hand, ready to whisk me back to the ranch. My fiancé. The word still thrums with impossible joy. When I land, it's dusk again in Montana. The sky stained with purples and oranges. I step off the plane into the modest regional airport, dragging my carry-on with sweaty palms. No fancy private airstrip pickup this time. Just me, scanning the arrivals area for any sign of a cowboy with storm gray eyes. A figure in a worn Stetson emerges from the crowd. My pulse kicks. Beckett heads straight for me, grin lighting his face. He's wearing his usual boots, jeans, and that battered jacket I love. My heart squeezes at how handsome he is, how real. Hey, fiancé, he drawls, taking my suitcase from me. Warmth spreads across my cheeks. Hey, fiancé. He tips his hat, gaze flicking around to check if anyone overhears. Some travelers glance, but no one recognizes us. He laughs softly, pulling me in for a quick kiss. The tension from all those investor meetings melts away, replaced by the quiet thrill of his arms around me. We're free. We head out to his old pickup in the parking lot, the night air crisp. As he stows my luggage in the truck bed, I notice how relaxed his shoulders are, despite everything the club's thrown at him. He's changed, more certain. Sliding into the passenger seat, I exhale. So how was the ranch while I was gone? Any new drama? He starts the engine, eyebrows lifting. Jim's still fuming, but I told him you and I plan to get married. I didn't give him a chance to talk me out of it. My heart lurches. You told him already? How did he react? A wry smirk curls Beckett's lips. He threatened to withdraw my privileges if I keep pushing. I told him we're past that point. If he wants a fight, I'll give it, but I'm not losing you again. Pride and worry mingle in my chest. He can't sabotage you forever. Enough men side with you now, right? He nods, navigating the truck onto the open road. Yeah, Cole, Elijah, half the younger crowd. Even a couple of old-timers who see the need for fresh ideas. We have a foothold. That's all we need. The countryside whips by in a blur of moonlit pastures and distant ranch lights. I angle sideways, watching his profile illuminated by the dashboard glow. So you didn't get kicked out while I was gone? He chuckles. A low rumble. Not yet. Probably because they suspect if they exiled me, it'd spark a schism. And Jim hates losing more than he hates me. A giggle escapes me. Makes sense. He glances my way, expression softening. So how was Denver? Investor good with continuing expansions? I nod eagerly. They're still on board, as long as we keep showing incremental progress, which means me staying around to monitor. Are you okay with that? Having your fiancé as an in-house consultant? He rests a hand on my knee. More than okay, sweetheart? A little shiver of delight passes through me. We fall quiet, soaking in the drive's comfortable hush. My thoughts slide to the conversation we promised to finish. Yes, we're engaged. But we need to truly define what it means to share land, power, love. The ranch lights come into view. A scattering of bulbs around the bunkhouse, stable lanterns flickering. My stomach flutters. Our future is here. He parks near the bunkhouse, killing the engine. Night insects chirp in the tall grass, and a breeze rustles the pines. I look at him in the dim light, heart hammering. You mind if we find somewhere quiet to talk? Real talk, like I said. About love, land, power, everything. He nods, popping open his door. I know just the place. We walk past the bunkhouse, ignoring curious ranch hands, heading behind the stables. A small wooden bench sits near a paddock, half hidden by tall grass. The moon glows overhead, bright enough to bathe us in silver. We settle side by side, leaning into each other's warmth. I take a breath, collecting my thoughts. So we're merging worlds. Yours is the ranch, the horseman's legacy. Mine is my consulting work, my independence, my refusal to be owned by any man or club. How do we ensure we don't clash daily over power? He laces his fingers with mine, gaze earnest. We talk, compromise, and treat each other as equals in every decision. That's how. I chew my lip. Is that realistic, though, given the club's structure? They might demand you handle certain issues alone. His jaw sets. Then I'll remind them you're not an outsider. You're my partner. If they can't respect that, they'll deal with me. My heart throbs, love swelling. All right. And about power, your father was this legendary figure. People expect you to replicate him. Are you going to keep chasing that image or find your own path? He exhales, glancing at the dark horizon. I'm forging my own path. The ranch is in my blood, but I won't let tradition choke me. We'll modernize. Some of the old guard hates it, but they can't stop me from trying. I press closer, resting a hand on his chest. You realize that might mean the ranch changes drastically in 10 years? We might see more public dealings, partial alliances with outside investors. He smiles wryly. If that's what it takes to keep the land prosperous and free from blackmail, so be it. Warmth rushes through me. He's serious. He's not giving lip service. So that's love, land, and power in a nutshell. You, me, and the future we shape. Together. He swivels to face me, voice turning soft. And it's not just about surviving. It's about building something better, a place where we can raise a family if we want, or pass on an improved legacy that isn't shackled by fear. A tremor of emotion seizes me. That sounds amazing. He lifts my hand, presses a kiss to my knuckles. You deserve amazing, Zora. For a moment, we just breathe, the quiet night embracing us. A horse nickers in the paddock, hooves scuffing the dirt. My mind flickers to all the obstacles ahead. But if Beckett is determined, and I am too, maybe we'll break the old patterns. So, I tease softly, a hint of sass creeping back into my tone. I guess we should talk about the actual wedding. You can't just propose on a dusty airstrip and call it a day, Cowboy. He chuckles, eyes gleaming. You want fancy or rustic? We can do a big ceremony in the war room, just to spite Jim. He's joking, but there's a mischievous edge. I roll my eyes. I do not want Jim glowering at me in every photo. But we'll figure out something. Maybe a Western-style wedding under the open sky, blending my folks' style with yours. He nods thoughtfully. Your mom might want something more traditional, though. I can adapt, long as you show up. I laugh, leaning my head on his shoulder. I'll do more than show up, fiancé. I'll own the place, now that I have your name or half of it. He shifts, resting his cheek against my hair. Half? We can hyphenate if you like, Jackson Calloway. I grin, a sense of playful excitement swelling, I'll think on it, bossy man. He chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. I love hearing you call me that. Warmth pools in my veins, the moment feeling so peaceful. We're bantering about wedding details while the night hushes around us. A few months ago, we were at each other's throats, forging tension out of every glance. Now, that spark remains, but it's softened by the knowledge we've chosen each other's future, not just fleeting lust. At length, we rise from the bench, hands still entwined, me cradling my laptop bag. He points to the bunkhouse lights. We can tell the triplets in the morning, if you want, or you can watch them flip out tonight. I snort. They already suspect, right? Weston kind of gave me a hint. He smirks. True, but seeing their faces when we confirm it'll be priceless. We walk back toward the ranch yard. The bunkhouse glows with the lamplight. A few men lingering outside, smoking or chatting. Some notice us, double take at our clasped hands. I square my shoulders, refusing to let shame or fear creep in. We pass them, exchanging polite nods. One older ranch hand offers a quiet congratulations, as if words already out. My cheeks flush. Beckett squeezes my fingers in reassurance. No more secrets. Inside, the corridor is quiet, just the soft hum of the AC and distant voices from the lounge. He leads me up the wide staircase to a private suite he's commandeered. His father's old quarters, perhaps. The wood floors creak under our boots. My heart thunders. We're engaged, soon to share more than just the nights. In the room, he shuts the door gently, flicking on a lamp. A wave of nostalgia hits me. This place is all rough-hewn logs and old ranch memorabilia, yet a warmth emanates from the small personal touches. A faded family photo on the dresser. The scent of leather from a jacket draped over a chair. This is Beckett's space now. Our space soon. He stands near the bed, hat in hand, eyes locked on me. You sure about this, Jackson? Being stuck with a stubborn cowboy for the rest of your life? I cross the space between us, hooking my fingers into his belt loops. I've never been more sure, Calloway, but make no mistake, this is our world, not just yours. He sets his hat aside, arms sliding around my waist with slow deliberation. I can live with that, he murmurs, voice low. In fact, I can't live without it. My breath catches as he lowers his mouth to mine, a gentle kiss that radiates promise. I sink into it, relief and anticipation swirling into a heady mix. We might have a fight ahead. Jim's wrath, the old guard's pushback, the investor's demands. But for now, in this quiet room, it's just us. And we've chosen love over every fear. When we part, I rest my forehead against his, words lodged in my throat. Eventually, I manage. Thank you for not letting me run, for meeting me halfway. He presses a kiss to my temple. Thank you for coming back, for believing in me enough to say yes. I exhale, a tremulous laugh escaping. We'll figure out the rest, right? His gaze burns with conviction. One step at a time, together. Outside, the ranch hushes further as men retire for the night. We can almost feel the centuries-old walls of the horseman's domain, but it doesn't suffocate us anymore, because tomorrow and every day after, we'll shape a new legacy, one that includes both of us in the daylight. He shifts, tugging me closer. I let my arms loop around his neck, and we sway there, no music, just the pulse of our breathing. I'm pulled into the echo of the vow I made to myself ages ago. Never let a man control me, never sacrifice my goals for someone else's. With Beckett, it's different. We're forging a shared dream, standing as equals. That's the only way it works. I bury my face against his chest, inhaling the faint scent of leather and horse that clings to him. Home. The realization hits me. He's my home now. Not just the ranch or the job, but this man who faced down his entire club to stand with me. I tighten my hold, a grin creeping onto my face. Cowboy, we're in for one hell of a ride. He laughs, the sound rumbling against my ear. Bring it on, Jackson. I'm not letting go. In that moment, I'm sure we can overcome any land dispute, any dusty tradition, any threat from the Iron Horseman's old guard. Because it's not his world or mine, it's ours. We sink onto the bed, still tangled in each other's arms, whispering half-formed plans for the wedding, for the ranch expansions, for the life we'll build. Each idea is a spark, fueling the bonfire of possibility. Our voices mingle in the dim light, weaving love, land, and power into a single tapestry. Outside, the Montana night cradles us, silent witness to the promise we've made. Yes, I'll marry you, but only if we do it together. He swears again that it's all he wants, my voice in every decision, our footprint on every acre of land. My heart soars, tears prickling once more. This is no half measure. This is us rewriting the rules. As the moon climbs higher, we stay locked in that hush, forging the blueprint of our future in murmured words and stolen kisses, neither of us willing to let go. Eventually, we fall silent, gazing at each other in the golden lamp glow. The storm of obstacles still looms, but I feel no fear. Beckett's hand cups my cheek, his eyes filled with that unstoppable cowboy determination. I slip my fingers through his hair, biting my lip to contain the emotion bursting inside. We have each other. That's enough. The night drifts on, but we don't notice. We're immersed in this new reality, engaged, bound by choice, forging a world that's ours alone. One day, we'll look back and see this as the turning point. The moment we decided the Iron Horseman's domain wouldn't define us. Instead, we'll define it. And if they dare push us aside, we'll stand taller, side by side, hearts aflame with the certainty that love demands equality, not surrender. That's how we rest, content in each other's arms, sharing the hush of the ranch night, ready to face the dawn as partners, lovers, and soon, husband and wife.
Chapter 23. Beckett. I'm still riding the high of our engagement even if 5 days has passed since then. The entire ranch seems to be holding its breath, every pine tree and blade of grass saturated in the warm glow of dusk. I sense an unspoken electricity in the air, like everyone knows something monumental just happened. Even if they haven't heard the official announcement that Zora and I are getting married. We've spent most of the day juggling investor calls and ranch tasks. The horsemen watch from a cautious distance, uncertain how to treat a newly engaged couple that refuses to play by old rules. And truth be told, I don't care how they see us. My only focus is on the woman by my side, Zora Jackson, soon to be my wife, the best damn decision I've ever made. Now, twilight seeps in, painting the sky in a wash of purples and golds. Zora and I walk side by side away from the bunkhouse, our boots crunching along a narrow trail that leads to a small, secluded cabin on the ranch's western edge. It's a structure I'd built a couple years back for solitary escapes. Just a single-room getaway near the rolling hills, tucked out of sight. I never imagined I'd bring her here under these circumstances, with both of us riding the thrill of a brand-new promise. She glances up at me, eyes warm with a hint of playful tension. "You sure this cabin is where you want to spend the night? We do have your father's old quarters in the bunkhouse, after all." I shake my head, guiding her gently off the path. "Tonight, I want just you. No one lurking in the corridors, no triplets banging on doors, just quiet us." Her lips curl in a slow, knowing smile. "I like your thinking, Cowboy." My heart picks up pace. Cowboy. The way she says that word sends a low buzz of heat through my veins, reminding me that this time we're not sneaking around. We've promised each other the future tonight is about celebrating it, no secrets or shame. As we approach the cabin, the structure emerges in the dim light. Rough-hewn logs, a small porch, and a single kerosene lantern flickering near the door. I lit it earlier, anticipation crackling in my veins. We step onto the porch, and I catch her hand, tugging her closer. "You sure you're up for a private celebration?" My voice comes out quieter than intended, thick with longing. She tilts her head, braids brushing her shoulder. "I'd say it's about time we had one, don't you think? We never properly celebrated your new stance in the club, or, our new stance." A grin tugs at my lips. "Then let's get inside." Inside, the cabin is a single open space, a small wooden table, 2 chairs, and a bed framed by a thick quilt. Windows face the western hills, letting the last of the sunset leak in. I shut the door behind us, and the hush envelops us like a warm blanket. The hum of the ranch fades, replaced by the crackle of logs in a tiny stone fireplace I prepared earlier. Zora moves toward the fireplace, setting her bag down. My gaze roams over her. She's still in her dusty jeans, fitted flannel that shows just enough curve to drive me crazy. A swirl of desire courses through me at the memory of the night we first caved to our attraction, an explosive collision of need. But tonight feels different, soft, reverent, laced with the knowledge that we belong to each other now. She turns, catching the look on my face, and a faint flush colors her cheeks. "You're staring," she murmurs. I let out a quiet laugh, stepping closer. "Can't help it. You're you." Heat floods her eyes, but she maintains that calm, no-nonsense posture I love. "Me? I reach out, sliding a hand around her waist, feeling the steady breath beneath her shirt. "Yes, brilliant, stubborn, beautiful, my fiancée." Her breath hitches. "Say that again." My lips brush her temple. "My fiancée," I whisper, voice thick with emotion.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
I press a gentle kiss to her temple, voice trembling. "That was..." She lets out a shaky laugh, arms tightening around my back. "Yeah." For a while, neither of us speaks, just basking in the hush, the crackle of the fireplace, the softness of the quilt bunched beneath us. My heart swells with something beyond lust, beyond relief. It's gratitude. She's here, truly here, wearing my ring in spirit, if not physically yet. We're forging a life. Eventually, she shifts, propping on an elbow to look at me. The flickering firelight dances over her features. "Still want to do this wedding soon?" Her tone carries a playful note. I grin, brushing a knuckle over her cheek. "Tomorrow, if it were up to me." She snorts, rolling her eyes. "We'll need at least a few months to plan, Cowboy. My mama would kill me if we didn't do something special." My smile softens. "Then a few months it is, as long as we're together." She nods, a tender smile gracing her lips. "We are." My chest tightens at the simplicity of that statement. We are together. Nothing else matters. Jim's hostility, Grayson's disapproval, the club's outdated rules. This moment, right now, is proof we can transcend it all. She rests her head on my shoulder, content to lie there in silence. I let my fingers comb gently through her hair, noticing how the logs in the fireplace have settled into a soft glow of embers. The faint pop of burning wood reminds me how fleeting the quiet is in a place like this. By morning, we'll be back in the swirl of ranch politics. But tonight, we have our bubble of peace. I press a kiss to her forehead, voice low. You hungry? Thirsty? I can heat up something if you want. She laughs softly, shaking her head. I'm good. Don't want to ruin the moment. I smile, pulling the quilt up over us. The night outside is still, stars bright through the cabin window. My mind drifts, imagining the day we stand before a minister or a judge, someone to make it official and vow to love each other openly. I can see her in a dress, me in a suit, or maybe my best jeans. The ranch as a backdrop. The horsemen might fuss, but I'll be damned if they spoil our day. We'll do it on our terms. Zora nestles closer, breath warm on my chest. We should talk rings eventually, she murmurs, voice drowsy but content. I huff a gentle laugh. Yeah, guess I should get you a real one, huh? Not just a dusty kneel-down on a runway. She arches a brow, teasing. I don't know. That dusty kneel-down might be the best proposal story I've ever heard. But yeah, I wouldn't mind some sparkle to show off. My grin deepens, imagining her strolling into the bunkhouse with a diamond on her finger, shutting up any naysayers with a single flash of her hand. I'll find you the prettiest ring in Montana. Her eyes gleam. Deal. We settle into an easy hush, the night wrapping us in warmth. My hand skims along her spine in lazy strokes, each slow breath synchronizing. The glow of the fireplace softens further, leaving the cabin in flickering shadows. She rests her palm over my heartbeat, and I sense an unspoken acknowledgement. We did it. No secrecy, no shame. Just us. Sometime later, she stirs, propping herself to look at me again. Beckett, can I say something cheesy? I chuckle, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Always. She sighs, eyes bright. I'm proud of you, and I love you. So damn much. My throat closes up, emotion surging. That's not cheesy. That's everything. She smiles, leaning down to kiss me softly. My chest floods with tenderness. God, how did I get so lucky? Then she pulls away, settling into the crook of my arm. We lie like that, breathing in sync, drifting on the edge of sleep. I reflect on the day, the stunned looks from the horsemen when they realized we're engaged, the investors' calls, the hush of the ranch in acceptance that something big has shifted. Tomorrow, we face them anew, forging forward with expansions, transparency, and a wedding in the wings. They can try to trip us, but we'll stand together. Her breathing slows, fingers clasped around mine. I brush a final kiss to her brow, lulled by the steady thump of her heartbeat. The last log crackles, flames dying into embers. My eyes grow heavy with contentment. We are unstoppable, I think, drifting into the quiet swirl of sleep, her warm body pressed tight against mine. Outside, the Montana night stands watch, the stars glittering overhead, bearing silent witness to the promise we've sealed tonight. An unbreakable bond sealed with love, not secrecy. With dawn will come new challenges. But for now, we rest in the peace of knowing we've chosen each other, fully and forever.
Chapter 24. Zora. 2 months later, the Montana sky blooms with a sunrise so vivid it feels like a blessing. Streaks of peach, lavender, and coral stretching over Iron Valley. I stand on the front porch of the bunkhouse, leaning against the railing while my heart drums with anticipation. In 2 weeks' time, I'll be walking down an aisle well, more like a makeshift path over wild grass toward the cowboy who changed my life. And as if that's not enough, I'm juggling every detail of a wedding that merges my mother's genteel southern flair with Beckett's rough-hewn ranch aesthetic. The ranch hums with activity. Hands bustle about, delivering supplies, checking fence lines, occasionally sneaking curious glances my way. 3 months of public engagement have turned me from an outsider consultant into something else. The fiancée of Beckett Calloway, a woman who, rumor says, might just shift the course of the Iron Horsemen. My phone buzzes. I glance at the screen, my mother's number. She's in Atlanta, finalizing shipments of sweet tea table settings, her insistence, not mine, and a few special decor pieces. I chuckle at how easily she's adapted to the idea of a Western wedding. Before I can pick up, though, the door behind me swings open. Walker and Wyatt Sinclair spill out, twin grins fixed on their identical faces. "Morning, Dr. Jackson," Wyatt drawls, tipping an imaginary hat with a mischievous flourish. "Or should we call you Mrs. Calloway yet?" I arch a brow. "You can call me Zora, and you know the wedding isn't for another week." Walker chuckles, exchanging a glance with his brother. Details. Everyone's already calling you Beckett's wife." I snort, tucking my phone into my back pocket for now. "Those rumors can wait until it's official, thank you." Wyatt gestures around, gaze sweeping the yard. "So how's the final prep going? This place is about to host the biggest shindig of the year. Old Jim Houghton might blow a gasket." I lean against the railing, letting a wry smile pull at my lips. He's already threatened to bar the press, as if I want any paparazzi out here. But Beckett put his foot down, no more secrets. Walker nods approvingly, arms crossed. He's come a long way from the man who tiptoed around the club, worried about tradition. A proud warmth flickers in my chest. 3 months ago, Beckett was locked in a battle with old guard horsemen to pass new policies, only partly succeeding. But each day since, he's chipped away at their resistance. Some might never accept me wholly, but they're forced to acknowledge that I'm not leaving this time. And maybe they see it's not the end of the world. I push off the railing, casting them a curious glance. Speaking of changes, I overheard a rumor. Something about a woman wanting to be part of the club. Another consultant or investor. Walker grimaces, exchanging a secretive grin with Wyatt. "Yeah, we heard that talk too. Some woman from out of state who's got her eye on membership. Unprecedented, since we've never actually let a woman hold a horseman's seat." Wyatt nods. No one knows what to make of it. Jim's apparently livid. The new guard's intrigued, though. My heart leaps at the possibility. A woman in the Iron Horsemen? That'd be a real revolution. "Why are you two so hush-hush about it?" Walker shrugs, an impish gleam in his eye. "We meddle enough without sticking our boots in that hornet's nest." "But Beckett told us not to underestimate women, pointed right at you as proof." I grin, shaking my head. "Good. The more he reminds them, the less they'll cling to the old ways." Wyatt rubs his chin, gaze dancing over my face. "You're making quite the legacy here, Doc. Might see a day when half the club is female." The thought makes me laugh with genuine delight. I'd pay to witness Jim's reaction. A familiar voice interrupts from behind. "You and me both." I turn to see Beckett coming down the hallway, that quiet storm presence tempered by a lazy smile. My heart flips. 3 months of calling him my fiancé haven't dulled that flutter in my stomach. He steps onto the porch, letting the screen door slam behind him. "Morning," he drawls, sliding an arm around my waist, not caring that Wyatt and Walker watch with amused smirks. The twins exchange a wink and wander off, leaving me face to face with Beckett. He's in a worn chambray shirt, sleeves rolled, dust smudging his jeans, evidence of an early ride across the property. I inhale the faint scent of leather and horse that always clings to him. "Sleep well?" he asks softly. I angle my head. "Not really. My mother texted me at 3 a.m. about table arrangements, and I keep dreaming that Jim hijacks the wedding, announcing new rules mid-ceremony." He chuckles, voice rumbling. "I'll handle Jim. You handle the table arrangements. Deal?" "Deal." We share a quick, warm kiss, ignoring the sideways stares from passing ranch hands. Then he clears his throat, gaze flicking toward the horizon. We set for the final walkthrough with your mother on video call later? I groan good-naturedly. Yes, and she's demanding we confirm the color scheme. She wants something bridging Southern charm and Western style, as if I've had a moment to breathe. He winces, though his eyes sparkle with amusement. She's unstoppable. But look, if you want to keep it simple, I'll happily get married in my best boots and call it a day. A burst of laughter escapes me. Oh no, your best boots are fine, but Mama will want some flourish. Just be ready for a florist meltdown at some point. He tips his hat in mock surrender. Whatever you say, fiancé. My only job is to show up on time with a ring. I lift a brow. And vow your undying love, don't forget that part. He smirks, leaning in close. I can do undying love all day, sweetheart. Heat flutters through my chest, but I notice Jim crossing the yard. We both freeze momentarily, tension creeping. Since our engagement, Jim's avoided direct confrontation, though the lines of disapproval etch deeper into his face each day. We watch as he stalks past, giving Beckett a curt nod, ignoring me entirely. Then he's gone, stiff back disappearing behind the stables. I let out a breath, forcing calm. He's not going to try anything on the wedding day, right? Beckett's jaw tightens. If he does, I'll have the triplets hogtie him until we say I do. I snort at the mental image. I wouldn't put it past them. With a final squeeze of my hip, Beckett steps back. I have to check on new fence posts near the western ridge. You good here? I nod. Yes. Got calls to handle, florist to reassure. Catch you for lunch. He nods, and we part, heart steady in the knowledge that we're forging a future the horsemen can't steal. Late afternoon finds me in the bunkhouse lounge, phone propped on a small stand so Mama can see the ranch's layout via video call. She's insisting I show her the venue, as if it's not just a patch of land we're decorating. My arm aches from holding the phone steady, so I prop it on a table. Mama's face fills the screen, surrounded by her floral living room in Atlanta. Baby, tilt that camera up. I can't see the horizon. I sigh but comply, aiming the phone at the wide meadows. Can you see now? Her eyes shine with excitement. Yes, Lord, that's gorgeous. We can line the aisle with those wildflowers you mentioned, maybe add some rustic lanterns. I rub my temple. 1 week might be tight to get everything set, but we'll do our best. She nods approvingly. Your father and I will arrive 2 days before. We'll help finalize. Zora, it's going to be beautiful. A lump forms in my throat. Thanks, Mama. I'm nervous, but it feels right, you know? She softens, a mother's love shining in her eyes. You've always been headstrong, but I see how this man anchors you and how you challenge him. It's a good match. Before I can respond, the door behind me creaks. Weston and Wyatt pop in, scanning the lounge suspiciously. I aim the camera away from them, but Mama notices. Who's that, baby? I let out an exasperated laugh. Just the Sinclair troublemakers. Gentlemen, my mother is on video call. Wyatt gives a theatrical bow. Afternoon, ma'am. Weston waves. We come in peace. My mother chuckles through the phone, shaking her head. Heard stories about you three. Be nice to my daughter, you hear? The twins exchange amused glances. Yes, ma'am, they chime together. I roll my eyes, returning focus to Mama. I'll call you again tomorrow with final updates, okay? She nods, blowing a kiss. Stay strong, baby. Can't wait to see you in your dress. We hang up, and I power off the phone. Wyatt and Weston linger, arms crossed. Identical smirks pulling at their lips. My patience wears thin. I've had enough wedding madness for the day. Something you two need? Weston clears his throat. We're scoping out the yard for seating arrangements. Beck wants the ceremony near those old pines, but apparently you wanted it by the pond? I hesitate. We talked about both options. The pines offer shade, but the pond is scenic. I guess we'll decide tomorrow when we see the weather forecast. Wyatt shrugs. We can set up chairs in half an hour if we have to. No biggie. I study them, noticing a subdued excitement in their posture. Y'all are oddly helpful, I remark. They exchange sheepish looks, and Wyatt mumbles, Well, Beckett threatened to ban us from the reception if we sabotage anything, so we're trying to be good. Even preparing a big surprise for the two of you. Surprise? The idea sends a flicker of concern through me. The triplets plus surprise typically equals mayhem. But I decide not to probe further. Just keep it PG, please. Weston winks. No promises. Then they amble off, leaving me alone again. I sigh, leaning against the lounge's old piano. My heart thrums with anticipation. One more week, then I'll be marrying the man who turned my world upside down. I recall the sense of belonging that swelled in me when he proposed, like we'd finally banished the ghosts of fear and secrecy. Now we face the future with hope that the Iron Horsemen can evolve, that our marriage might just be the catalyst for real change. Evening shadows stretch across the ranch yard by the time I finish calls and errands. Beckett meets me near the stable, leading a gentle mare with a braided mane. He smiles, lighting my heart all over again. Up for a short ride? He asks quietly. I nod, letting him help me mount the mare. We set off at a leisurely pace, side by side, following a winding trail toward the north pasture. The hush of dusk blankets the fields, and a gentle wind rustles the tall grass. We talk about wedding details, music, the vow exchange, whether or not to incorporate some tradition from the Horsemen's founding year. Beckett snorts at that. We can skip the Horsemen's blood oath nonsense. That'd be weird at a wedding. I laugh, imagining Jim's face if we replaced I do with some archaic vow. Yes, let's stick to standard vows, thanks. We crest a small rise overlooking the rolling pastures. The sky is ablaze with reds and oranges, the sunset reflecting off a distant stream. My heart stutters at the beauty of it all and the man at my side. We're so close to a brand new chapter. Beckett reins in, turning to face me. You excited? I meet his gaze, a wave of affection surging. Beyond excited, nervous too, but mostly, I can't wait. He nudges Whiskey closer to my mare, leaning over to brush a soft kiss across my lips. I love you, he murmurs. Heat floods my chest. I love you too, I whisper, voice catching. We head back as twilight descends fully. By the time we reach the stable, stars dot the sky. My mind here drifts to the future, beyond the wedding, beyond the immediate challenges. Maybe we'll maintain the ranch, push for more transparency, help the next generation see it's not about shutting the world out. Or maybe we'll face a bigger fight if the old guard resists. Either way, I'm done questioning if I belong here. I do, because Beckett and I carve out this space together. After settling the horses, we stroll toward the bunkhouse hand in hand. A few ranch hands sit around a small fire pit, strumming guitars, chatting softly. We wave, they wave back. No one glares or questions my presence. Progress. We climb the porch steps, and he pauses at the top, turning to me with an affectionate grin. The moonlight highlights the angles of his cheekbones, the faint stubble on his jaw. He looks so at peace. I arch a brow. Why'd you stop? He cups my cheek, a smile tugging at his lips. Remember when you asked me if you belonged here? My heart squeezes. That question haunted us early on, when the club branded me an outsider. Yeah, I murmur. He leans in, eyes gleaming with the devotion. Do you still wonder? I take a breath, letting the night wrap around us. Sometimes, but less every day. His hand slides around my waist, pulling me flush against him. You fit next to me, always have, always will. And I'm never letting you go. Emotion wells up, tears prickling. We've come so far, through sabotage, blackmail, bitter fights. Now I stand on the brink of marriage with a man who'd reshape his entire world to include me. I press a trembling kiss to his lips, the final question dissolving into certainty. When we part, my voice quivers but steady in truth. You still think I don't belong here? He frames my face with gentle fingers, gaze unwavering. No, Zora, you belong wherever I am, and I'm never letting you go. A rush of relief and joy surges as I loop my arms around his neck, smiling through unshed tears. Because with that vow, we silence every doubt, forging a love that stands unbreakable, side by side, in the heart of Iron Valley.